Hello. Start talking.
Okay, good morning, boys and girls. Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders, and everyone else. There he is. Happy Synthetic Friday, and a happy Fire Drill Thursday. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest, most watched futures trading stream that you will find, and with an all-star lineup each and every day of the week. Real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency in their trading. You're not going to find another show out there like the one we offer here. One, education, support, good looks, cool swag, tradertainment, and some goofy shit we do every once in a while. This is Opening Call. He's number 75, me, Joe Green, and I'm number 75, Deacon Jones. 75 theme is today. We have an exciting, informative, educational programming for you today, and you're wondering, 75, what the hell is that about, Eddie? 75,000 plus subscribers, and today we are having our fire drill. We have an exciting, informative, educational programming for you today, and throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, yes, newscaster, good friend, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you there's nothing better than a friend unless it's a friend with beer. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date know-how. And hello, John. Is your game plan ready? Yes. All right. How about that checklist?
Checked and rechecked.
Goofy. You're so goofy. Journal prep for today.
Yep. Right here.
You ready to end this week on a good note?
Absolutely. Hoping that for everybody.
Yes, sir. Let's say hello to everybody's friend and that crazy guy, that handsome guy and trading mentor, John, a.k.a. Hoagland. Morning, Johnny.
Good morning. We should probably not do that. We're probably going to make everybody seasick when we're doing that head bob thing.
We're going to pass out since we're up in age and that blood doesn't float to the brain as quick as those young bloods. But anyway.
Yeah. I might have to do some push-ups.
Push-ups. Yes. How are you today, John?
I'm doing great. Good. I'm looking forward to a long weekend, as much as we are enjoy being in the markets and everything. It's always a good idea to take a little bit of time off. Looking forward to having tomorrow off, going out of town for a little getaway for a day and see some family and have a little fun. So yeah, I'm looking forward to, as always, a hopefully profitable trading day for everybody today and getting a little bit of time off. It's always a good thing. Get a little bit of rest, be ready for Monday, which with PCE coming out tomorrow, who knows what's going to happen on Monday?
Who knows? Yeah, you're going to have a short little rest there. I'm taking the whole week off. Is that okay by you?
Yeah, and you deserve it, Eddie. You work hard, take a week off, get rested up, have some fun, do some fun stuff. And I know Michelle will, probably enjoy a little time off too at the same time, hopefully. And you guys can just hang out together.
Yeah, she's taking some time off. It's birthday week, so I usually take that week off and just get blotto from Monday to Sunday.
Blotto. Well, let me be the first to say happy blotto birthday to you, my friend.
Happy blotto. Yeah. All right, let's hit the news here. We got a big day going on here. Oh, my goodness. U.S. stock futures traded largely unchanged until we saw these numbers coming out, but basically back to where they were, back to back, on course for a second consecutive winning quarter and a fifth straight winning month. We did see the indices close higher yesterday with the broad-based 500 gaining 0.9%. To close at a record high. Dow Jones Industrials gaining 1.2%, the best day this year, and the tech-heavy NASDAQ Composite rise 0.5%. On a quarterly basis, the S&P is up about 10%, on pace for its best first quarter since way back in 1743. Wait, it's not right. No, 2019. I need glasses. Maybe doing this shouldn't have been doing this. Dow Jones Industrial is up 5.5, on track for the strongest first quarter performance since 2021, while the NASDAQ is just over 9%. Number nine. Take-Two interactive software. You heard of this? If you're a gamer, you know who Take-Two is. Oh, they took a step late yesterday, enhancing their video game offerings by agreeing to buy U.S. game developer Gearbox for $460 million. Take-Two is seeking to buy Gearbox from Sweden's Embracer Group. You might recognize some of the games. Borderland. I play that game. The game is pretty bizarre. Borderland is by far Gearbox's most successful franchise, selling nearly 80 million copies. Take-Two, that is, in development. Take-Two, however, will be upcoming release of their sixth generation, that game for the little toddlers, the young kids, Grand Theft Auto. You've heard of that one, right? Yeah. Yes. Let your little 5-year-old play that for about an hour.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, I guess this GTA 6 is coming out in 2025. Looks pretty cool. I played GTA 5. Fun game, I guess. But anyway, Johnny, what else do we got today? We got some numbers and crap going down.
Yeah, we did. We this morning at 7:30, the final quarter four GDP estimation came out. It was expected to come out at 3.2%. It came out at 3.4%. Jobless claims every Thursday, of course. Initial jobless claims were expected to be at 212,000. It came out a little bit lower than that at 210,000, exactly where it was the prior week. At 8:45, we've got Chicago PMI. 9 o'clock, we've got the University of Michigan sentiment due out. Pending home sales also at 9 o'clock Central Chicago time. 10 o'clock, Kansas City Fed manufacturing index due out. And at 10:30, again, Chicago time, Central time, we've got a 4-week and an 8-week bill auction coming out. The VIX this morning was up about 1.5% at $12.9 index, holding still above 104.55, a little higher than the close yesterday. And the yield on the 10-year holding pretty steady here at 4.2%. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you're flat, and anything you don't want to be holding over a 3-day weekend. Markets are closed tomorrow. We do have international trade coming out. We've got the PCE numbers coming out tomorrow, as well as Fed Chairman Powell is due to speak. So we won't be able to respond to any new information that comes at us tomorrow. Sunday night looks like it might be all I can think of are bad words, but it might be quite a show on Sunday night and going into Monday. So it's the end of the quarter. It's the end of the month. It's rebalancing. It is crazy.
Crazy is our middle name. Well, my middle name is Looney. I don't know why my parents gave me that middle name, but anyway, dude, where's my crude? I'm sorry, Johnny.
I said, you're Looney and I'm Tunes.
Great cartoons. All right, dude, where's my crude? And for you ladies out there, dudettes, where's my crudettes? Oil prices rose on a course. You check this out. These crude topping out here at 82.80, falling back just a little bit here, but we did see earlier trading 0.4% higher, 81.66, and a barrel of Brent and that was Brent climbing 85.64. It was WTI. Both contracts were set for strong gains in the first quarter of 2024, trading between 11 and 14% over the past month. Johnny, it's baseball season here in the States. Yes. MLB opening day here today in the States. I do know that the Dodgers and Padres open the season up in South Korea with a 2-game split, but I'm excited. I love my baseball. You coach baseball. I coach baseball. I think we grew up playing baseball, so it's in our blood. So hopefully we have a good season here in Chicago. So there you go. Go Astros. Okay. Go Astros. You guys have gone enough. All right. Astros, have a seat. All right. Here, you know what's really bugging me, Johnny? This AI stuff. It's starting to get scary. and I'm being totally honest, at least in my honest opinion. Okay, um, Amazon's increasing its big bet on AI. Now, Amazon, now they were working on something, but now they have invested $4 billion in Anthropic. Um, Anthropic, Claude is its name. It just got a little more money from Amazon. The company has invested another 2.75 billion in the AI startup Anthropic, bringing its total stake in the deal about 6 months ago to about 4 billion. So that's some more stuff that is happening. And hey, I want to remind you, if you tuned in, you saw those crazy things bobbing up and down. We are celebrating 75,000 plus subscribers here for Top Step TV, and boy, we are ecstatic. We got a lot going on here today for you guys and girls. So yes, it's happening today. We will have that fire drill. I'm not sure when. Actually, I get a tap on the ass that says, "Okay, Eddie, sound effect," and then we launch it. Okay, so I'm waiting for the green light, but we will have it today, and it is a 75% off one reset. Okay, 75% off one reset to celebrate the 75,000 subscribers on Top Step TV. So, and don't worry, everybody that checks in on the form will get that one reset for 75% off. All right. So we got that down. Pass it on to everybody.
Yes.
James, are you there, my friend? Oh, there he
There it
is.
is.
He's silence. James is silent today. All right. Expectations. What do you expect from yourself? Success. All right. Good things, right? Living life large, right? Yes, I expect that. Overall, a good trader revolves around discipline, risk management, always learning, emotional control, and you got to adapt. All right. Don't forget patience, too. I forgot to throw that in there. But by setting these expectations, having a journal, checking them off, following them through your trade day, you're going to increase your chances of achieving long-term success in this crazy, crazy financial market. So that's my take here. And Johnny, what would you like to add to that?
Be careful with trading expectations. For a short period of time, I had trading expectations that I was going to be able to make $1,000 a day. If I was at $990, I've always felt as though I was unsuccessful unless I got that last tick to make that $1,000. And if that next trade was a loss, that had a tendency to send me into a tailspin. So keep your expectations reasonable. My only expectation today is that I'm going to follow my plan, that I'm going to manage my risk, and I'm going to accept any outcome. That's my expectation for today.
Beautiful. Okay. I'm with you on that, my brother. All right. Without further ado, let's hit these charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
It's sounding like a broken record. Upside structure remains in the equities. What did we talk about yesterday morning? We talked about 3 down days in an uptrend. 3 black crows, I think, is what they call them in candlestick speak, if you will. And we did say, there is a possibility of something big happening throughout the day yesterday, and we had a nice pop near the end of the day. Volume increased, open interest. We added an additional estimated 38,000 contracts in open interest. And we, I believe, put in a new all-time high close in the S&Ps. So our 3 black crows, our 3 down days in an uptrend proved to be a pretty decent opportunity if you were in the right time, at the right time, and then in the right place. Remember, it is the last day of the month, last day of the quarter. There's rebalancing. We have a lot of information coming out tomorrow. We won't be able to participate. Sunday night, Monday looks like it might be a quite the show. Get your popcorn ready and make sure you're rested up for the weekend. So upside structure, 3 black crows, up day, 30-minute chart. What are we looking at today? Well, it looks today so far to be, as Deanna calls it, looking a little bit like a storm in a teacup, isn't it? We don't have any overnight inventory. We're trading, we're pretty much right at settlement. It looks like there's a chance we might open with a gap to the upside. That would be good. That would at least give us some context, some reference, and some opportunities. With no overnight inventory, if we open with a gap, can't close the gap. Gap rules say we go with the gap. Even more important than that is the late spike that we put up at the end of the day yesterday. What is a late spike? What is the old man talking about? Well, a late spike is when the market ranges for the better part of the day, and right at the end of the day, it breaks out of that range and finds momentum to one side or the other. Day before, we put in a late spike to the downside. We opened above that late spike. We dipped into it, but by the end of the day, that opening above the base of the down late spike from what was that Tuesday proved to be true. We opened above it. We into the late spike, but we rejected those levels, and price did indeed move higher. Well, we're going to be opening in or above a late spike to the upside today. What's the implication? The implication is potential acceptance of higher pricing. And as we saw yesterday, just because we opened above the base of the late spike to the downside doesn't mean we have to go straight higher. The market did come into that late spike, found buyers down there, and then we saw what happened at the end of the day. We had a big change in delta in the S&Ps. Delta was like negative 6,000 at 1.7,000. By the end of the day, Delta finished at 20,000 positive. So we saw a lot of buying coming in. That was new buying. That was new buying. That was not short covering. That was new buying, and we can see that by the big jump in open interest. 38,000 contracts added yesterday. Boom. There we go. All right. So, the profile yesterday was a normal variation day. Not a very strong low on this, but we did see the late spike to the upside. One thing I wanted to mention, if you were in the chat yesterday when we were rallying, my target was 5306. Why? It's a weak high from the 24th, from the 22nd. There's no excess here. The market really kind of targeted that. We also had a naked point of control that we ran right through pretty much. We've got another naked point of control just above here at 53.1550. And then we've got weekly kickoff high at 53.20. Are we going to see that today? Who knows? Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. The NASDAQ also had 3 black crows, 3 down days, and an uptrend. It did not fare as well as the S&Ps did. It didn't put in a new all-time high. It didn't put in a late spike at the end of the day. What is going on with the NASDAQ? It just did not perform as well as the S&P. The Dow actually had a late spike to the upside. We can take a look at that here in just a minute. I know we're getting a little bit short on time here. So three down days and an uptrend. We ended up closing higher, but not to the same magnitude as the S&Ps. Well, volume, how was volume? Volume was good. We added 6,000 in open interest, but nowhere near the magnitude of what happened in the S&Ps. It did not perform as well. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. So I got to do these sound effects when I do this. So yesterday in the NASDAQ, we had the late spike to the downside. We opened above that late spike, and the market went all the way through the late spike and then kind of settled and kind of consolidated below the low of the late spike. We did see the market recover a lot of those losses by the end of the day yesterday and then close above the base of the late spike. The base of the late spike from Tuesday was 18,501. We closed the NASDAQ at 18,503.75. Wow, huge, right? Well, and the market still very range bound overnight, no overnight inventory, not much of a chance of us opening with a gap in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ has not been performing as well. We've got, in essence, still kind of looking at a potential bull flag here. I didn't put the trend line on the downside here because this is a longer time frame trend line that we kind of looked below yesterday and then rejected. The profile yesterday was a normal variation B shape, which would indicate long liquidation, but that is not supported by the increase in open interest. No normal variation day in the NASDAQ, no late spike, no gap this morning, no runs, No hits, no errors, nobody left on base, and it is the ninth inning. All right, so here's crude oil. Crude oil, we've got we're up near the upper extreme of the area of balance. We can see the area of balance. Basically, last week's low, weekly kickoff high, previous and last week's high. What's our high in the overnight session here? 8260. What's weekly kickoff high? 8260. Interesting area. Interesting area for us there. We lost 5,100 in open interest yesterday, coming off the lower extreme. Probably got too short in the hole. We took out some shorts, back to the center. Now we're testing the high here. Balance to breakout rules apply here. Balance to breakout rules. When we're in balance, the play is fade the extremes. Sell against the high of the balance, buy against the low of the balance. Breakout, if we see meaningful participation outside of the area of balance, we are told we should go with it. These are basic rules. Of course, nothing ever seems to happen exactly the same way twice. And when you get the right answer, the market's going to change the questions. Basic kind of rules for balancing breakout opportunities. The profile, well, here's the 30. Let's do this. Let's do this, and then we'll get moving here. Let's get moving. All right, overnight inventory to the long side. Hey, how did that get up there? 8280. Oh, it did go through there. All right. Well, apparently the market opened pretty much right at weekly kickoff. Overnight inventory to the long side with a gap up against an important inflection level. Interesting area here. It would appear that the opening range has been left at the dead ass high. No, it did take out the high of the opening range, now kind of pulling back below that important inflection level. What are all these overnight longs looking for? They're looking for continuation. If they don't see continuation relatively early, yes, that is a subjective term, they may bail out in some of those positions. And it seems that that is kind of what is happening now. They could bring price all the way back into this congestion area here, which does offer opportunity for us. The profile yesterday, normal variation, day, weak high, not a strong high here, but we're already above that. Interesting opportunities in crude this morning up against that weekly kickoff high. All right, so gold recently rolled to June. We saw, we're seeing some pretty decent upside moves here in short time frame. We've broken out of the medium time frame area of balance here. We are now holding above weekly kickoff high. Weekly kickoff high 22.25. Market opened above it. It is spending time there. Part of acceptance of price, when price is advertising at a popular level, it is going to stay there. It is, we're spending time there. It is showing signs of acceptance. The June contract high, an all-time high for the June, is 22.4660. This purple line right up here. That would be a decent upside target. I would be looking probably for some sort of a pullback back to the weekly kickoff high for an opportunity to limit my risk. Here's the 30-minute chart. All right, here we go. No gap close yesterday. Very narrow range yesterday in gold. Didn't really do much. Just kind of hung around, and accepted higher pricing. Overnight inventory is long. Starting to see a little bit of those longs liquidate because they're not getting what they're looking for. They want this thing to go to the moon. If I'm long, I want this thing to go to the moon. The minute it looks like that's not going to happen, I'm going to get out. And there may be a whole bunch of them doing that right now, which could be, maybe, quite possibly, just enough to bring price back down to 22.25 weekly kickoff high, where I can limit risk. And not only that, look where the famous VWAP is. 22.25. Right there. Interesting spot there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Yeah, sorry about that. In your trading today. Let's get ready to rumble. And okay, make sure and please remember, always pray for peace.
Pray for peace. That's my buffer. He's getting ready to rumble. All right. Hey, folks, like I said earlier today, we got lots going on here. That was opening call, by the way, if you're just joining us. Coming up here in Fast Markets, just a little bit, Andre, Dolby, Hoag, Jack, Robert, JD, Anne-Marie, Mick, Elvis, Prince, and many, many more. We're going to join Fast Market. Power players, Andre, Robert. We're going to have Austin Silver going to join us for power players. And Rip's going to be with us here the afternoon. Group coaching with JD and Hoag. Wow. Okay. Johnny, meet you at the open bar right after I grab some breakfast at the open buffet. We'll be right back here. Don't go away. We are, yes. I'm still living it. I'm living large today, my man.
Good.
All right. We're going to take a little time out. We'll be right back. I promise. And we're back here. Yes, indeed. Let's get our ponies in the gates. Down, boy, down.
It's getting attacked.
Oh, what an amazing
what was
start
that?
to the day.
Gosh, we're trying to trade today, people. What was that thing? Holy moly. What a day.
Andre, you okay over there?
Get off of me.
Love it.
God bless this thing.
All right.
Sorry about
Well, we got the markets opening up already here.
Yeah, we're open. All right, sorry about that. Oh
Ding,
my
ding,
God.
ding, ding, ding.
It attacked me. Damn thing attacked me. Whew. Okay. Here we go. Let's get back to business. My goodness.
TradingTainment was attacking you.
I got a feeling that thing's not going away today either. So we might see more of that guy later throughout the day. This is 75 for 75 day, everybody. Welcome to TopstepTV. Here at Fast Markets, what we got here? Oh, we got Johnny, we got Anne-Marie, and we got Dolby time. This is a cool little foursome. Let's have fun today. John, what are we looking at moving forward here today? I see we're above 5,300. S&Ps, NASDAQ just dipped below 18,500. So big day. Dolby's keeping an eye on the Dow. Let's do this. Johnny, what are we looking at for? I'll just do what Michael says. Where's our levels at?
Well, in the S&Ps, I mean, it was a kind of a narrow overnight. We did not open with a gap. We don't have any overnight inventory. We're, basically right at settlement. VWAP is flat. Everything about this morning is saying don't do the opening range trade. We've got the high from yesterday above in the S&Ps. We've got 53.50 and a half, which is a naked TPO point of control from the all-time high day right back here on the 21st. We did open with a late spike. Well, we opened in a late spike, which is usually in the S&P is acceptance of a potential acceptance of higher pricing. But that doesn't mean price can't come all the way back to the base of the late spike, which, by the way, the base of the late spike this morning is 52.94 quarter. 52.94 quarter. It's where we broke out in the last 30 minutes and we rallied like crazy people all the way up to, well, 53.06. If you remember that yesterday, Andre, that was a week high here from the 22nd. The day after we put in that all-time high. That week high was my target for the upside move yesterday. We had the three black crows, three down days in an uptrend, and we see what happened at least in the S&Ps yesterday, dude. What's going on with the Nasdaq? If somebody could please tell me that. I can't. We had the late spike on Tuesday. We opened above it. We traded below it, came back in, and finished the day right at the base of the late spike from Tuesday. That base of the late spike from Tuesday, again, was 18,501. Overnight inventory, we don't really have any decent overnight inventory. We're seeing some sellers coming in here in the regular trading hours. I think we've left the opening range at the high of the session in the Nasdaq. Yes, opening right in the middle of the range from yesterday. We don't have a late spike in the Nasdaq. To me, this all of this is saying to me, Andre, Anne Marie, Dolby, is better trade locations are probably going to come later on in the session. Now, you did not take the opening range trade. Right now, the opening range is the high of the session in the S&P and in the Nasdaq. The Dow did put in a late spike to the upside. Here we go. Yesterday, and the Dow opened above the late spike with a gap. Opening range the low of the session. The Dow is just really the shining star of the equities right now. The base of the late spike in the Dow, I'm going to call it at 39,995, 39,995. Basically, 40,000 is the base of the late spike. We could pull all the way back down to that level and still be putting up a positive day. Anyways, as far as I'm seeing it with the look at the view app on the Nasdaq, flat in range now, testing value. There might be a value acceptance or rejection play in this. Here's what that would look like. So here's yesterday's range, right? Here's value high, a TPO value high. Look what it just put. Just look where it just put in its low. So there may be a value area rejection play to the long side here because it's not showing any interest in going back in to value from yesterday. This is yesterday's profile. Here's where the Nasdaq got back to the high when the S&P and the Dow were putting in a late spike. The Nasdaq did not. It left the opening range at the high of the day for the entire session. The Nasdaq did not perform as well yesterday. We see value rejection off the value high from yesterday. That level, Andre, is 18,459. 18,459 is value high from yesterday. It's currently being rejected.
Thank you. Real quick before I want to get Anne Marie's and Dolby's takes on what we're seeing. We're seeing a bit of a divergence. Dow staying bid, Nasdaq selling off hard. S&P's not quite catching up to where the Nasdaq is. Real quick though, Eddie, what do we got for eco numbers? Because I took a quick peek and we got a lot on the calendar today. Eddie, what do we got?
Yes, today a lot of meat on the bone here. Just a heads up here in about 9 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Chicago PMI, it's going to be a big number, 45.9. Expectations 44.0 was the previous. So that's going to hit the wire here, quarter two in about 10 minutes. Also, we do have our Michigan inflation expectation, consumer expectation. Scrolling down a little bit, we've got in about a half an hour pending home sales, net gas, and Baker Hughes rig count today. And I think that might be it. I think so. But I'm eyes on the prize. I'll keep an eye open. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Eddie will keep us updated on all those numbers as they do hit the wire. Anne Marie, I think we were talking about this earlier. In one of your segments, I want to say Strategy Lab, you guys were talking about the divergence that you see in the S&Ps, the NASDAQ, and the Dow. I think we're seeing that a little bit right now. What are you seeing with the action? The Nasdaq being the leader to the downside. I guess the Dow finally caught up. But right out of the bat, right out of the gates, we saw the Nasdaq selling off. What are you looking at in terms of Nasdaq action today, Anne Marie? And welcome, by the way. Good to see you again.
Great to be here. I love spending time with you guys, and I learn something about the trading landscape every time I listen to each of you, because I'm my core value as a human, I think, is that I'm a sponge, and so I love listening to all the different ways that people look at the market. It gives me so much insight. So just before I started talking, I covered a short, and the short that I took was close to the open of maybe 4 or 5 days ago. I can't, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago. So it's like Friday. And I took it off of the top and sort of covered it because I didn't want to be distracted. But something very interesting, notice on the left-hand side over here, these are daily charts. And, we talk about Dolbyisms all the time, but something he said last time we were together stuck out to me in such a way that it really changed what I was willing to put on my chart to show. So
Really?
he said, hey, if you're putting on lines on your chart and you're not trading those lines, you need to reassess what's going on. What kind of work are you doing for yourself? And me, I put up a lot of things and I go, ooh, that looks interesting. It's sort of how I am if it's time to eat at DoorDash or anything like that. I go, okay, that looks fun, that looks fun, that looks fun, that looks fun. And my checkout has got like 53 different things on it. And I go, nah, you don't really want to eat that. Yeah, you don't really want to eat that. And so I realized I was doing that in my trading, in my charts. I was like, that looks like an interesting line. I'll put that there. Looks like an interesting line. I'll put that there. And then when Dolby said that, I went, there is some really simple wisdom there. And honestly, the simplest wisdoms are always the best wisdoms. So take a bow, friend.
I was going to say.
Unshaved, you and your shaved self.
That was fun.
But anyway,
let's call it a day, Dolby. Let's call it a day. On that note, Dolby is out of here.
I already won. That's so great.
So, but here's what I noticed in the Qs, in the NQ. All our big spikes are getting sold off. I mean, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And all our deep dips are getting bought. And so what's happening is that here's what we have to do. The reason that I said, wow, I'm taking this short in the YM is because I notice across the board, even though things are disjointed, they are coming off their highs and they are coming off their lows. So the sweet spot a la cheap trade is right in front of my face. I just have to wait, for that particular bus to come by so I can get on it. And this downward motion in the NAS, it's still a buy the dip formation, just like Hoag was saying with Mick the other day, those 3 black crows. I looked at them. I don't even ask me the name of one single candlestick thing. I'm like, I know what a doji is, but good grief, the rest of them. I know what a Maribozu is. That's the one without any wicks at the top and the bottom. But all the others, I have no idea. So I've seen that 3 black crows many times, and I've got it in my head now. But by tomorrow afternoon, it'll be gone. And I thought to myself, well, wait a second. Is there anything else that's saying we could buy the dip? And it's this moving average here. It's the exponential 10 on the daily, and it comes in. It crashes through the level, but then as soon as it holds it, you start to go with your buys. And so today, I suspect we have a megaphone that bills during the day. I expect that we have potentially lower lows and higher highs, but that we end up collapsing for the close of the candlesticks in the middle. So I'm looking at the edges to participate, and then I get out at the middle and I just sit on my hands, which is why I had hoped that trade, I knew I was going to take it. I'd hoped that it would happen during the open when we were all together, but it happened prior. So you saw it on when I was there. And then, I've covered, and it's not a bad thing that I've covered because now it's just stalling out. And so that's what I really think. I've got another one waiting way up there at the top of the edge if it comes out and presses forward, because, we're going to have low volume today. So it might end up being bullish. But I tell you what, it's not going to stay bullish at the top. We're not going to close near the highs. I'm willing to bet, I don't know, maybe a back tooth that nobody can see. Yeah, I'm willing to bet a tooth. I'm willing to bet a tooth that.
Never heard that as a wager.
Yeah, you always got to be careful.
My goodness.
Well, Dolby time.
Yeah,
Dolby time. My man, my partner, Power Hour partner. Wow, you got the roses thrown at your feet already today. Take a look at the Dow. I know it's the new darling at TopstepTV. Oh boy, we saw a big bounce off VWAP in the S&Ps. NASDAQ turn around hard. Dolby, what have we seen over in Dow? Do we keep in mind we have a number in 3 minutes? Eddie will chime in when we get those numbers. But the Dow is kind of just chilling by VWAP right now. Hasn't caught the bid as much as the NASDAQ and S&Ps are. But how are we feeling about the Dow today, Dolby? We're above 40,000.
We are strongly above 40,000, and it seems like Amazon's probably pretty happy that it joined the Dow. I'm actually trying along in the Dow at 40,167, just a one lot. I do have some bids stacked below that. It is the market state, in my opinion, is changing. We were doing really, really well last week with range-bound trades. Obviously, I went on vacation. It seems like the market state has changed a little bit, and things are starting to get a little bit trendier. And so that means I have to adjust my range trading. So my system is now going to be a little bit different. So if we are going to be doing uptrends, then essentially the formation that we're going to be looking for is the stair-step pullback formation. I think I don't know if I have the savvy right now to draw it, but essentially we're just looking for pullbacks, buy higher lows, lower highs, things like that. So I can just do a little basic one, but this would be what the new thing we're looking for is this right here. So this little formation, right? This was resistance right here. Hold on, man, my charting is weak today. And then that would be kind of like the buy. So if you're gonna be trading like ranges, then you want to see it kind of go up, pull back, break through, and then resistance becomes support, or vice versa. And those are the entries that you're going to kind of look for if you want to adjust from trading like a true range where you just short tops and short bottoms. Yesterday on Power Hour, I did take a losing trade. That was essentially the anatomy of a losing range trade in an uptrending market. So you always get filled on those losing trades because you're always going to get run through, and you might not always get filled positively for the trades that you do want to get filled on. You might not get it pulled all the way down far enough for the entry. So got to adjust a little bit, but we're doing that now. So that is kind of my attempt here to get long 40,167. All right. Kind of see how we have this little 5-minute stair step up. It kind of pulls back, finds support, and then so on and so forth. So we're going to switch it up a little bit today.
All righty. Good stuff, Dolby. When Eddie gets those numbers, he will let us know. I think we did see a peak. Eddie, you got them?
Yes, nothing hit the wire yet here. Chicago PMI coming in here right now. Chicago PMI coming in actual 41.4 on the Chicago PMI. They were looking at 46, so lower than expected.
That's a miss.
Yes, miss.
That is a miss. Interesting. Okay, good. Market's not doing too much. Yeah, good for rates. Okay, there you go. Bad news is good news.
We do have a number coming up here, top of the hour also. So just a heads up on that. And the Chicago PMI here just coming out. So
very good. Take a quick look at, we got a heavy tilt here in NASDAQ. 82% long, 83% long NASDAQ. I'm looking at nothing else. 73% long in the YM, 69% long in ES. So everyone's long the equities. heavy long tilt in the NASDAQ as we do catch a bounce. Boy, that sell off right off the opening bell, Anne-Marie, that was vicious. Like you were saying, buy the dip. If you bought the dip, you are sitting pretty right now. We are seeing 80% long bias in the NASDAQ. John, S&Ps, now we were talking about that opening range trade. I believe you did not take it. I don't think it would have worked. That was really good.
It wouldn't
you
have.
sit on your hands with. Good job.
It wouldn't have. And, Anne-Marie said it, I said that I think the best, she's looking for the market, the range to expand throughout the day, but for it always to kind of fall back to the middle. So, what she said is, look to the edges for your opportunities.
Yeah.
Dolby, great trade. The market, the Dow opened with a gap. It closed the gap and found buyers there. That was a really good trade. That was a really good trade.
This is a great day. What did I do to deserve it? This is so nice.
Dolby's feeling it today.
This is awesome.
So these PMI numbers, anything below 50 is retraction. It's a slowing of business, which, as Anne-Marie said, that might be viewed as positive for cutting rates.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So now we're seeing this little pop here. The NASDAQ is still just right in range. The S&P is testing to the high of the extended session yesterday. We've got that naked point of control that we talked about as a visual target above 53.50.5. That is a naked TPO point of control, and obviously we're only 6 ticks away from it. So you could call that a visit of that, basically. I'm just doing what Anne-Marie said. I'm staying cool. I'm going to let the market establish an early range, and I'm going to work the extremes of that range.
Cheap trades, Hoag.
Yo.
Cheap trades. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Hey, I want to show you something here. This is a practice or a trading combine account. The live account I have is not attached to Comex, but we had weekly kickoff high 22.25, and we've got VWAP at that level. We talked about it this morning on the opening call. A push back down to that level could be a really nice opportunity to limit risk. So in this practice account, I've just set it here to buy it right at 22.25, even with a 20 tick stop, and we'll keep an eye on it and see how it plays out. But I mean, you've got everything. You got an important inflection level. You got VWAP, holding basically, slanting higher, and you got that important inflection level there. So we'll see how this plays out. I may have to get Comex data on this live account, because that just looks like a great opportunity and a cheap trade, because we've got an important level, and if it doesn't hold, we're out.
So I might end up getting filled on a couple more here in the Dow. We'll see.
Yeah,
I haven't taken any profits yet, but we are still in an uptrend. I keep on looking at the other indices like it matters, but I don't know if it even does, because it seems like they're just
they don't.
They have a mind of their own right now.
They don't.
Yeah, they don't.
So,
they're moving very disjointed.
I mean, CL's coming down, so I mean that should relieve some pressure, I guess. But I don't even know if the market cares about crude oil yet. Probably not until it's like over $100 a barrel. Will it start making headlines?
Yeah. I would agree.
Yeah, we've got 82.60 weekly kickoff high in crude. We took one little look above it before the open, and since the open, it's been just kind of coming off. A lot of overnight longs.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm looking to get long crude oil, I'm looking for a pullback, probably into this congestion area.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go, NASDAQ moving to the upside here.
But right here, I've got to be short up against this weekly kickoff high.
Right. Yeah. Hoag, do you feel like the market state's changing a little bit? I feel like a lot of the trades that I was leaning on before just weren't crushing it as easily as before.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I'd say, do you think market state is changing at all, or is it just like this week is a little bit weird?
Yeah, no, I certainly think that the market state is changing a little bit. I mean, if we're looking at the daily chart, obviously, the equities are still in a long time frame uptrend. You can just see it. Here's the daily, but it does seem with as disjointed as Anne Marie calls them, as disjointed as they are, and the way the market has been acting up against these highs, it does seem like that there is potential change in the wind, and that doesn't mean that we can get a deep pullback. It may just find an area and consolidate. I mean, we spent a month consolidating in here.
Yep.
I remember that. It was the end of the year, end of 2023, right?
Yes.
Yes, I remember that. It was frustrating. Some people love that market state. They're able to trade it. You got to adapt to it, like Dolby's saying. But I think the market state has changed a little bit. Some of the trades that were working 3-4 weeks ago aren't necessarily as profitable as they were then. So we adapt.
Yeah,
look at this. I mean, look, you got the Dow selling off here. NASDAQ almost near the highs. S&P's a couple bucks off the highs, but the divergence is. Anne-Marie, we said it doesn't matter. So should we just not pay attention to the three? That's not the question I'm looking.
Okay, so
keep in mind, keep it in mind, but like you don't put much stock into the moves. Then, what did you mean by that? They don't matter.
So, for me, I've always tried to keep things really simple, and I bumped into a lot of people that said, "Hey, listen, these guys run in tandem. If you see these two that are moving up, and one is lagging, or one is moving up and two are lagging, they eventually converge to move in the same direction." But for me, I have just always simply traded the chart in front of me. And so I will look at other things, and I will pay attention to things like volatility. But at the end of the day, I am just staring down the chart in front of me for the one that I want to trade. And so when I say, hey, listen, don't pay attention to the indices, to think to yourself, hey, this one's moving up, so this one should move up, or this one's moving down, so this one should move down. They literally are moving in extremely different ways because their contents and people's relationships with those contents and their opinions are very different. Everybody thinks that tech is going to rule the world. And so we ran tech up, right? Isn't as from the low in October, like, I don't know, some bizarre number, some huge percentage event, greater than the rest of the others. And so this is what we're seeing right here is rotation. Small caps had a really nice day yesterday. The NQ didn't have a nice day yesterday in general. So they're rotating out from one into another. It's not like they're pulling cash out of the market, because the goal of your financial advisor is, hey, you got to stay fully invested because I need my 1% or whatever it is that they got on the management.
No, you're spot on.
No, it's exactly right. So you don't leave your money in cash because they don't get paid that way. And so they're going to rotate from one place to the other. And people are going to say, oh, look, that's the RTY is breaking out and XYZ. At the day, this is the kind of environment where you trade the chart in front of you. And don't think one thing, because the NAS is moving up, then the ES will move up or the Dow will move up or anything like that. They are each marching to the beat of their own drum because plus it's a portfolio rebalancing day. End of the quarter. Rebalancing event. I have friends that go on holiday for portfolio rebalancing. So I think today is going to be very tough trading overall. Very, very tough trading overall. It's going to move further to the south than we think. It's going to move further to the north than we think. And it's very likely to change direction on a dime. So, but that's my thought event there.
And Marie, you got to trade the market you're looking at.
Exactly.
right? Here,
Exactly. And that really is
Andre.
the only one to trade.
Yeah.
Don't focus on anything else. Yes?
Now, if you guys can
Glossary.
look at my screen here. Okay, yeah, that's going to fit. So this is market correlations, right?
Love this thing. Yeah, Johnny, let's do it.
We got
cool.
a 90-day correlations. Look at the correlation between the equities. You got NASDAQ and YM at 93%. NASDAQ, S&P and YM at 94%. That's on a 90-day correlation.
Mhm.
We go to the 60. We're still pretty much in the 90s as far as the correlation is concerned. But if we go to the 30-day correlation, what happens? 82, 74. The markets are not as correlated in this time frame as they are in the longer time frames.
Yeah.
I dropped the link.
What is that?
I dropped the link to that
bookmarking it.
chart, John. Yeah, John, tell us what we're looking at, that chart. I dropped the link to the
Okay,
chart
this-
in the chat here.
This is
John showed me this.
This
It's good
is
stuff.
I got it from Mick, actually. This is just a correlation. It kind of calculates the percentage of correlation between different markets. So you've got, you can see the 30, the 60, the 90, the 120, or the 180 day. The further out we go, the more correlated they are. 30-day correlation is coming apart.
Wow.
Yeah, I definitely bookmark that. That's good stuff. Chat, I hope you
Yeah, it
bookmark
is.
that too. That's super cool.
Threw it in the chat there. Yeah, check it out. Gives you real ideas to what's correlating and what's not correlating. John said not correlating as much as it used to be. So that chart just goes and proves it. So what we're thinking is being cemented by the actual facts and objectively by this chart. So we dropped that in the chat there. John, good stuff. We've got two minutes till. We got a couple big numbers coming out here. Eddie, make sure to Morse code in there when we get these numbers. We got U of M coming up and pending home sales. But in the meantime, Dobie, you still long in that Dow?
Yeah, I probably shouldn't be though. You said that sounds like pretty big news.
Yeah, we got pending homes and U of Michigan coming out. They have been known to move the markets, although that PMI was a miss and we caught a bid, but tricky trade.
Kind of want bad news though, right? Don't we kind of want bad news because then the Fed will step in?
Anne Marie, bad news is good news. Bad news is good news. All right, I got to keep my bad news is good news hat on, but yes.
I mean, if that's
got about a minute here.
Thank you.
Check your platforms. Make sure you're flat, folks.
Yep. Oh, great advice. Flatten all, cancel all. At least cancel all. You want to write a position in the number? That's on you. Yeah, John, that chart's good stuff.
I enjoy trading Power Hour. I feel like so much has gotten settled by the time Power Hour comes along. That like first half hour, first hour of this with all like the news releases and everything. It's like, it was a mess.
Yesterday's price movement surprised the living daylights out of me. I did not expect the power of move that we saw. I expected a move, just not with that level of power. I literally was thinking to myself, man, I'm really glad I didn't put any trades in there because I might have been short. I was just sitting looking going, holy cow. Yeah, it was pretty impressive.
It was insane. And yesterday confirmed for me that like, we might be in a different market state because I need to switch up my system and switch to the stair-step system for like hitting in entries.
Real quick here, University Michigan sentiment final 79.4. Right now, being higher here, the numbers expecting here, higher expected should be taken as positive for the U.S. dollar. And this number is part of the overall index. Also, we do have home sales coming in here at 75.6. We also do have University of Michigan condition final 82.5 and the expectation final 77.4. Coming up here in about a half an hour, we got natural gas, and at 10 o'clock Central Time, the KC Fed manufacturing. Back to you, Andre, Dolby, Anne-Marie, Hoag.
Thanks, Eddie.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a shoulder shrug of those numbers. Dolby time, you're saying that Power Hour, everything's kind of been played out. Everything makes a bit more sense. I would tend to agree. We got all these economic numbers, economic releases, speakers, order matching, a lot of various inputs coming into the market that can pull it in different directions. By the time power hour comes around, the narrative has kind of been settled. The trend has been established. And we also have that delta reading that we can kind of lean on at times. Speaking of which, John, can we get a delta update real quick? I know we're seeing
Yes,
up move here at the S&Ps.
course.
Thank you, John.
Positive 1900 in the S&Ps, and in the NASDAQ, positive 2600, congruent with direction.
Thank you.
Mhm.
NASDAQ started to put up bigger numbers than the S&Ps.
Yeah.
All right.
Catching a bid too.
Yeah, here we go. Dolby times Dow is catching a bid here, trading
Yeah.
just above VWAP here.
We're doing good. Doing good.
Stay strong,
Yeah, so
Dolby. Stay strong.
I'm trying. So I have a 4-hour range high at 40,180, and then I have just kind of like a weak potential resistance at 40,194 in YM. So I do want to see if we can break out of this range on the 15-minute. So we're going to hold this for a while. It is something I do want to get better at, because part of being a range-bound trader is holding the position until it gets out of range, because that's where the juicy stuff is. So we might end up leaving a lot of money on the table, but I think the better trade and the more disciplined trade is just to let the system play out and just let this formation resolve. And it hasn't resolved yet. So we're going to wait. It needs to either get above. I'm at break even right now, so we're risk free.
No, not you. I'm talking about someone who might want to follow you as we're listening.
Oh, my stop is at 40,148. My stop is at 40,148. Okay. My entry was 40,146 on 5. So we didn't take a ton of risk. We were basically just buying all the way down to, let me see where my last entry was. Our last one was at quarters? 40,000, I think, oh my God, 139 was our last entry. 40,139 was our last long that we took. So that was the end of our 5 accumulation, and then everything else has just been kind of good momo since then. So we're happy about that. But before that,
negative delta in there too.
Oh, I guess that's bad though, isn't it?
Negative delta in Dow.
No. Yeah, it's negative 505, almost 600. So you've got sellers that aren't succeeding at pushing price lower.
Oh, good. Well, yes. I hope they keep on failing. But
yes,
we did get a rejection.
I'm with you, though.
We did get a rejection at 40,180. So we'll see if we end up testing that again. But my stop prior to that was at 40,134. So just below kind of that pair of 5-minute candlesticks. And our total risk on that was about like 300 to 320 for that trade. So 5 contracts, 320 of risk, pretty defined as far as structurally defined risk. So I think it was a good trade, but an example of how I've had to kind of change up the system a little bit, because since you are in an uptrend, the ranges change. So you just got to kind of tilt it in whatever direction you're trading.
Yep.
So yeah, we'll see. We haven't really made any higher highs in the Dow, because we did 40,200, and then we did 40,194, and then 40,180. So we are getting some downward pressure, and kind of like a semi-long term, everything since 830. So we'll see if we can rally here, but I might get stopped out for break even, which would be unfortunate, but it's worth it.
All right, more buyers here in the S&Ps. Just about 3 ticks off the highs, 53.15. Both S&P and NASDAQ, a couple ticks off the highs. Like Dolby's Dow is trading, lagging a little bit behind. But as Anne-Marie said, it does not matter just yet. But they will start trying to trade in tandem, so to speak. Eventually. I guess there's 3 of them, some more in tandem. But eventually they'll kind of catch up to each other. But right now, it's best of luck to you, Anne-Marie. You kind of just sit on your hands and wait for that correlation to get together, as John's chart said. But right now, it's kind of just wait and see here.
Anne-Marie, is this your screen?
Yes, it is my screen.
You're short?
Yeah, I'm short the NAS.
Okay.
Nice.
And again, what I'm trying to do is get up near the wicks and the closes. So my position is not a great one that I would want, but it is my second contract was at 18,530, I think. And then this one here, I suspect it should pull back into 18,506 because my thought is that the algorithmic traders are just going to go back and forth.
Mhm.
And we're going to have rangy, awful looking charts. And so we either get on that edge and then, like Dolby said, you just wait it out. You just wait it out. Manage your risk and you just wait it out. And, I've got a sell way on the top there at the Dow that's waiting. And for the buy, 14,140-ish. What was the close yesterday?
Settlement.
14,145-ish, something like that. Yeah, I don't know.
Settlement was 18,503.75.
503.75.
No. I mean for the Dow. I was thinking about Dolby's trade.
The Dow.
I'm flat, by the way. I got stopped out.
What?
Yeah,
Really?
Oh yeah,
Lame.
went to break
Back.
even.
I know, right?
Lame.
Yeah, break even.
Yeah.
Plus $6. It was break even.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna try to get
Well,
long
the great
again,
thing for
see if it
me,
runs deeper.
Yep.
I got to tell you, my momentum indicators, they always, for me, if I'm looking at something and I see a chart selling off of its top edges and my momentum looks like it's cresting over, I'm going to try and short it. And if I'm looking for a long, I want it to come into VWAP, heavy congestion, just get really noisy and nasty in the space. But my favorite thing is when my stochastic is way at the bottom and it's started to turn up. Those are the things that I look for. I'm such a picture book trader. I'm going to get out of here. I'm such a picture book trader that I really, well, that was way too early, that I really just go, oh, where are those? Okay, that's turning up. That means, okay, now I just got to look for price. And so really, I was such a bad trader, but I wanted to get better so badly that I said, all right, look at something really simple where you could go, okay, well, what is that picture telling you? And I began to layer my knowledge base like that. And when things get into an extreme space, like the topping formations in these stochastics on the 5-minute, right? The Dow is on a 15-minute here. But when it gets really high up there, the first thing I start looking for is wicks. I go, all right, let me see some wicks. And then I put in a Keltner channel here today to sort of help me approximate what a VWAP channel might be looking like. I'll be in hog heaven. What is that term that they used to say in the South when I was a kid? Like a pig in slop, only another S word.
Something like that.
So
I was wondering if you were going to say that,
I was wondering. That's how I'm going to feel when the VWAP channels get to TopstepX. I'm going to be so excited. But I put the Keltner up there to go, all right, now I need to see rejection of that channel. And it's going to tell me, hey, listen, this is rotating down. Now, it's never 100%. If it were 100%, I would say, Dolby, here's what I'm seeing. So I'm not really sure that's what it's saying. Sometimes it'll turn right around and move because at the end of the day, the daily formations are very strong. The daily formations are, look, this thing is moving straight up. It's telling me they're going to buy. But when my momentum is this low and I've crossed down into the middle bands that are supposed to keep them squishy, that's, for me, I'm going to say, you know what, too much risk there. I'm sitting on my hands. I just want to move up a little bit at a time. And this, honestly, this is a major shift for me in terms of trading inside of TopstepX and the TopstepX community, because in full transparency, I'm a little bit of a gunslinger, right? And
Ooh.
so because I have been fortunate enough to choose wisely and have a stack of cash that I can trade with, it has been, I could double down, triple
I
down,
like it. I like it.
quadruple down until it, ripped a hole in my neck. But that was a rare event, right? And it eats up all of your profit. But when you get on a roll and you're 8, 9, 10 days swinging big, it's awesome. Enter into Topstep X, you're blown out of combines and blown out of FXAs. Me, totally. No discipline under confined dollar amounts. And this is the truth. As much as we hate to hear it, the more money you have, the easier it is to make money.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a fact. In
Of course.
every aspect of the world, the more money you have, the easier it is to make money, because the drawdown, one, doesn't affect you psychologically in any real dramatic way, unless, you're going all in on margin or something absurd like that. And so coming into something like Topstep X, it's said to me, listen, you have got to change if you want to operate in this way and share with people how to operate positively in this way. And it's been, it's been a long learning event. John has had to tap my shoulder a bunch of times and go, hey, maybe you ought to stop with the moron trades. And so all those sorts of things that say, hey, you've got to learn to focus in an environment that has got boxes around you. And so it's been slow going, but now that I got it, it's really, it's fun. And you can just, it's amazing if you just go, hey, I'm just going to make 3 or 4 good trades in this area. Let's see what happens. I'm going to wait for it to come to me. Your thing doesn't look like, right? It starts flattening out and not giving you so many peaks and valleys, which will, mess with your head. It will mess with your head. So I don't know why I went into that long diatribe. Just to tell you guys, listen, I sucked so bad. And then I had enough money that when I stopped sucking, I could still not be completely disciplined and just ride my gravy train along. And so the reason that I love getting to spend time with you guys is that I literally see my skill level advancing and getting a little bit better every day. I don't know. It's intoxicating to me. I love the intoxication of getting a little bit better every day. I just love trading. I do.
Well, speaking of getting better every day.
Oh, James Hart. Well done, James.
Nice.
All right, here we go.
A little background behind the scenes. I'm not Jack. Jack has lost internet, so you got me for fast markets. Jack is working to restore his internet, so hopefully you'll hear those sweet, sweet tones of Seth MacFarlane soon. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and move into our Series 3 question. Here we go.
The
Hoag, you want to
Series
slack
3
me the
zone.
answer? Yeah, if you want to
Okay.
slide me the answer, Hoag, I'll keep your tally. We got a tally going, so we'll make sure it counts.
Oh, shoot.
I'm probably not supposed to say
John's been
that, but we have a
smoking.
running tally behind the scenes. Here we
Really
go.
good.
A long futures position in a commodity established on a certain exchange may be offset by selling the same futures on A, any other exchange trading that commodity, B, any commodity exchange, C, the same exchange, or D, any CFTC regulated commodity exchange.
Hold on. Let me read it for one more time. These get tricky. Long futures.
James,
Okay.
I just opened up. I just slacked you, and I forgot about that picture that's in there. We'll have to use that one day.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put it here in the. Boy,
Andre,
even
what are you
distribution in the poll. Even distribution in the poll, but I did happen
It's
to
a good
pick
question.
It is a good question.
All right.
I got
Let's
mine.
move on. Here we go. Everyone's locked their answers in?
Yeah.
Nice. Here we go. And the answer is.
I said A.
C.
No.
You were correct. It's C.
Damn it.
Just the same exchange? Oh, thank God you're taking this test, not me.
Yeah, to offset a position, it has to be on the same exchange. To hedge, it can be on a different one.
Oh, there it is.
Read the damn question.
Dang
Read the damn question. Job, Johnny. Johnny is locked and loaded for this test.
Man. We need to get the Vulcan mind meld going.
Wow.
I can't.
Offset, not hedge. Yep.
After 40 years in the industry, I think I would know all this shit already, right?
Yeah.
I don't. I
don't.
don't.
Yeah, and then they change the wording. Offset versus hedge, hedge versus offset. Come on. Yikes. Well, at least you're ready for it, John.
Yeah, they got me yesterday with one of the wordings of the questions. I didn't read the question. You got to read them twice.
Yeah,
you got to read them twice.
Yep, and I'm flat in that YM.
What?
That YM long. So I'm down.
What is the pre-market low? Whoa, what?
Whoa, I think I saw something.
What was the pre-market low in the YM?
Pre-market low in the YM. Sorry, I don't know. That's a good question. Probably, what is this?
4,576? Oh, YM. YM, my bad, yes.
4,086? We did that yesterday. I don't actually know, Anne-Marie. It's not even a level I look at. I have no idea.
The overnight low was 40,093.
93.
Okay. That's what I'm looking at. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, that's all right. I have my 4-hour range low there, so I'm in the ballpark.
I like that.
It's all ranges. Everything's a range. Either a range or a breakout.
Taking a look at Till here. Nothing really showing until 69% short crew. We haven't given much love to crew today. Boy, another $1.30 range, so maybe a little wider range than what we've been complaining about lately with market stock and D. Hopefully she's able to capture some of the profits. John, what would D do right now? We created a new segment earlier this week.
What would D do?
I think she'd be hands on the butt right now. This is not the most ideal trade.
I think D would be short up against the weekly kickoff high at 82.60, looking for a overnight inventory adjustment. It did just trade down the VWAP, so she just took off part of her position.
I like this.
This was the rate. This was the trajectory that was mentioned in the beginning, and when you were talking about oil this morning, right, John?
Yeah,
there she is.
You're actually talking about it coming in.
Oh, it's trading the gold. Trading the gold.
All right. Well,
how is gold looking today?
It's still kind of just holding around weekly kickoff high 22.25. It's currently trading 22.26 and a 10. D, we started a new segment here. It's what is D doing, and I'm guessing what your position is at that time.
I like that.
WWDD.
There you go.
What would D do?
Yep. Speaking of not trading levels, so my long ended up touching that 4-hour range high almost to the tick and then rolling right over. So I
should have held my short.
Yeah, I got chopped up looking at levels in between my important levels, and I missed the cheapest trade of the day, which is a short off of 40,180 on the retest. Instead, I was long, like 40,140 or 40,130. It's like that's in the middle of the 4-hour range. So it'd be more value oriented trade if you went short at 40,180 or waited very, very patiently for a long around like 40,100 but this is diddling in the middle, as they say.
So, do you think your focus on the 5-minute chart did that to you?
Good question.
I think it was drawing this uptrend line. And typically, I don't really do them, but I was trying to like work
Yeah.
bids up along this to see, but I have more faith in horizontal lines than I do
And you
in
should.
diagonal ones. Yeah,
Yeah. And you
because if you
should.
just
Because
yeah, you go ahead.
no, there's literally, if you've got several points in a range, there's literally an infinite number of trend lines that you can draw.
True.
But if you're looking at
yeah.
low points and high points, there are very few horizontal lines that will match. So
Yeah.
they tend to be much more robust in terms
Yeah.
of decisioning.
Yeah, and you can just see, like, I'm on the 4-hour chart now, and it's like, you just see how strong that is. It's like, there's a little breakout candle that failed, came back in within range, tested it, failed to get back out of range again. So now we're just floating, back in the middle. But there's no reason to expect it not to go back down to 40,100 again to retest it. But you do kind of see these higher lows on these 4-hour bars. But
Yeah.
who knows how long that lasts for, if at all, because that can all get undone in a second.
Anne Marie, these S&Ps and the Nasdaq, I'm not really watching. Yeah, even the Dow. I mean, they're really wicky along the tops there. If we get a pullback up near
Yes.
there, I'm looking short.
Absolutely. And they're wiki down below, right?
Yeah,
And
which is kind of what
it's
you said
just
earlier, right?
yeah.
And
They're just shaking weak hands out all day
Yep.
and making
it
money. Or today
looks.
is,
I mean, if you looked at the overnight and then into the regular session today, it's a megaphone. You called that this
Yep.
morning right on the open. You're looking at, it's probably going to be a megaphone. It's going to be expanding, coming back to the middle, expanding, coming back to the middle.
Yeah.
This is the Nasdaq, and what Anne Marie was talking about is if we were to put trend lines, no trend line, across these highs, it's expanding. If we were to put a trend line across these lows, it's expanding. That is a megaphone. Hard to trade.
Yeah.
It's the stop runs.
Not
Beast.
ideal.
It's just stop runs. I mean, it's
Beast to
I think
trade.
days like today, and I think like yesterday and the day before, when like the market starts changing personalities, I think it's really easy as a trader to start beating yourself up because you start putting on losing trades and your system doesn't work. And it's like, no, you're not a bad trader. Just review your journal and kind of understand the market has shifted. It is doing different stuff. You're not a bad trader. You just haven't quite adapted yet to whatever is going on in the market. So it's very easy to feel out of sorts in these sort of trading days. And probably the best thing to do if you don't feel comfortable is just to not trade.
Don't trade it.
And then just wait until you have a full week and things get kind of back to normal again. But these are days that can kind of kill your mental capital and your ego.
For sure.
Because it's just everything feels awkward.
And the thing is, we can't help but look at our performance and go, "Oh, you suck," if it's a bad day, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the key thing to realize is that the world really wants to step on your neck, and so why should you step on your own neck, right?
Agree.
In terms of saying, listen, don't be giving yourself such a hard time about XYZ. And if a trade turns out that you made money or a trade turns out that you lose money, that shouldn't matter. The question should be, do you have a strategy and a process that you executed well? Because if you've got a good strategy and you execute it well, what's going to happen is you're going to start focusing on process and not worrying about anything else, and the money will follow you. 100%. If you think of any uber performing athlete, what does he focus on? Or she? They focus on process and the discipline of execution. That's all you need to focus on. Don't focus on anything else but that. And of course, within that process of execution, you're managing your risk. Listen, you can think about the best trades ever, and they are going to go sideways on you because the market is a place where anything can happen. You have to be comfortable with, hey, you know, somebody just dropped a bomb someplace else and the market goes crazy, or somebody does something and the market goes in the other direction. So get comfortable with whatever happens is going to happen. But what I know is I waited for the bus. I got on exactly at my stop, and my risk is managed. So it is what it is. And literally that's what you did, Dobie, as you were setting up. You said, all right, it's sitting here. If it loses that zone, I got to go flat. And that just happens. You have, and then sometimes you're just going to look at the market wrong. You know, the beginning of the day yesterday, I was like, holy cow, you can't see anything. I took a break, came back and went, all right, let's try that again. And just be comfortable leaving your desk. You know, the buffet's open all day long.
Very good. Very good. All right. Well, guys, we got about a couple more minutes till EIA Nat Gas here. We do have some housekeeping to keep up with. Real quick, we got almost 5,000 people watching right now on Topstep TV. Please hit that like button. Please click subscribe. Speaking of subscribe, we got hit over 75,000 subscribers. Therefore, we have 75% off one reset coming to you guys today. Just so you guys know, we're celebrating 75,000 subscribers today. You need to be in good standing with TopStep. Make sure to sign up with the same email you use for your trading combine. All right, so please be patient. You know we're going to make you good. We're going to take care of you. You guys quit trying to spam the chat so much. People are trying to talk trading in that chat, and everyone's just asking fire drill this, fire drill that.
Good luck.
We know we created a monster. We created a monster, but we appreciate you guys coming. Let's keep it to trading, trade ideas, news headlines, anything that comes out. Let's keep the chat pro trading, pro markets, and we'll take care of you for that fire drill coming up sometime today. It is the last day of the trading week. With that being said, James Harden filling in for Jack with the news pack. James, how we doing, man? Good job back there, by the way.
Good. Thank you. You know, every time you say we've created a monster, I hear the Eminem lyric.
Eminem.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Because nobody wants to see Marshall no more. They want Shady. I'm chopped liver. Anyway.
Wow. Well done, James. Go, James.
Do a talent show sometime?
Well done.
I went to a public school. Schadenfreude fans, eat your hearts out. Today's the day. Sam Bankman is going to be sentenced today.
Wow.
We got this screen grab on Twitter. The prediction, most of you will think his sentence is either too long, too short. Very few of you will think it's just right.
Yep.
So,
you might ought to tell people what Schadenfreude is.
Yes.
It is a German word meaning the pleasure derived by someone from another person's misfortune. I learned about it through the musical Avenue Q. All right, moving on. I have another story provided to us by our producer, Danielle. Do you live in a pancake state or a waffle state? The endless debate that divides households, ruins friendships, and makes my girlfriend walk out of the room. Which one are you guys in? You want to hear the top states?
Well, what's Illinois? Yeah.
Unlisted on this, according to this article. Okay. They only list the top 5 based on Google search results. So they take all the, like who searched waffle pancakes and then filtered it by state. Waffle states are Minnesota, Utah, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. Pancake states are Hawaii, Utah, Oregon, Alaska, and New Hampshire. Don't ask me why.
Is Utah both then?
Very interesting.
Utah's on both.
I was
on
New Hampshire.
So is New Hampshire. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good places to get some breakfast.
Anne
Marie, what are you? You a pancake gal or a waffle gal, Anne Marie?
Well, I'm kind of a snob about the pancake. It's got to be just so. And I'm also a snob about the waffle. But if you head to Florida, Monkey Waffle, fantastic place. Crunchy on the outside, soft and fluffy on the inside.
free plug for Monkey Waffle. There you go, Monkey Waffle. You owe us some breakfast. All right, James, what do we got?
I got one more for you, and I've been saving the best for last. The most important, if you haven't heard about this yet, the new Cadbury bunny is Louie the raccoon from Florida. That's right. You've all been asking. We think about it every day, but the 2024 winner is Louie the raccoon.
How about it?
When Jack's not here, these are the kind of stories I bring you. I'm sorry. Anyway, back to you, Andre.
No, you can't just throw that in my lap, James, like that. He throws a grenade in my lap and just bounces.
Who the hell cares?
Oh,
look at him.
Is a raccoon. Go figure. What a time to be alive. God bless Louie and Danielle. I agree. Yes, over 5,000 people. Please hit that like. Please hit subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more we give away. So, yes, but appreciate you guys kind of cleaning up the chat a little bit. Fire drill is coming. Be patient. But let's stick to these markets right now. I was starting to see a bit of a sell-off here. Dolby. I've been long the S&Ps this entire time now. We're not really getting some movement to the upside. I'm thinking about maybe just getting out.
Yeah. Sometimes the market just doesn't move.
Doesn't go. Nothing's happening.
4-hour range.
Yeah.
You got 500 on the bid. You got 500 on the bid down at 5304.75. Andre.
Yeah.
We got Gunslinger Calamity Anne Marie here, and
love it.
There's just not that much going on. We're not getting the pullback I'm looking for to look for shorts above. We're sitting right at VWAP, right at settlement, no overnight inventory. This is not the day that I was looking forward to.
What happened?
I don't get to pick.
I know, but end of quarter, short trading week. We got PCE and Powell tomorrow, but who cares? I mean, we've got to get some action in. There'll be something.
It's time to start drinking.
Wait, have the basketball games started during the day, or are they in the evening now?
We got baseball. Baseball is opening day today, Anne Marie, in the States. Baseball starts today.
No, but March Madness. This is second week of March Madness.
Good call. There is March Madness.
I'm going to stack some bids in this YM, but I'm also going to head to the exit here because I'm on a rotation. So we're going to bring in Robert here.
We're doing a line shift.
Well, line shift, yeah. So I'm gonna check out. I'm still gonna work this 4-hour range in the YM. I think it's a juicy level. So I will update chat, but I am going to hop off, and Robert is going to hop in. So chat, I will see you later. Make sure you manage your risk and stay tuned because I heard there is a fire drill later. And Marie, of course, pleasure to see you and have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. I will be back later.
See you later, Dolby.
You soon.
See you, Dolby.
So. Interestingly, there's a huge yen trade that's going to expire tomorrow. A lot of people are talking about it, and they're super concerned that we have some sort of currency scary over the weekend. And so, is there currency futures that we're looking at here that we can maybe trade, or is the futures, all the futures exchanges just completely closed?
Wait, what are you asking? I'm sorry.
Oh, so there's a big yen carry trade.
Right.
Well, it's not really carry trade. There's a big yen options trade that is set to expire, but it's sitting very close to where it goes in the money. And of course, all of these guys sell the options for income. And the question is there an instrument that we could trade tomorrow, or are we completely
tomorrow?
All of the currencies available in the futures market closed for us? I'm guessing the answer is yes.
Yeah, well,
but I don't know.
Yeah, their futures are all closed.
Everything's closed, John?
CME futures are closed.
Yes, CME. Okay, everything's closed.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Right back. The NQ is right back at the close of yesterday. Right there.
We did get a nice bounce off. Yeah, big nice bounce off VWAP there in the S&Ps. Got long off that. Eurox futures too. D saying, thank you, D. See me says FX closed. Yeah, I think everything, all the exchanges here in the States will be closed.
It's so bizarre. They have so much news coming out tomorrow on a holiday.
Right?
I never have remembered that in all my days of trading.
Interesting.
I've not known a time where that was the case. It's so bizarre.
It is bizarre, and I'm wondering if it, especially the Powell speech. I don't know how much they look at the, I'm sure they're looking at the calendar, right? I don't know. It is interesting.
Oh yeah, no,
Such
I know
importance,
they're
which-
looking at the calendar.
Yeah,
it
PCE.
It feels sneaky. If I'm going to put ball in my
Ooh.
tinfoil hat, it feels sneaky.
I like
I have
it.
a couple of tinfoil hats in the drawer.
I do too, Anne Marie. I do too. For real. Why would they do it on a Good Friday when they know the markets are closed? Maybe they got some.
Yeah.
Maybe they got some bombshell left. Anyway, so obviously you have to pay attention. We'll have the day off tomorrow, trading wise. You got to make sure you know what the numbers are. I did see CNBC is still covering the PCE number, which I found interesting because typically they'll shut down the entire network for trading days off, like tomorrow. Uh-oh, who's at the door?
Bing bong.
Bing bong is right. Who we got? Who let him in? Oh gosh. Oh, it's one of those again. God bless it. I thought we got rid of those things. Get it. Who is that? Jesus, man. These things
It's a
are
rock and
ruthless,
sock and
Anne-Marie.
robot.
Get it, Robert. My goodness. Destroy that thing. Yeah, good. Body slam that thing. My God.
Oh, was that a
Fighting with that
Chewy right
thing
there?
all
We just
morning.
can't
My
shake this thing.
goodness. But look,
Oh, what do we got there?
75,000 followers.
Dude, I love the backgrounds.
That's amazing.
I almost
that's what
tuned
we
in to
got.
see what the
Party
backgrounds
time,
were.
party time, party time. Ugh. How's
What's
everybody
up,
doing
Robert?
today? These fast markets aren't so fast. I took a short, so everybody knows. I'm going to close my short. I put it on here as a short on YM. It was 40109. I played the break. Hate to jump right into talking markets, but that's what we're here for. And it went down. It did take the break. It dropped quickly. I added a second short to it. And I swear the moment I clicked short for the second time, it just skyrocketed it. But we're going to hang on to it a little bit and hope we can get a couple more points out of it, and then we'll call it there. We're all just kind of bouncing around today with a lot of stuff going on. Market Stalker D. Rob just rage quit. Yeah, no, I'm rage in about half hour. I'm going to rage quit too. But we're all going to be coming in and out. Anne Marie, how you doing this morning?
Robert coming in high. I
Doing
like it.
well. Excited to chit chat YM with you. See what you're seeing over the bigger picture, and then maybe talk a little bit about. Are you using Renkos or range charts, or what are you using? What are you using when you trade the Dow?
Well, big picture, I'm still learning it because I was NQ for a long time, but now switching over to Dow, and looks like we've got a posse following us into the Dow now. It's so the rotation I've noticed is similar to the NQ, so I use a 3-minute time-based chart. As we pretty much all know now, I don't like to trade with time candles. My favorite is range bars. They're not on Topstep X yet. So the second best thing was Renko. And the reason I like that is because I want to know where the prices are. I don't necessarily care how long they've been there. So if we have a high of day, does it matter if it's on a 1 minute, 5 minute, 30? My opinion, right? It's just what I do. The Renkos on the left-hand side are 5 points each. So every time you see a red block, I know that it covered 5 points. Another 5 points, and then it's going to go green. It's going to close that 5 red, and then it needs to go 5 more to make a green to actually change direction, which is a total of 10. $5 a point. It's $50 on every rotation per contract. So that's the way I look at it. I just like it. To me, it makes it a little bit easier for my logical brain here to think about where are those levels at. To me, it just makes it clearer, and boy, I don't want to say the word easier to trade because it's not. Maybe a little simpler, and my Occam's razor approach. Simplest way is usually the best, and that's what I'm all about. Doesn't mean you're right all the time, and not by any stretch, but that's what I like to do. So that's what you see on the left-hand side, and I am using 5 points for that. So we'll see what happens. If this goes up any higher, I'm just going to get the hell out of the trade, and we'll see what happens. So yeah.
So my understanding is that the Renko actually involves a different measure of plotting than the range bar. And some of that plotting involves another calculation. So it doesn't quite give us exact pricing.
That's correct. That is correct. So let's take that picture, Anne-Marie. And you're very right on this, which is why I like range bars better. Let's just make it really crystal clear. We have the top of the market right here, right? This is what it's showing on these Renko bars, these Renko blocks actually. It's showing these to you right here and say, well, we can look at this. If I mouse over it, let's say it's 40,230. That may not be correct because I have these plotting every 5 points. So this could have gone up 4.5 points, came down to where it is, down the 5 of the green, and then down another 5 to plot the red, which means I could have been stopped out if I was 4.5 points away on the high end of this. And we look at it like, damn, you got an order right there and it stopped out, or you got an order there, it got filled, whatever it's going to be. So yes, you are absolutely right. It is only going to plot once that span has been reached. So it could let's just go different. Let's say these are 20. Let's say they're 20. That means it has to go 20 more before it plots another block. If it goes 19.5, comes back down to 19, back down to 20 for the green, back down to 20 for the red before it plots a red. So yes, they can be, they are fake. Okay, that those high levels. The blocks are not fake. Every time you see a green, the price actually moved in those 5 points, but it could have gone further or lower depending on your direction. So yes, range bars don't do that. Range bars, if this was a 5-point range bar, if it goes 5 points in a tick, it simply closes that and starts another green one. So they're a little more accurate. They'll get there. We'll have them, but this is the this is what we have right now to work with. So we're going to stick with it.
So in that little squishy bit that we see when they rotate up and down, when do you know that you've got a real rotation? So let's say you're just looking at price action and look at the two M's that are going down there like that, right?
Okay.
You know, the ones in the middle, that kind of an M, whatever, wherever. How do you know? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. How? Okay, so for me, the difficulty I've always had with these is because it is a calculation and a sort of a amalgamation of motion that gives you approximate. Yeah, that's my 50-cent word for the day. Amalgamation.
Good word.
So it's got the it's got the actual movement is sort of clumped inside of this space. Is that the reason that you use such a small Renko setting? And then secondly, off of that small Renko setting, are you when do you know a chart has broken down off of a level or is holding a level? What is do you do it just like support and resistance with a regular chart?
You do it pretty much good. So those are super good questions. When you see a bar, I'm going to point to one right here. Let me grab my little drawing tool here. If I'll get this correct. Here we go. Arrow. Let's point to one right here. I'm just grabbing one in the middle. We know that this price was at least at 41.95, 41.90. It had to pass through that area. What we don't know looking at the static chart is if it went to the area, went up almost 5 points, and then down 4, then down 3, then up 2, then down 4. We only know that once it reached 41.95, that it actually made it to 41.90 because I have them on 5-point blocks. The reason I chose 5 was because it has to go that 5 back and then 5 more before it changes direction for a total of 10. Dow being $5 a point, 10-point move, that's a $50 move. I know that if I use 2 contracts, it's a $100 move. And if I want my stop $200 away, I go back 2 blocks. So that makes it simpler visually. Okay. So this one, if I move my arrow, this green one may not be accurate. We know that it was at least at 42.05, and we know that it went to at least 42.10 because it printed a green block. We don't know if it went to almost 5 points further before it reversed and then reversed and reversed. We do not know that. So if I go, let's, for example, I look and I say, hey, you know what? Here is a pivot. I'm going to put my stop right above this pivot point. And the market comes back up there. I could very easily be stopped out, go the other direction, stopped out on a short, go my direction of the short, and have these blocks not reach that line because you're not going to plot until it finishes that 5.5 point, in this case, setup. That's the only reason. So I look at these and say, yeah, this high price may not be an accurate price, but I know this price to this price, and I'll say them. I
What are the
know
prices,
that that's
Robert?
accurate because it would go down. Right. I'm sorry?
What are the prices?
Yep, gonna list the prices out. So I don't know if this level at the high of 42.30 is the highest or not. It could have gone up further, but I do know that the range between this one, 41.90 to 41.85, I know that it passed through because a block was printed right there. So we can continue that over and say, well, all right, we made it to that same 41, 41.90, and we made that. But what we don't know
190.
is if it actually went, 41.90. We don't know if it went to like 41.94 before it reversed. That's what we don't know. These are not scalpers' dreams. These are not, let me buy in. Oh, it's moving my direction. Let me get out. That is not the case. This is just giving us a little different look to say, where are these areas of potential reversals, potential support, potential resistance, not linear, not a line, but a zone area, because we know we have around we have 4 points to play with. So it can go, it's a little bit worse if you're using a larger Renko. So if I was using 20 as an example, and it has the option to go 19 before it actually goes and starts changing direction. And that can hurt you if you're using these. So I keep them on a smaller block size to give me a little bit more granular look. Now, if you couple that with a traditional chart, a time-based chart like this, you can actually see, where I drew those lines. And that right there on the left-hand side, we have that little green spike going on there, and it's clear as day. Yes, we went through that area, but look at what we did. We actually went up a little higher. We went up exactly like I said to 41.94. The top of this block was 41.90. So it actually did do exactly as I said, which is not a setup. I didn't realize that. But it actually plotted, and it went actually up another 4 points, not 5. If it did, it'd be another green block. So it went up 4, down the 4, down the 5 of the green one, down another 5 of the red one. So that gives me a total of 19 points, potentially difference that I could either be right or wrong on that trade. They are not a scalper's dream. They're not designed to just jump in. It's a really cool way of looking at overall market direction and potential reversal areas. Now, if we increase the block size, it just becomes a little clearer, and I'll do that really briefly so y'all can see what it looks like. I'm going to change my block size from 5 to 10. I'm simply right-clicking on the chart. I'm changing my 5 box size here to 10. And it's going to reload it. And we can see this blue line right here, if you can see it, right where my cursor is, that is the overnight level. That is the overnight open, 5 p.m. Central Time. So you can see how it's just visually right here. It's a pretty good area to say, that's a potential support area. Right in this area, right in this range, because I'm on a 10 now, so these literally could have gone down this 10, down 9 more before it came up, recovered, and continued on. So we're going to have a little bit of a buffer zone, a buffer area, and that's how they look for it. It's just, to me, it looks a little bit clearer. Do we know 100%? You know, of course we don't. But if I look at it, and you look at it like, well, this is a pretty interesting area right there. Area of interest. That's all. This is my right here, right where I have my target. Pretty interesting area. So I don't know. It's to me, it's just a simple way to look at it. A little bit more basic, a little cleaner. And I like my range bars. So
I love that, Robert. Well, good stuff, man. Coming in hot, coming in prepared, coming in with knowledge, information.
I got some sleep last night, Andre. I texted
yeah,
you,
man.
Like, I don't get much hours, and y'all are in for it today because I got 7 hours sleep last night instead of my usual 4. So I am on fire today. Hopefully the chat's ready for me. We're ready for them.
All right, take a breather real quick. We got a little, like I always say, we got a little housekeeping. JD, if you're there, I think we got some hot streaks. I think we got some charts. I think we got another leaderboard. JD, my man, happy Thursday. What's up, JD?
It is Thursday. We're coming in hot. Not quite as hot as Robert. I stepped away to study for the Series 2 for a minute. Did I miss the fire drill? Whoa.
Come on,
Too
dude.
soon?
Why do you do that? Stop doing that, dude.
Yes,
Here goes
you
the
did.
chat. Good
You
job,
did.
JD. Good job, JD.
All right, let's hit those hot streaks.
Series
Throw it
2.
up, James. All right. We have a couple traders returning to the list today after a couple short breaks. Benjamin was new to the list yesterday, made it on for another day after 18 days of winners. Michael T is back to continue a streak after a short break. Peter is also back after a little time off and now has 23 days on his run. Jacob is still hanging in there with 26 consecutive days of winners, and our leader, Alexander. After commissions and fees yesterday, Alexander was only up about $10 on the day. Not a huge number, but it was just enough to hold on to that hot streak and hear his name on Topstep TV one more day. Nice job, everyone. All right, let's see yesterday's best P&Ls for the live funded accounts. More familiar names today. Aaron with $1,400 trading the NASDAQ. Isaac put up $1,500 in the ES. Michael took home $1,900 trading the ES. Matlin with $2,300 trading the NASDAQ. And our old friend Venkata pocketed $4,000 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Nice jobs all around.
Our old friend. What's up, JD? I like it.
We've got a chart pattern if you guys are interested.
Absolutely.
Love it.
Let's learn.
Sweet. So yesterday we talked about the bull flag continuation pattern. Today I want to talk a little bit about the bear flag continuation pattern. Just a couple quick notes on it. Here we can see the basic characteristics of the bear flag. The sharp move lower, the flag, which is the flagpole. The flag itself, which is a period of consolidation where the price forms sort of that rectangular pattern sloping against the direction of the flagpole. In this case, it's pointing higher. When this pattern is confirmed, it signals continuation of lower prices. Now, there is a reason why I wanted to talk about the bear flag today. You might remember yesterday I mentioned that these technical patterns are not foolproof and do have a tendency to fail, especially on those lower time frames. And we got a great example of that at the end of regular trading hours yesterday in the NASDAQ. Ooh. Shooting over to my charts. Thank you, James. All right, so here's a 5-minute chart of the E-mini NASDAQ futures. Here, it looked like we had a textbook setup, right? We have this, let me get my pen out. We have this spike down right after regular trading, or right after the 8:30 open, almost 200-point move after regular trading hours open. There's our flagpole, right? Then we have this period of consolidation here. It's a slow grind higher on lower volume, you see down here. Then we have a breakout right here. On what looked like a small boost of volume right at this level. It looked like a little increase in volume at the time. Look what happened, though. We closed below this lower channel line, 2 consecutive bars with a little increase in volume. It looks like selling pressure has resumed, and it's a textbook confirmation to get short. But it wasn't. It turned into a classic head fake. Prices ripped higher into the close. Now, we mentioned that these... we mentioned yesterday that these lower time frame setups for these patterns are typically not as reliable as the higher time frames, and the market kind of proved us right on that with yesterday. Again, this is a 5-minute chart we're looking at. When we switch over to our 4-hour chart, we see that there's still a pattern in play, which we talked about yesterday, our bull flag pattern. So you can see the difference between looking at that 5-minute chart and just a 4-hour chart. Bull flag is still in play. Bear flag on a 5-minute got played out. We switch over to a daily chart now. We've got a couple different patterns actually playing out here.
The longer the time frame, the more reliable the pattern is.
Exactly. Longer the time frame, more reliable. Again, now we're switching the daily chart. We see a couple chart patterns in play here. Here's our bull flag that we mentioned yesterday. And look at this. We've got a classic double top pattern here that we mentioned on, I believe it was Monday, right?
Yes, we did.
We have our 2 peaks separated by our trough, which is basically our weekly kickoff low. Confirmation of this double top pattern could potentially take prices in the NQ down to 17,300. Let's not hold our breath on that just yet. But you could see, again, just reaffirming what Andre just said, longer time frames are a bit more reliable than those shorter time frames. So keep that in mind when you're tracking these chart patterns.
Good stuff.
All right, that's what I got for you.
Good stuff, JD. Eddie, if you're there, that was really interesting. Eddie, what do we got, man? This is a big day for us here. 75 for 75, Top Step TV. Eddie,
a big day.
Good to hear.
Yes.
How you doing, Eddie? What's up, buddy?
Good. I'm glad to jump in here. We are celebrating 75,000 subscribers. That's what it's about today, the 75 theme. And you got to be in good standings with Topstep. And of course, make sure you sign up. Now, listen up. Make sure you sign up with the same email you use for the trading combine. Okay. It's going to happen. So it's going to be happening soon. Don't run away. Okay. We're going to be doing this very soon here. So stay tuned and quit the spamming. My goodness, people. Also, some of the traders here in the chat call it roast my trade report. We call it analyze my trades. So we want to have, if you want to have our risk manager, Mick, analyze your trades, please submit your information. We're going to put the link here up in the chat for a unique opportunity to gain feedback about your current trading. So that'll be that. And I think that is all I've got. Back to you, Andre.
Oh, it looks like Andre was taking over. He's probably dealing with his
away.
His little toy over there. I know mine just attacked the hell out of me. That thing's been a pain in the ass all morning. So Andre's probably dealing with his tied up somewhere. I don't know.
Speaking of unique,
caught me.
Yeah, speaking of unique, Andre,
caught me.
I got a joke for you. How do you catch a unique bunny?
How do you catch a unique bunny? How do you catch a unique bunny, Eddie?
You sneak up on them.
No.
Oh, God.
Oh, my. That's a granddad joke right there.
How do you catch a tame bunny?
That's a granddad joke.
How do you catch a tame bunny? Tame way.
Oh, come on.
Dad joke for the day, folks.
I appreciate it. You caught me. I was fighting with that doll. I was fighting with that inflatable doll behind the scenes here. But yes, thank you for that, Eddie. How do you catch you?
Look, when Jack hears the clip of you calling that an inflatable doll, we're going to have a whole other group.
I walked into that one again. What do you call these things? What do you call? God bless it.
Oh, I think they're called
no, Dolby.
Wind,
No.
Wind,
My mom's watching.
They're called wind puppets, I think.
I just walk into these. Yeah. Good job. And then Anne-Marie calls it out. Anne-Marie calls it out just so in case someone missed it. In case someone missed it, here's Anne-Marie to remind everyone. Thank you for that, Anne-Marie.
Oh my goodness. Did you ever see Lars and the Girl?
No, Lars and the Girl. No, I have not.
It was with Ryan Gosling.
Okay.
And he had a blow-up doll that was his girlfriend. And he brought.
Oh yes, I did. I remember that. Yeah. I remember that.
It was hilarious.
Ago, yeah.
I enjoy watching film where people are trying to deal with awkward moments because I've lived my whole life as an awkward kid, so I'm super comfortable with awkward. Mm-hmm. But most people aren't. And so I will laugh my face off when I'm watching things like that. And it was so funny to me. It was hilarious to me.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah, you just got to sink into it when it gets awkward. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Just having a lot of fun with that. Ooh. Thank you for that one, Anne-Marie. I owe you.
I'm so sorry. But
no, you're not. No, you're not. You're not.
Well, I kind of am. I kind of am because I know that Jack is going to take it way over the top.
Indeed.
I would imagine.
There's a lot going on today. Like I said, we've got over 5,200 people watching us at Topstep TV now. I know I sound like a broken record. Please hit that like button. Please click subscribe. We got to get to 100,000. Wait till you think we're giving away something now for 75,000. Wait till we get to 100,000. Wait till you get to 100,000. We got nice giveaways for that. We got about an hour left here on Fast Markets. I hope you guys are enjoying the new Fast Markets segment. We've expanded it a little bit. We will have a mini shoulder tap coming in here shortly. Take a look. All right, we got crude moving to the upside here, trading Well, 7 cents off the high at $82.73. Nothing showing on tilt so much. Just doing a brief recap of the markets. Nothing really showing right now. I did get long. I was long from 08 quarter in the S&Ps. I sold at 12s. So take a little profit there. Don't tell the boss I was trading during fast markets, but it was a good setup. So I had to take it. It was just a one lot. I couldn't help it, but it did not distract me. I stayed with it. Almost 5,300 people now watching. Guess what? It's coming soon, folks. But be cool in the chat. Let's focus on the trading because that's what we're here to do is trade, make money, and be there for each other. So, Robert, you're talking about the Dow and you're talking about your levels. So you took a short. How'd the trade go that you came in here with?
Well, I closed it out for the reasons being that once the Renkos flipped direction and then broke up into that second level area above, I wasn't going to let it go all the way to my stop, which was something like $500 away. I just got it up and out of the way, so I didn't get wicked out of anything. So it got up to that area. I ended up closing it. It's at a minus 285. So it took the short low once it broke below. It kept going with it just printed those blocks, bam, 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 right in a row. So I added right into that. And the second I added into it, it went the other direction, just kind of hung around, then started printing blocks in the other direction. So I just got the hell out of the trade. And it's actually worked out. I'm comfortable with taking that loss because, and now that's going back in my direction again, as it usually does. But I'm comfortable with it because it was right in that area where things started lining up. Those blocks started lining up all the way across the entire day, up to and including the close of yesterday. So I was comfortable with saying, I want to get out of this. The irony being, we're not fortune tellers. It went to that area, I closed out, and now it's actually heading back down again. I'll wait one more time for it to pull back up into that same area, and I will re-short it again. I will also short it again if it comes down below. So I'm going to talk about the area being 40,150-ish on the Dow, in 40,100-ish on the Dow. Those would be my two short areas. I'm not looking long today, at least right now.
Very good, very good. Good stuff, Robert. Dow's starting to see a bit of a sell-off here. Everything else kind of trading quietly. It is shortened trading week, so should be some more. All right, that's coming up to VWAP right here. We have VWAP at 18,498. I think we got someone ready here in the waiting room. We do have everyone's favorite shoulder tap segment. Bring them in when you guys are ready.
Put me in, coach.
Oh, I hear him. There you are. What's up, Mick? You and me, man. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I'm a little banged up from basketball last night. We got taken to the Bulls game by plus 500. Really nice group of guys, and I wasn't expecting to have a fast-paced scrimmage, so realized how out of shape I am running around.
Yeah, we did that in January. Was
Bill Wennington there?
Bill was there. He was the coach for our team. We did whites and reds, Bulls colors, and he was the coach. I got a compliment from him. He's got a fabulous mustache, and he complimented me on mine, and we were going back and forth on who's got the better one. I was telling him he had the better one. He was complimenting me on mine. So that was a ton of fun. And then they kicked Indiana's butt last night too, so that was awesome to watch.
They did. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Well, you'll be on the mound. We got a 3-day weekend here, trading wise, so you'll be able to rest up for a big Monday. Monday's April 1st is crazy. All right, Mick, let's jump right into these cards. What do you got, man? What are you seeing there?
Let's do it. So I really want to feature one trader today. We called him up from XFA to live yesterday. Ben, our other risk manager, called him up because I had to cut out earlier in the day. Let's get Jason's card up here. Jason's got some good stuff here. Take a look at this. Average daily P&L, $846. We called him up in really short order. He only spent 12 trading days in this XFA before getting called up to live. Been with us for a little over a year, trading out of Oklahoma. He's been funded before, and obviously funded before, brought up to a live account before. More good stuff out of him. So he's on a really nice streak here. 92% winning days out of 12 days, 59% winning trades. The risk reward is really, really good here. He's only taken down small bites out of He's taken small bites out of the market on a per contract basis. You can see $85 on the winners per contract, only $45 on the losses, Andre.
Yes, sir.
But average winning day is really good. So for someone who is, taking small bites out of the market on a per contract basis, he's putting up some big days. So despite being in the 50K account size, he's scaling into his winning trades. He's taking nice profits, and he's containing the losses. I mean, there's that one losing day for $600 there. So only going, coming within 40% of that daily loss limit, which I really, really like. But their strategy, they're pretty active. There's 40 trades per day on average, which is not normally what I see indicative with the winning trade percentages, which translate to winning days. So this is really good stuff. Another thing I like too from Jason is I see a lot of traders that are profitable. They get their accounts up to $10,000. They're eligible for a payout, and then they take $5,000 as a payout. That's okay for the people that have, been consistently hitting singles and aren't risking quite a bit. And like I mentioned, Jason's not risking quite a bit here on a per day basis or even a per trade basis for that matter. But he got his account up to 10 grand and he took 1,000 out. So he's really, smart. Yeah, I mean, that's good for so many ways. We want to be regularly paying ourselves. We shouldn't be paying ourselves as much as we possibly can every single time. So 10% here, 10% there. It's really good. He's maintaining a very, very healthy account cushion for someone who takes as little risk as he does. And I really like that. Jason, keep taking the regular payouts once you get to the live account as you continue this performance. But, he's setting himself up for success, being able to weather any drawdowns that he does potentially have. We hope they don't happen, but we're all traders here. They know they come about. We know they come about. So there's just so much that I like here. And I think, despite being funded in the past, I think he's on a good path here. I think he's got a good approach. Trading aside, I like how he's managing the account with the account balance maintenance levels and paying himself. Excuse me. I think I got a frog in my.
I'll cover for you here. What I'm noticing here, payouts is a small percentage of account, Mick. Well, you get a chance to clear that throat out. What is a good percentage? Anything, 20% or lower is kind of what you like to see on your end? Like, you said account balance of 10,000, they're going to take a $5,000 withdrawal. Now their account balance of, what do you like to see percentage-wise? Just general rule of thumb.
I think 20% is fine as a rule of thumb because it's hard to really slap a number on it because everybody's different. There's not a one-size-fits-all answer there, but 20%, 10%, it ensures that you can have a string of losing days and still have ammo in your account to use to live to trade another day. So it's where we see problems is these people that are big swingers that get 20 grand, they take 10 of it out, they've got $10,000 left, and there's someone who is familiar with, risking up to $3,000 in a day. And if you're trading size and swinging big, you hit that $3,000 daily loss limit. Yeah, you're going to get auto liquidated, but there's always slippage involved with that when you've got, 5, 10, 15 contracts on. So it's those scenarios where you see 10,000 is a healthy account balance if you're trading smaller. But for those people that are trading bigger, you hit 3,300, 3,300, 3,300, 3 swings at the plate and you're out. You don't want to be positioning yourself to do that. And I see a lot of traders do it. And, all I can think of is there's a lack of planning there. We as traders, we get caught up in our day-to-day. We get caught up in the markets, but you really need to always be thinking big picture. I'm a big advocate for top-down approach to the markets themselves. But, hey, as a trader, you're managing your own business. You're the CEO of that business. CEOs are long-term thinkers. They think way down the road, and they're planning for, things down the road, really. So you need to be someone who's, as a trader, we need to be tactical in the day-to-day, but we also have to be strategic about our future plans and how we're going to look, not only next week, next month, but next year. And the people that can plan like that are the people that are going to, escape pitfalls like hitting $3,300 losses 3 days in a row to bust a $10,000 account.
Very interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Do you have another card? Or do you have another thing? Because I got one more question for Jason, unless you have another trader to bring up.
Let's do the question because I'm going to save the 2 other cards and my shout outs for when I hop on at 12 o'clock. Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay. Well, one question. We'll wrap this up. Okay. I see the 4 products trade: GC, NQ, CL, ES. as you know, as the risk department, are you guys cool with seeing that that many products trade? I know he's always like talking about find the one product you're an expert at and just drill down deeper. Do you see the 4 products traded? What are your thoughts? What's your take on something like that? Obviously, you're seeing success, so it's kind of hard to tell them not to. But your thoughts on seeing so many products traded?
I don't view 3. It's a great question, Andre. 3 products, I'm not too worried about it. I like whatever their strategy is. You can take a technical approach to the markets, or a lot of people look at price action. I'm not a price action guy. I like technicals. Mm-hmm. If there's nothing going on and you don't see a setup in gold and you see that setup in crude oil, pounce on it. I'm an opportunist, and I know most traders are. That's how we make our bones. But looking at the gold, I mean, he only traded gold 1 day, Andre. Crude oil traded 5 days. It's not a problem if you're being selective like that. If I saw that every day he averages 40 trades per day. If he was doing 40 trades in the gold, 40 trades in the crude oil, 40 trades in the NASDAQ, I'd say we may have a problem here. I'm pretty good at my attention and whatnot, but if you're that active if you're that active in 2 products, I would see a problem there. I'm not seeing that here with Jason, so it's all fine. But you could ask me that about another trader that was more active in those products, and I'd say it's probably affecting performance because I know I just mentioned I have a pretty good attention span, but I know if I get a little too active in multiple products, or in the past when I did that on a full-time basis, it's pretty tough. You're not only watching price action for the markets and what it's doing, but you're also having to, I always say, you frame out your trade before you put it on. You know where you're getting out if you're wrong. You know where you're getting out if you're right, or have a good idea of that. But, as you hold positions for a longer period of time, the scenario could change. So you also have to be analyzing, your risk and how you want to remeasure your risk reward. So on a shorter time frame, I don't think it's a big deal. When you're not trading a lot of contracts actively, it's not a big deal. But if you are, if you're holding things for a longer period of time, you got to give yourself, you got to give these markets the attention, because things can turn on a quick, very quickly. So
good stuff, man. Good stuff. Mick, that was awesome. Good stuff. We're going to see more of Mick later today. He's got a couple more cards. As he said, Mick, super strong. All right, so he doesn't see a problem with the 4 products because he's being, picking and choosing their opportunities correctly. Mick, thanks for joining us, man. We'll see you later on today.
Nice being on with you. Have a great one.
Hey, you got it, Mick. Enjoy your weekend. If I don't see you again.
You too.
Later.
Thanks, buddy.
Later. Rest up. Rest up, Mick. Oh, God, that damn... What do you call that thing? What do you call those?
I don't know. We need a name for it. Let's ask the chat. What are we going to name this dude? I know. Look at this. We have one side. We have this side. We call him Two-Face or something. I don't know. Hey, we're just having fun. We're just having fun today, guys.
Starting to see some comments here from everyone's favorite crypto guru, crypto bro, Bankman-Fried here. I made some selfish decisions. Customers were deprived of their cryptocurrency gains. This is his sentencing day, so he's going to be as humble as he's ever been today, because the moment of truth is now. So he's being very sorry about the decisions he made. Takes a stand. Yes, he's taking the stand right now as he speaks, and he's trying to be very remorseful. I don't know how good that's going to do him. All right, guys, we're on a tight schedule here. JD, if you're ready to go, let's get this in, because this is my favorite leaderboard of the day. We got the top 10 live fun traders leaderboard. JD, if you're there. Oh, there's what is that? Couldn't see you for a second there. Got smoke.
I hit the wrong button. Sorry. All right, my bad.
JD, man. JD, if you're there, let's rock, man.
Robert stole my joke. I was going to do that. Whatever. All right. I'm joking, Robert. All right, let's take a look at hang on a second. I forgot to change something up real quick.
See?
We have to put the XFAs up on. We'll do the hot streaks first, and then we'll take a look at XFA leaderboard. All right. So let's do the bottom half of the top 10 list. All right, Johnson W., who we're going to see just a minute in the XFA P&L leaders, moved into 10th place from 58th place with a nice $27,000 winner yesterday across a pair of XFA accounts. We'll talk more about that in just a second. Pin dropped about $3,000 in the live account, but still held on to 9th place for another day. Jacoby is back on the list. Jacoby was ranked number 11 yesterday. Isaac jumped a spot after a nice $1,500 profit yesterday. And Dakota rounds out the bottom end of the top 10 list. Dakota was ranked number 4 yesterday, but took, I think it was around a $13,000 drawdown across 1 live account and 3 XFAs yesterday. But he's still in that top 10 list. All right. Eddie, hit it with that drum roll.
Oh, now he's asking for it. He's asking for it.
All right, Farouz jumped into the 5th after spending after spreading about $4,000 in profits across 1 live account and 3 XFAs yesterday. Balkaran fell from 3rd down to 4th after an $11,000 drawdown across 3 XFAs. Raj slid into 3rd place. That's up from 5th place yesterday after a nice $27,000 day spread across 3 XFAs. Shangjing picked up another $2,000 and is swiftly closing the gap on our leader, Michael. Michael took a $9,000 drawdown yesterday across 3 XFAs, and Shangjing is hot on his tail. Hot on his heels, I should say.
Yeah.
This could be interesting on Monday. I can't wait to take a look and see what happens after today.
It probably is going to be, right?
All right, let's take a look at those XFA P&Ls now.
Awesome.
Here we go. Another impressive day for the XFA traders. Harvey put up $10,000 trading the ES. Ashley with $10,500 trading the NASDAQ. Matthew took home $11,400 trading gold and NASDAQ. Antonio with a nice profit of more than $13,000. And Johnson, who we just mentioned. Johnson copied trades across a pair of XFAs and pulled down $27,000 out of the gold and NASDAQ markets yesterday. Nice job.
Man.
Big days for the XFAs.
I wonder how many of them caught that big move to the upside in the equities.
Uh-huh. It's got to be part of it, right? It's got to be something to do with it. Interesting.
There's
But
a big
yeah,
move
Michael
down
R.
early. Yeah.
JD,
There's a break early and a rip late.
You called that. You called that earlier this week. They're coming from Michael R. And the gap has narrowed. They are hot on his heels. Interesting stuff.
Yes,
Cool.
they are.
It's cool to see that leaderboard, evolve and kind of play out, not in real time, but we get daily updates on it. It's pretty cool stuff to see.
Whoop. All right, I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, JD. Oh shoot. God bless. God bless. Come on. It's too early.
Button stuck. Button is stuck.
Button stuck. Button stuck. Oh, that's a button? I thought that was real smoke.
I'm gonna have it.
Oh no, here we go.
Up.
Here it is. There. I'm going to put Shorty on here.
Oh, yes, boys and girls. It is time. It is time for our, time to take a hit off the bong. There it is. Excuse me, just real quick here. I'll be done with that in a second. My goodness. Hey, it's time for Fire Drill. Yes, as we promised, it is time for Fire Drill. And 75% off, 1 reset. Now, the form is going to be live here for 15 minutes. We're going to post the link. We're going to pin it up top. Okay. 15 minutes. So we've got a little past 10:30 here Central Time. There's a link right there. Click that link, Topstep Fire Drill. Everyone who checks in on the form will get a 75% off 1 reset. Now, codes are going to be sent to you by email on Friday morning. Okay, tomorrow morning you get that email. Obviously, the markets are closed tomorrow. We don't have we have a full day today. Markets will be closed tomorrow, so you come in fresh either Sunday night or Monday morning if needed. If you signed up on the slow markets last night with Dakota, you're all set, right? Don't worry about it. The reset code will expire on April 12th, so make sure you use that before April 12th. And have at it. Good luck. Remember, we got about maybe about 10 minutes here left. Get that link. Link is up top, pinned up top. So all the best. And I think that is about it.
Smoke weed every day.
What do you know?
I
It's
can't
a
hear you. It's
party.
loud in here. This damn thing won't turn off. Sorry. Shut this thing off.
Andre, I love that thing's always attacking you.
Oh my goodness!
How does this thing get in here? My
No,
God!
no, no, no.
How did this thing get in here? How did this get in here? I had to kill it. I had to kill it, guys. My goodness. Oh boy, big fire drill. This blow up. I should never have said blow up doll. I should never have said blow up doll.
Oh, Andre, you did?
It's one of those inflatable things that you see outside the car sales, car shops. You know, the auto dealers. It's just, this damn thing, man. I'll tell you what. Should have got the smaller one. All right, guys. All right, well, we got all that. Fire drill is underway. Eddie, how long was that form? How long we got the form pinned up there for?
15 minutes.
We got it up for about another 10 minutes. Okay.
This is what y'all
got
came
another
for.
10 minutes there. No pushing, no shoving, no kicking, no screaming. Everybody gets an opportunity for 75% off one.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. All right, Anne-Marie. I haven't heard from you in a minute. Anne-Marie, what are you seeing in the markets? Have you taken a trade since we talked to you last?
Well, I actually did. I took a trade in oil on the topping formation. But I closed it as it came into the VWAP. And so that's really the only thing. Everybody else is very quiet, right? So I took it on the topping edge right there. And again, it's that sweet spot, the cheap trade. Because momentum was moving up, I suspected that I would only be able to pull back a short bit. So it was just a quick snap trade that took me down into frontline support. And these channels are just holding things fairly tight. I don't know how much oil action we've got in the near term. I get the feeling that, nobody wants oil to be higher coming into November. No, nobody, right? Doesn't matter what party you ascribe to. Nobody wants it to be higher. And I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
What were you trying to say there, Anne-Marie? What were you trying to say there? You got caught up in the air there. I know where you're going with it. It is an election year. It is an election year. Of course, it'd be advantageous to the incumbent to keep oil prices lower and the stock market higher. Obviously, we've seen that cycle for as long as we can remember. So I know where you're going. It's not being political. It's strictly fact. We don't trade the politics. We trade the economics. As a trader with us said about a decade ago, they said, don't trade the politics, trade the economics. And that made so much sense. And I know where you're going with that. So I appreciate that. So we'll keep an eye on that crude trade. John, I'm on here for about 5 more minutes. You guys are going to take it from here. But John, we got any? Okay, see, the Dow's coming up to VWAP here. VWAP at 40,149. Robert, was that one of your levels, 149? I feel like I heard you say that earlier today.
That was Dolby's number. That was his average entry.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you. 149. Dolby, if you're in there, please let us know. John, up and away here in the S&Ps, kind of, I guess, but 2 ticks off the highs. We got 500 lots sitting here at 53.15. That would be the high of the day. So we got a 500 lot to the upside here. We got still about 5 hours left in this trade. What are we thinking moving forward? I know we got to be patient. We got to be disciplined. But what do we think? Why are you laughing? What was so funny about that?
This is the profile for the S&Ps. It's a $10 range, 10-point range, right? Mm-hmm. So as Anne-Marie was talking about earlier, she's looking to see any range extensions fail. So what I'm trying to see what happens now is if we can push up above the initial balance and then come back inside the initial balance, that might be a failed auction along the highs here. And that's when I'm going to probably get into this market, is if we do see some kind of a failed auction above the high of the initial balance. What are we looking at here? We've got about 4 minutes before the next bar opens. So if we can pop above that initial balance and come back inside in the next 4 minutes, that would probably trigger a short for me. But I'm kind of, this is a cheap trade up here because it's at the high of the day, but I want to see a little bit of range expansion, that range expansion fail coming back into the range, and then see a rotation back to the downside. Because of how small the range is, you really have to be choosy with trade location. I saw D talking earlier, when the market is kind of narrow like this, when it's not real rangy, it makes trade location even more important, right? She says if you don't get good trade location, it'll come back and smack you in the head. I think is the way she put it. So yep, I'm just going to see if we can get some range extension and see that fail, and then I'll look for a short. But it's kind of, again, contrary to the trend here. We've got VWAP tilting higher. It's been pretty much respected. So I got to make sure if I'm looking for a short, it's a cheap trade, and see money, take money.
See money, take money. Very good stuff. All right, guys. Well, that does it for me for the time being. We got a big segment coming up for power players. So I'm going to do a little prep for that. Meeting with Austin Silver. I'm not going to go over the whole schedule today, but very important power players. So I'm going to do a little bit of prep. That's it for me now. Pardon the inflatable doll joke. That was a really bad joke that completely backfired. I hope you guys are enjoying the free reset, or the 75% off the reset we're giving out today. Oh, look at that little thing floating around. That's cool. That's it for me for now. I will see you guys in about, half hour, 35 minutes. I appreciate it. That was a lot of fun. Anne Marie, if I don't see you, have a good, happy, Good Friday. Have a good weekend out there in Portugal. Also, I'll see you guys later. I'll see you guys in about 30 minutes. So take care.
Thanks to Andre.
Yeah, you got it, man.
You got it, buddy. You got it. All right. So, this is, fast markets. We are looking for opportunities to trade. Unfortunately, in my time frame, I have not seen much opportunity to look for any kind of execution in this. I know Calamity Anne Marie has taken a few trades, but the gunslinger.
I am the gunslinger. I actually am currently short right now.
Oh, okay. In the NASDAQ?
So,
Dow?
no, I'm short in the Dow, and I think I maybe got in just a little early, but trying to play off the rejection zone that I see. There's a fair bit of heavy congestion right in this current area at 40,148. It was where it's where Dolby decided he was going to go long, and if it holds, it's going to be another area to go long. But if it doesn't hold, it's going to be a nice continuation short back into the bottom of the wicks is what I'm thinking. I don't know though, but it also coincides with the close of yesterday, and so it's just given me those squishy edges that I'm going to try to exploit.
Okay. Yeah, that just to kind of put a little bit more context on that level, like 40,154 is yesterday's high tick in the regular trading hour session.
Okay.
So when Dolby went long, and initially, the market did reject that gap close. It came down to here, came down to about here, and then it rejected that gap close, took a look to the upside, but eventually on this profile, you can see the opening range, the first minute was here, 40,217 down to 40,183. It looked higher, came back, closed the gap to yesterday, took a nice bounce off of that, but it's showing, right now, possible reacceptance of range from yesterday. got a long way to go before it's going to find value. And we do have the late spike here. So that late spike, this base of the late spike all the way down here, let's just call it 40,000. It's showing that the market is accepting prices at higher levels. It doesn't mean that it can't come all the way back down and recheck that level before it starts to really grow legs to the upside. There's a little bit of a volume. Volume started piling up at the current low down here.
And what was that price again?
The current low for today is 40,098, and then yesterday, coming into the close, when the volume really started coming in, you can see there was very little volume as price moved quickly through those levels, and then when the volume came into the close, this is where the market is finding at least a degree of comfort throughout the day today. We're taking out that high now. If I'm looking for shorts, I want it to be a good trade location in the daytime frame today. Value high, TPO value high looks like it might be a good level for us, because that takes us into the single TPOs. If we start eating up these single TPOs to the upside like Pac-Man, then we can kind of think that we're probably going to be wrong on that.
You did that so well.
We gotta get the doorbell.
Hey, what's up, guys? Is it a little loud in here?
JD.
Hey.
A little bit.
Sounds like a machine shop.
Oh, Mick's yelling at me. Hang on. Mick's killing it. Mick's
dog is probably freaking out with that thing.
Sweet dog is in the background there.
That's Reva. That's Mick's dog.
That's Mick's dog Reva in the background.
Cute.
It sounds like a vacuum cleaner right in your ear.
What's up, JD? How you doing?
Mesmerized by this thing. Yeah.
Doing good, guys.
Good.
Listening intently. Great show so far. I have not yet put on a trade. I've been a little busy, but I keep checking back in on the markets every couple of minutes.
I pulled away for a little while myself. You see, Henry, we got pretty close to that value high in the Dow, and now it's starting to come off a little bit. Hey. All right, now we have a little bit of range extension in the S&Ps. Well, let's look at this. So somebody was asking what's the time frame of a failed auction. Well, and profile, when you're looking at the profile, each TPO, I've separated them now. A is the range for the first half hour, B is the range for the second half hour, C is the range for the third half hour, and so on and so forth. Now we're in the fifth half hour of the day. The initial balance was up to here, 53.15 even. This was what I was looking for to happen before the 30-minute time change. The 30-minute TPO opening was to see D period look higher and then close back inside the initial balance. That would kind of create the possibility for a failed auction to the upside. Unfortunately, it happened right at the beginning of this 30-minute period, which means I have to wait 30 minutes to see if this actually presents itself as a true failed upside auction. We got some size here at 53.14. There's 500 on the offer. So, are we seeing anything in as far as size above the market? No, not really. Seeing a little bit up here at 53.20. Which is weekly kickoff high. That could be a visual target. We have not yet gotten there. 53.20's weekly kickoff high. Look at that. Everybody knows about it. They've all got their offers there already. 300 on the offer there. So now I'm going to try and be patient. I might look for a short at value high here at 53.1475, because if this does remain the high of the session, that's going to be good trade location for a move to the downside. I think I'm going to try and get that, because it is a cheap trade. So let's go with 53.1475. I'm sorry, 53. 53. Well, let's go with 15. Let's see if we can get a short on there. Yeah. We'll go for a 2-lot. And let's see if we can get a fill on that. And, it's pretty minimal risk. Going with, I don't know. Let's go with 18s for the stop. And we'll see. If I have to wait all day to get a good trade location on this, I'll wait all day.
We believe, Hoag.
Where's your target?
My target would probably be the target for the first contract would probably be low of value. Hang on a second here. Low of value is down here at 09.
Okay.
Right. So I'm risking 3 points.
The VWAP is right there also. Yeah.
Right. 09. Yep. And then we'll see what happens with the other one if we even get a fill. I'm sometimes a little too patient sometimes. So, but I do have to demand good trade location today because of the size of the range. And again, we have to wait 20 minutes before we can see if the auction is a true failed auction above the initial balance.
So what would you say if I said, well, what do you think about the trade that says, let's say it doesn't come up and get you, but it comes down to your target at that 53.09, 53.08 zone. What would you say to the trader who says, why wouldn't I want to go long there? Why? And then have the expectation that it's actually going to blow past that 53.15 if it holds that 53.08, 53.09.
I would say that's probably a good bet. Although, that's not necessarily the best trade location. Well, I guess it is good trade location because it's below a value and it's an upsloping VWAP.
Yeah. That's my thought.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'd know quickly if you were wrong.
Right?
Yep. You probably want maybe about 4 points of risk, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it feels like it's going to run some stops up there if it holds that higher low.
Yeah. And I'm sure that's what we did really when we looked above the initial balance. There were probably some stops up there that got run.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this is a kind of a preemptive trade for a failed upside auction. Technically, I need this bar.
Yes. Okay.
I need this 30-minute bar to close back inside the initial balance for it to ring true, as long as it rings true, right? If we take out the high, then that failed auction is no longer there.
For sure. JD, I don't think I've ever been on stream with you trading. It's my first time.
This is our first time sharing space. This is exciting for me.
Yes, it is first time sharing space. Yeah. I'm excited to hear from you, what you're looking at.
Yep. I'm looking at the NASDAQ right now. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart. I don't see much happening. We just dip below VWAP, just kind of barcoding in super tight range for the last hour or so.
I know.
Volume's pretty dried up.
Do we have it?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I'm wondering if it's waiting for news, if we have news or something.
Oh.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Oh, yeah.
I don't buy his crocodile tears. He belongs in prison.
Yep.
I gotta do a shout out. Bob R. finished his trading combine this morning. Passed his first trading combine. We are very happy for you. And if we had anything to do with it, that's fantastic. But Bob, it's all you. You did it. Congratulations. We're very happy for you.
Great job, Bob.
Just go slow at the next step. Don't have to bag the elephant.
Mm-hmm. You've got another one here. Craig passed a mine today. Oh, great job. Great job.
So yeah, I have a 150K combine up right now. If you remember last Friday, during Power Hour, Coach Dakota and I had competing trades going on, and we were under orders to trade bigger. So I dropped like $2,500 in this combine that day, and I spent most of the week fighting back. I'm only down about $200 right now, which I'm going to say is even. So I'm kind of waiting for a better trade opportunity at this point. I'm not looking to just jump in and short NASDAQ below the VWAP kind of thing, you know.
Right.
Looking for a setup. Fought hard to get this account back to even. I don't really want to blow it out on a day like this.
Did you enjoy trading size, JD? I think it's really stressful and kind of silly.
I don't mind it. It's just when you get down big, it's just so much harder to fight back, you know. Because the first thing you do after a drawdown is you cut your size down and try and get back into the swing of things.
Yeah.
And it takes time, and that's the real stressful part for me, just trying to dig yourself out of the hole.
Right.
Size I can handle. It's fighting back from the big drawdowns that
yeah, that's just hard.
That
But it does make
exhausts me.
you a better trader, doesn't it, JD? I mean,
oh
you
yeah,
know,
for sure.
You take a big hit and you fight your way out of it. It's a good feeling, and you know, I think it thickens your skin and hardens your steel, and you know, you become a better trader from it. I've canceled the orders that I had in the S&Ps. I decided I do not want to preempt the failed auction to the upside. I don't know what's going to happen. We're starting to see some pretty good sized offers coming into the market. We got 317 at 53.13 quarter. Starting to see some pretty decent offers coming in. I don't even know if I'd get filled on that, but I don't want to preempt it. I want to see that it's a failed auction before I take the action. UDA, observe, orient, decide, act. I decided to act too early, so I've canceled the orders, and we're going to see what happens. It's, you know, it's always a lot of fun when we have a lot of trading going on and there's a lot going on in the markets. I'm just being patient, right? Patience pays.
Always.
I'm gonna try to short the top of this 4-hour range. Just these ranges have been really, really good. Whether it's like NASDAQ, YM, you know, I made the mistake this morning of drawing these beautiful levels on my chart and then not trading them. So now I'm going to try to fix that mistake by actually taking trades by the level that I drew on my chart, which is the 4-hour range high, which is where I have all of these orders stacked up right now. But yeah, Russell is rolling right now, completely detached from pretty much any other indice. Yeah, 100%. It is just cruising to the upside, almost. Yeah, just higher lows all day.
Yeah, that's sector rotation for sure.
Yeah, cool stuff to witness, though.
Yeah, very much.
Got Apple kind of hanging near its session lows right now. Meta also just kind of heading towards grinding towards session lows. Nvidia just basically right at 902 and a half. Not really doing much of anything. Nvidia, Microsoft, same thing, just keeping things pretty close to the bone here. Apple and Meta really the ones that are showing at least some degree of direction right now.
And then YM is really kind of tightened up, getting up to this 4-hour range
Yeah,
high.
it has. It's tightened up a lot.
Yeah. But there's the thing, you know, if you have patience, you know, that 4-hour range low in YM provided a super, super cheap trade if you were able to not get chopped up in the middle and kind of have patience and wait for that.
For sure.
But that's, yeah, I mean, you know,
And
I feel like I've gotten
value high in the Dow was a pretty good looking spot there.
Yeah, you know, I feel like I've gotten chopped up in a lot of trading combines by trading in the middle of ranges and, you know, trying to go long in the middle of a range after it's, you know, tested the top, and naturally it wants to start rolling down over to get to the other side. So that long in the middle doesn't really make a ton of sense. It's more of a 50-50 trade. A short would make more sense, but still, like, where do you put a stop? Because your stop is going to be well within the range. So you're kind of just in no man's land for the most part.
Mm-hmm. Trade location is everything.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
So there was a question in chat I can address here. They were asking if the NASDAQ is a failed auction. It is not. A true failed auction would be an extension above the initial balance high, and in the NASDAQ, that's 18,538. We would see, a line of TPOs above that, and then if it comes back in and that bar closes back inside the initial balance, that would be a failed auction. What we have here in the NASDAQ, and these are 4-tick TPOs. This looks like a weak high or a poor high. Traders were able to take that one little step above the previous high, but they wouldn't go any further. So that's not a strong rejection of price, right? We're looking for excess. We want to see a tail come up, come back inside, and leave that tail alone for the rest of the session. That would be a failed auction. You can see it where it might be in the S&Ps. I don't think we were going to get filled on that thing anyway. Here's the IB high. This blue line is the high of the initial balance, which is the first hour of trade. 53.15 even, right? In this 30-minute period, we took a look above it, and if we close back below that level, 53.15 even, that is going to be that will then present itself as a failed auction. As long as it doesn't get taken out, that failed auction gives us an opportunity to trade against it, to limit risk, and to possibly find good trade location. So I was going to try and preempt it. I don't think I don't think we would have had a fill on this, but
yeah, and I never got filled on mine. But 75,000 subscribers is a pretty huge deal, and in honor of doing the 75,000 subscribers plus the 75% off resets, I'm gonna try to do 75 push-ups for everybody. We'll see what I can do. We might need the rest of the Topstep team though to help me out to push us over the edge. So we're gonna see how many. Also, I'm gonna go do this right now. I'm gonna go do it right now and knock out as many as I can, and we'll see where I get. James, are you good for me to go knock these out?
Yeah, go knock them out.
All right, I'm gonna go. I'll be right back.
Go knock him out in a completely different outfit.
Okay, so let's get this started right. Try to crush as many as I can for the Topstep team.
Hey, quick change.
75.
go Dolby, go!
And you dig 10.
Go Dolby, go!
Get on it.
Yeah, I would have counted 30 already if that were me. Yeah.
Nice
50.
form.
There's 50. Yeah,
that's maybe 30 if I lost count.
Now you're at 30, Dolby. Now you're at 30. Go! Go!
Good job!
Go!
There's 40, 41, 42. Old
you
record.
gotta check your counting there a little bit.
So probably just keep on going.
We got an out trade.
7, you can get 50. And 50. That means there's only 25 left for the Topstep team to do.
Well done. I bet you didn't even break a sweat.
Hang on, he's got to change.
He's got. She's taking a shower.
Yeah, the 6-second shower. Here we go. Nice job, Dolby.
Nice job, Dolby.
Oh man, exhausting.
I think your count was a little bit off, but good job.
I don't count. I don't count when I do stuff. Just do it. I don't know how. Of course, there's always some Chad is the fitness guru doing form
Yeah.
checks.
All the
I haven't
form
seen
trolls
Chad
out
do any
there.
push-ups. Yeah, right.
Send in your videos, form trolls. Let's see them.
All right. do we need the 20? Dolby, do we need the 28 more?
Yeah, I want to see some more. We got to finish it up. It's a 28 more, 27 more. I don't know. So who's going to knock out the rest of them?
Oh, God. This is going to be the dumbest thing I've ever done on Topstep TV.
So far.
All right. James, let them talk. You can put me in like one of these corner boxes here. I'm just going to try and do it right now.
Okay, that's hilarious.
All right, chat. Let's get a form check on Jack's push-ups here.
You can go to my screen, James, once you get it set up there.
VMix is fighting me. Hold on, I think we got it.
All right.
Jack's going to do the Jane Fonda workout.
Oh, I hate this. Here's the floor of my porch. All right. I won't be able to hear you guys. I don't even know if I can do 28 push-ups. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Nice. Look at you.
Yeah, this is pretty. This is good form. This is good form. Of course,
Yeah,
we
it's
don't know where
great
his
form.
knees are, so theoretically, he could be on his knees. We don't know that for sure.
I see a wire.
You see a wire? Someone's pulling him up.
Okay, that's hilarious.
Is someone counting his reps? I'm not counting his reps.
He might.
28. Hey, there we go.
He counted his own.
Good job.
Good job.
All right. We got 75.
Bring me
Did
my
it.
BC headache powder and a
Nice.
glass of water.
I didn't even have to do any.
Well, for 100K.
Hey,
You
there
do all
you go.
100K.
Yeah. That might take me a week.
Oh, that was fun. That was fun stuff. I'm short 3 in YM right now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we'll see. So we're just playing the 4-hour range again. See what happens.
I gotta find it.
And be sure to check the poll in the chat. Who had the better push-up form, Jack or Dolby?
All right. I already know Jack's gonna win that one.
Why?
I don't know. Chat has it out. Chat has it out for me for some reason. with
They
my
love you,
push-up
Dolby.
form.
Hey, breaking
Me too.
news. Our
Not
boy
my push-up
Sam.
form.
Eddie's
Ooh,
got
what
it.
happened?
Thank you, Tim Mitchell. Breaking news. Yes, Sam getting 25 years in jail for his crimes. He pleads innocent.
Do you think he's
Yeah,
surprised?
the
Innocent
range
like a
was like
lamb.
5 to 70 years.
His cellmate
His
is
attorneys were
Grossberger.
asking for 5 years.
Oh, of course they were.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Thank
He'll
you,
go to
Tim.
a nice place with pickleball, I'm sure. And all that.
Yeah. Well, and it's federal time too, so he has to do like 90% of it.
Oh yeah, he does
85%, yeah.
actually.
Mhm. But that, I mean, the question earlier, some people are going to think it's too much, too little, too just right. I think it's too little.
Yeah.
He ruined people's lives.
Of course. Yeah.
Many
Yeah,
people's
and,
lives.
you know,
We'll probably
and
get pardoned
listen,
too on the down low.
of course we all are responsible for our own decisions, but if you paint a picture that somebody believes is true and somebody believes you, then you got to stand accountable for the level of deception. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just
Plus, I don't know. I've been listening to the Wall Street Journal. They've been covering this, right? 2 of their reporters have been covering this in a couple of days, and one of them said that he wrote this letter about how sad and lonely he is, and since he's on the autism spectrum line, that he can't find himself any joy. And I was like, give me a break. Come on.
Crocodile tears.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I can, as an autist, I can stand and go, dude, please, come on. So, yeah, we'll see. You know, maybe he turns his life around and does something else with his brains. We can hope. We can be hopeful.
We can hope.
Yeah, we can hope.
We can hope. So, all right, here we are.
It's
We've got 5
interesting
minutes
how the
left.
tilt has stayed
Go ahead.
in that 50. The tilt has stayed in that 48 to 65% range all day long,
All
just
day,
about, with
yeah.
maybe just a couple of spikes here and there. But it
Mhm.
really does tell the tale of everybody just sitting in the middle and trying to make these tiny scalp trades.
It's not fun. This is not super fun
No.
trading.
Yeah. NQ's been stuck in a right around a 25, 30 point range for the last hour or so. Just
Yeah.
Yep.
not much I see right now.
It's a really cheap trade, though. I mean, if you've nailed, the tops and bottoms of that range, that's a couple $100 every time you buy and sell for risking a couple $100. So it's kind of like a 1-to-1 trade if you want to sell 18,514 in NQ and then try to cover it at 18,500 or like 450. It's just put a stop at 525 outside of that, and then just try to capture any downside from there, just for little tiny scalps.
Mm-hmm.
But nothing really worth holding.
Here's what the profile
Yeah,
looks
for
like.
sure.
Sell value high, buy value low. Sell value high, buy value low.
Mm-hmm.
Sell value high, buy value low. For 2 hours, it's been in that range.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to do in the YM. Basically, is kind of the same trade, just on a different market. But like the anxiety of taking a short up here is always high, because it's like, oh, is this the time that it's just gonna rally?
Here you go. Right.
And and melt up. But you kind of have to play the odds and just be like, well, considering everything that's going on in the markets, and why would it do that thing? But maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Who knows? But cheap trades.
Mm-hmm. Cheap trades. Cheap trades. You got 2 minutes to see if we're going to leave that failed auction at the high of the S&Ps. Right now, it looks like it's probably going to. So that would be a cheap trade. But again, I didn't want to preempt it, and it's still holding up there. So, it is a contrary move. I mean, it is. You can see in the S&Ps, we're holding VWAP, which is tilted to the upside. It would be a contrary trade, and something I would see money, take money on it. But when we might not get the chance to do it here on Fast Markets, is we're just about done, right, Dovey?
We are, yeah. We have a very, very, very cool segment coming up. So we are doing Power Players with Alex. So that should be incredible. Really, or sorry, not Alex, Austin Silver. Austin Silver is going to be coming. So he's a lot of exposure to the Forex markets. So we're going to kind of get some insight into Forex, what's going on there. And Andre and Robert are going to be asking Austin Silver from Austin Silver FX what is going on in that scene. I think it's really, really interesting. We have futures prop firms, we have Forex prop firms. They've kind of existed in two separate spheres, and which has been good. So we're going to kind of see what's going on in the kind of Forex prop space. I think it's going to be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. So that's it coming up right now. But that is it. Thanks so much, everybody, for sticking around in chat. Hope everyone got their form for their 75% off reset. Coming up next is going to be Andre, Robert, and Austin Silver for Power Players. Everyone, stay tuned. And Anne-Marie, JD, Hoag, it was a pleasure. And everyone have a good one.
Always a pleasure.
Welcome to Power Players with a very special guest, the man in the middle, Austin Silver, former FX trader turned futures trader. Austin, welcome to the show. Welcome to Power Players. Welcome to TopStep TV. Austin, without further ado, please tell us a little bit about yourselves. Tell us about your trading journey and how we ended up here.
Absolutely. Andre, Robert, and everybody at TopStep. I met Nick via Twitter a couple of weeks ago. It's really good to be here with you guys. I can't thank you enough for having me on and welcoming me and a lot of other Forex guys and CFD guys over to your company, because the service you guys have provided over the years has been extremely reputable. And I think we are very happy to be trading with you guys. So yeah, my story is, I think it's pretty typical. I started trading Forex in 2016 and quickly realized that it was not what the internet would tell you it would be. I ran through a couple of MLM companies. I ran through basically every course that you could probably find, either paid for or free, because I fell in love with trading. I was actually working as a financial advisor. I was an intern while I was still in college, and I was trying to sell life insurance and investments. And I was studying for my Series 7 so I could start to sell stocks and bonds when I found day trading, and I just caught the bug. So we don't need to go into every trial and tribulation that led me to this point, but from the investment job, I actually got a job working for T3 Live, which is a prop firm based in New York. I spent about a year and a half working with them. And then in 2019, my wife, who has a marketing degree from Temple, she said to me, "Why are we letting them take so much of your nut every month? We can do all of this on our own." And she was right. So in 2019, we started ASFX. And since then, we do courses, we do in-person mentorship, we do a podcast called The Day Trading Show. And of course, we do live streaming every day on our own platform called ASFX TV. So similar to TopStep TV. But we've made the big transition now, bringing a lot of our US and even our international clients that have been following me for the last few years over into futures. And I think a lot of people were just not knowing enough about futures to take the dive into it. Whereas now that people are almost forced to trade futures, since the whole CFD drama has unfolded in the US, everyone is smacking themselves in the head like that V8 commercial, like a coconut. Like, why didn't we do this sooner? You know what I'm saying? So we're all happy to be here, like I said. And I think my journey is similar to a lot of guys, where we've kind of gone through different markets, gone through different strategies. But if you persevere, as you guys know in trading, it's about staying alive, not necessarily making the most, but keeping yourself alive. That is the key. You know, I sat with a guy last week named Chris Cady. Chris has been trading since 1980. So he has been on Wall Street for basically 40 something years. And I asked him, I said, "What do you think is the number one reason why you're still successful year over year?" And he says, "Because I'm hard to kill. I'm adaptable." And I really love that. And I kind of embody that, I think, myself. I don't make the most. I never say to traders that I make the most returns and I'm the guru you should follow, even though I look like Jesus a little bit. I tell everybody, you got to adapt and you got to try to stay alive. That's the name of this game. And I think that's even more true in futures than anything else.
100%. You do kind of look like Jesus. All right, Austin, when you first led off, you said Forex isn't what the internet said it's going to be cracked out to be. What did you mean by that? What did you think it was going to be, and what did it turn out to be?
That's a really good question. I think a lot of us got into Forex thinking, hey, we're going to be making money from our phone, ATM money from the phone, work for 30 minutes a day kind of thing, and be able to get my Lambo. And that's like the fantasy that sucks a lot of people into day trading. And it's just unfortunate that Forex got roped in with these multi-level marketing companies. And I think it gave Forex as a market a really bad rap, where Forex is a massive market and it's traded by huge banks and institutions all over the world. But the marketing side of it is what tainted people. Even though it sucks you in, it can leave a really bad taste in your mouth. So I think as time has gone on, another guest I had on the podcast a couple months ago, maybe 6 months, 8 months ago, it was this guy named Aaron. And Aaron said, Forex is for kids, futures is for adults. And now that I'm trading futures, I really get what he was talking about. So I think that the insight and the exciting part about Forex applies to other markets too. So as a trader, you really want to be trading the market that is most advantageous to you. And when Forex is not centralized, you're getting different prices from different brokers. You're getting slipped and different costs depending on what broker you use. So it's very hard to pin it down to say like, okay, if I backtest a strategy or I try to make money on SPX 500, US 500 with this broker, it might not work with this other broker. And it's very, we'll call it gray. Whereas with futures, you're running through the CME, the books close at the end of the day, you're getting good pricing, you know where you're getting your orders filled at. So it's just a more professional market. You know, that's really how we see it.
That's amazing. And Thank you for being here and talking about that transition going from FX into futures and the putting the big boy pants on and coming over here. It's the regulations is what does it. Where the the CFDs and FX it's not regulated, so you are betting against the spread and against the exchanges. But they say, yeah, we don't like this, we'll pull orders or whatever. It's just not regulated, so it's no longer allowed. I have a question for you, if you don't mind, about your transition when you came over. Looking through your bio here, you're trading the ES, which is the indices, right? And on TopStep, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like 8 or 9 different currencies. They're not currency pairs like forex, but they are futures currencies. For example, a popular one is the 6E, which is the euro exchange there. And I'm kind of curious as to when you made the transition from trading the pairs in forex over to futures. Did you or did you not start with like the currency futures, or did you just jump into ES? And I'm kind of curious as to why. And while you're talking about that, I am going to pin all the products that you can trade in TopStep in the chat, so everybody can have a reference to it. They're not all on TopStep X yet, but that's totally fine. They will be, but these are all the ones. So, so what do you think about that? Go ahead, Austin. Back me up.
Sure. No, it's a really good question. I think the perspective that I had was, as I grew as a trader, I knew that tracking my trades was very important. So we started to use TradeZella 3 years ago, and we started to track in detail what assets do we perform well in. We have a mentorship group called the Black Shirt Club. So in the Black Shirt Club, it's a small group of us, serious traders, and we would give each other feedback. I'd have my other coaches giving me feedback while I'm giving our new students feedback. And I noticed after the first 4 months of tracking, I was not doing well at that time trading Forex pairs. So because we were trading with CFDs, I was able to quickly transition into trading SPX, US 500. The reason I made that switch was because I was interested in US markets. I have zero interest in what moves a Forex pair. And it's a bunch of people online telling you why they think they know the euro is moving in a certain way, when if you actually look at the big banks' price targets for these currency pairs, they're usually within like a 100 or 200 pip range. So is that really a market with no interest and with, in that sense, like very little potential movement? Is that really something I want to be involved in? No, it's just not what does it for me. So I kind of aligned with my data telling me, hey, you're not trading Forex that well. And also my interests of saying, I'm in the US, I live in Tampa, I love US markets, I love all of the US companies, I understand what the intricacies of the indices are. So it made, perfect sense to transition while trading CFDs into US 500 and leave Forex behind. So I haven't traded a Forex pair since November of 2022. So then with the CFDs, I was doing well, and I actually started to trade some Bitcoin as well with the CFD brokers. That was allowed. So I'm at that point just trading US 500, ES, and Bitcoin. And I really like Bitcoin. I understand, some stuff about it, I think, so I like to trade it. So I aligned myself, and I encourage the listeners to align with a market that you are interested in. Find a way to make money in a market you're interested in. Don't try to just trade what someone else is making money in. So then, of course, when I come over to you guys, 3 months ago, not even really, I started trading with your first challenge. I didn't even look at the futures Forex pairs. It just didn't interest me. Then you go on a couple of these websites and you see where all the volume is. Yes, the Euro pit back in the day had a lot of volume, and I'm sure it still does now. But where's the volume now? It's in bonds and it's in indices. So if you're going to learn anything new, it's going to be bonds, the 10-year or the 5-year, right? Or you're going to go over and trade ES or NASDAQ. And now I know crude oil is what you guys talk about a lot, and that gets a good amount of volume too. But oil just doesn't do it for me because I think we all have our conspiracy theories. I think OPEC and the Saudis can manipulate price too much, and it just doesn't do it for me. On top of all that, I will tell everybody this. With my podcast, The Day Trading Show, the guys that I try to talk to are not the Forex Lambo Miami boys. I'm in Tampa. I'm not in Miami, so don't group me in with those guys. Okay.
I like it. I know where you're going.
You know what I'm talking about.
So, yeah, for sure. We have one of them on the show every now and then.
Exactly. Well, they get you views. You know what I mean? They got face tattoos and cool cars, so they're going to get you views. But they're not real traders, in my opinion, because they will never show you a broker statement. They got no track record. You know what I mean? So, but my point of bringing that up is just I've talked with enough guys who trade futures, or even guys that have transitioned from doing other stuff into futures. And the more serious traders I talk to, the more I find they all trade futures. They're not trading CFDs. Some might trade options. Some might trade outright equities. But the more serious traders are not trading in Forex. They're not trading in futures of Forex. They're trading the most volume futures contracts, which, like I said, are the bonds and the indices. So I recently talked with a guy named Josh Bellinger. The episode was just up 2 weeks ago. He worked on Wall Street. He was a runner in the ES pit. He told me the euro dollar pit used to be so busy, so much trading going on. That doesn't mean anything to me. Just because there's money moving in there doesn't mean I need to go into that. He told me about the sugar pits and all these other that's cool. I love those stories, but like I'm not interested in knowing why is sugar moving. I couldn't even tell you why cocoa is so high right now. I don't care. So I don't bother with it. And I think that's one of my superpowers, to be honest, is I don't get distracted with these things that become like trending things. So I just stay locked in on ES. And one more thing I'll say. When I talk to these guys, the more professional traders who do trade Forex or do trade futures, not Forex, when you trade an indice, specifically either NASDAQ right now or ES, these indices are built to go up, everybody. I know they don't go up every day, but with natural market drift and the way that US markets are positioned globally, this is where people want to invest. This is where people want to put their money. So if you have a bias, if you can come up with a way, and I can even share how I do it, you come up with a way to kind of lean a little bit long biased, you're going to actually put a statistical edge in your favor. I have an episode going up this week with Boris Schlossberg. Boris used to work at FXCM. He worked on Wall Street during Black Monday. Boris is a very well-known guy, and he says the same stat that I say. 55% of the time, ES is going to go higher. Some days, like the last week, I mean, from last Thursday to today, markets have been very sideways, but that's what it'll do. And as you trade longer, you know this. The markets will almost lull you to sleep and then take a step higher on the way up. Now, we all know the saying, they take the stairs up and the escalator down. So we'll adjust for that. And when markets change, we will adjust. But I think if you trade long on indices, you're putting yourself at a statistical advantage. And since you mentioned it, Robert, I'll speak on it for a second. One of the things for everybody listening, take this from me, please. It has been so helpful to me. I don't short the indices until we break the previous day's low. We did a back test over the last 1,000 daily bar closes, and we found that unless we take out the previous day's low, it is a strong probability that shorts are going to struggle. Once we take out the previous day's low, logically, shorts can be more now considered in play because you're making new lows for today, and you're taking out the previous day's support. So that's when I'll start to entertain shorts. But otherwise, I am looking for longs. And when we share screen today, all the money I made today, I'm up almost about $700. That was all on longs because we are not under the previous day's low. So it's a very simple way to come in and say, all right, I have a bias. And by taking away the option to sell, to enter the position, it's basically saying I'm cash or I'm long once I can find my risk reward. And it's helped me so much just using that.
That's a great thought. And thank you for your answer and clearing that up. I was really curious when I was reading through to see like, here's a person, a well-off trader that's been trading Forex, FX, and CFDs. I'm like, cool. I wonder if this is someone we can have on here talk about like the 6E and stuff. And I look and like, no, he trades ES. Like, I'm gonna have to ask him that question. So I appreciate your answer and your candidness and that little tip about going to the short side. And I put a new thing up here before we go too far, and now I'm just gonna take it over. I always like to put something fun for power. So I got a power players thing up for it. I have to generate some AI stuff every time. So
look at that.
There's your power players, and I know it's not Miami or anything else, a fictitious city, but in the irony being that it does have Bitcoin and stuff at the top. So I didn't cue that in there. It's just something fun I like to play with. But there you go. There's your background. That's awesome. Andre.
Yeah. All right. Austin, question. I know I don't want to talk about too much Forex, but your story's fascinating. I feel like it's it can be compared to others out there, similar experiences. You know, what was the tipping point where you decided to move on from Forex? Was it a straw that broke the camel's back, or was it one single event? What eventually made you say, "F it, I'm done with it"? Onto the adult table.
It really was the Forex trading, like I said, stopped through the data tracking. Once you see that you're losing money on the Forex trades, but you're making money on the US 500 trades, you're going to listen to your data. Hopefully, you're going to listen to your data. So that's why I always tell people, use TradeZella, use TradeView, whatever you want to do to track your trades, use that. Beyond that, though, all of this CFD drama, and there's probably more drama going on right now while we're talking. It just pushed me, in a sense, away from relying on CFD firms. Do they still work? Are they still accepting US customers? Sure. Is it still an option for us to trade? Absolutely. But like when you think about like last year, I had my most successful year ever due to payouts from the CFD firms. So when I come into this year and you see all the drama, you want to say, at least I want to say, I need to be with a firm. Like I have a family. This is what I do for my living. Like I need to be with a firm that's reliable. And if it's all these guys on Twitter just beefing with each other, you got a bunch of frat bros basically running these companies. It's not where I want to be involved. Let them do whatever. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying I'm going somewhere else. You know what I mean?
Not for you. Yeah, not for you.
Yeah.
Okay, for those that aren't familiar with the CFD drama, please update the audience. We've got over 33,000 people watching us right now, Austin. People are loving this in the chat. Tell us what the CFD drama is, where it's been, where it's going, and where we are right now.
Yep. So without naming like firm names or whatever,
No.
it seems like meta quotes from MetaTrader 4 and MetaTrader 5 do not want to be involved with prop firms. And to call them prop firms is wrong, in my opinion. I worked at a prop firm. Look up
Why?
T3 Live. They are a firm.
Why is it wrong?
No, it's a good question. So a prop firm will educate you on their strategies that are usually proprietary, and they will fund you with their own bankroll. They'll start you small, and as you earn your size, similar to what you guys do, then you get more money. You have to earn your way to more size. You don't just pay them more money and get it. But these other firms, so let's call them funding companies are paying you on traders' failure with the money that the people are spending to buy challenges. And if you spend more money, they tell you get more buying power, which ultimately most people blow their accounts. Most people can't hold a funded account with these CFD firms for over a month. Most people. Now, there's a couple of people, I have a couple of guys that in our group who have had funded accounts for over a year, but majority of people will not. So you're in this cycle of paying people out from other people's failure versus a real prop firm. If you start to struggle, they're going to cut your risk, just like you do. You guys talk about it all the time, the tap on the shoulder, right? Like that's how a real prop firm acts. And that's why I like working with you guys, because you guys treat this like a virtual prop firm. And I think that's the professional approach. So the difference is very clear. Funding companies pay out based on failure. Prop firms size you up and pay you out based on their own capital. And they don't just take anybody. Where these funding companies, anybody with a credit card can get in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So having the experience from T3 has taught me that, but all because I was on the floor, I saw the guys, I was there, but also I studied like Mike Bellafiore and SMB Capital, which is one of the firms I think everybody knows about, and look at the way that they run their business. So I think we all kind of want to be aligned with something that's more professional like that. So that's like the real difference between the two. You know what I mean? If you're going to be semantical or pick on the semantics of the difference, that's the difference.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. All right, well, let's talk about futures now. How did you find Tops? How did you find Topstep? I guess that's my first question. How did you find Topstep? What's that?
You guys have been around forever. Everybody is, I mean, I've seen your ads before. I've known about it before, but because again, like I said at the beginning, it's ignorance, right? You're doing your thing on your own and you think you know everything until you need to be forced to learn something new. Then you go, okay, well, what's this Topstep thing? They've been around forever. I know people that have been trading with them. I had a buddy in Chicago who was trading with you guys years ago. So it's like, you know it's there, but you don't go learn the new thing until you have to. Sure. So I think that's why Topstep, and honestly, I don't mind saying this. There's no one in my opinion, in the futures funding space that is competing with you guys in terms of in every aspect. I don't need to name the list. And I don't think there's a single firm yet that is competing with. Now, of course, there's going to be firms that are going to pop up. And I think you guys are going to, see some competition and get a little run for the money. But that's what's going to make it, competition breeds excellence. It's going to make it better for us as the customer.
I like that. You can say that as many times as you want here, Austin. We're going to cut that and play it on our social media for as many times as we can. Anyways, all right, let's take a quick look. Let's get back to the markets here. We got a 75% long tilt bias in the YM. S&P's pulling back a little bit, not getting a VWAP just yet. I got a VWAP at 53.09. So perhaps if we get one more pullback to 53.09, I might be looking to take a long as VWAP is upsloping there in the ES. NASDAQ just all over the place. Good luck. That's a see profit, take profit kind of market based on the 5-minute chart from what I'm looking at. Dow kind of floating to the upside. VWAP kind of flat there on the slope. So not a whole lot going there. Kind of keep an eye on this S&P market right now. See if we can get a pullback to 09s, maybe take a long there. So, all right, Austin, so what's your take on the markets? Have you made any trades? I think you said you're up about $700 today. Tell us about the trades. I'm guessing it's probably to the long side. Granted, you don't get short. We don't get short unless we get beneath the previous day's lows, which I like. That's a hell of a tip for everybody. Everyone, I hope you guys appreciate that.
Stats too.
Yes.
Yeah. So take that. I challenge everybody. Go test it. Let me know if you find something different. I'd like to know. I'll adjust, but I haven't been able to. So yeah, take it. So on my screen, I have my execution arrows showing, so you guys can see where, and we'll go through like my positions on and off this morning. My black line here is the daily VWAP, like you mentioned, the 53.0950 right now, where it looks like we're kind of pulling back to. And then I'll use a purple VWAP here, which I'll anchor to high of day or low of day. So one thing else just about my strategy, it's very simple. It's all VWAP. I'm a big Brian Shannon fan, who's the godfather of the anchored VWAP. And Brian and I have built a really good friendship, and I appreciate all of his insights. And one thing he said to me, and he tweeted it once, and it really stuck out. He said, when the high of day VWAP is taken out, like let's say for an example here, recently. It just happened. That high of day
Those
VWAP.
prices. Hey, Austin, give us prices. Give us prices when you, because
Sure.
not everyone can see the
High
charts.
of day
But
was,
just give us prices.
yep, it was 53.1375. That happened at 11:49, so about 20 minutes ago. When that was taken out to the upside, in that moment, the way Brian teaches the VWAP, that would tell us buyers are in control 100%. That was the number he used. So I take that very seriously because I don't think traders throw numbers around just randomly. So if he says 100%, I take it serious. So that's where I look to take longs. So as we go through the longs, you'll see a lot of my positions are taken when we break that VWAP. Now, when it comes back underneath it, as it did a few minutes later to the 53.12, 53.11, that would say sellers are starting to step in. Not necessarily that the buyers are dead, but that maybe you start to piece out of that long. So that's really the strategy that I'm using. Now, this morning, we can kind of go through a couple of the positions I had on. The first position was earlier here at 7:05 Eastern time. We had an anchor to the current high of day, which was at 53.08 this morning.
Yep.
We went long. That was about 7 o'clock this morning Eastern time. So that's what, 6 a.m. your time, Central time. That was the first long. I closed that on the break of the daily VWAP here. That's a strong bar breaking the daily. That tells me sellers are stepping in. We then got long again for the double tap here at 7:35 Eastern time, so 6:35 Central time, with a tight stop at the low of day. So I'm price on that one was 53.02. That was my best entry all day. It would have been nice to still have a piece of that.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that was.
But
Nice entry.
Thank you. If you look at it on a 5 minute really quick, just to get off the 1 minute, you'll see like this thing was in a range all morning. So I'm looking for because of what I told you guys already, I'm looking for the bottom. We're not underneath yesterday's low. I need a bottom that I can long it off of. So I'm looking at the low of day set at 5:30 Eastern. The price on the low of day is 53.01. That's my bottom. So I'm going to be long on the break of the high of day VWAP in case that was to carry. I can't miss my entry. But also when I get out of that long, if I can reestablish risk, I will trade it off of that same bottom. Now I have a personal rule where I'll try twice. If I would have lost that second trade, I probably would have stayed flat the rest of the day. 2 losses and I stopped usually.
2 losses.
So then those are the 2 positions initially. Then we had some 8:30 news come in. After the 8:30 Eastern news, which was, I believe it was GDP and some unemployment claims news, that's typically on a Thursday, that shook us up a little bit. But we held that low of day, and we held my original entry. So now we're holding 53.01. We're making a higher low at 53.02 about an hour or two later. Now we're making another higher low at 53.04. So just a few points higher because we're in a range. So we're not moving up extremely, right? Like with an extreme move, but that's giving me a new bottom to trade from. So now that we're above the daily VWAP, we're above the previous high of day VWAP, that's where I'm going to say, let's get back involved with some longs and just read and react to what the market is telling me to do. So we put on some longs there. You'll see a couple of exits right here because I fat fingered and accidentally added to the long when I didn't want to. So yep, that happens occasionally. First time in a while, but I got out of that once I made the mistake. And then you'll see I sprinkled in a few more longs and I held in through the pullback here to 53.06 because we held the daily VWAP. If we started to slide with more than 1 or 2 1-minute bars under that daily VWAP, that's a sign that sellers are stepping in. I got to get out of my longs. I have to. You can't marry it. But if you look at the structure, this higher low is still being held. So if I'm long in here, as you can see with the executions for the buys, I don't want to get full out of that trade just because of a pullback, because I know it can bounce off the daily. So I'm going to get out of it when it breaks that 53.03, but I'm going to hold in here at 53.06. And my entries are at like 53.08, 53.09, stuff like that. And then you'll see my execution was really good on the exit there because I mean, you guys know this is I think you said it earlier. This is a snag and bag. I don't know exactly the word you used.
See profit,
you got to
take
take your profits. Yeah, see profit, take profit. So look, this thing pops for a new high of day. It puts quick money in my pocket. I think one of my strengths is I realize gains. I don't marry these trades for it's got to go 5R, it's got to go 10. No, man. If you're up $600, take the money. Lock your stop. Oh, you got stopped in profit. Take the money, man. So when we break for a new high a day, there is 53.14 at 9:47 Eastern time. Right after, I'm taking profit there. And then what I did was I locked the stop, and then you can see the exit there full right there. It stopped me in profit. So that was the
Austin
3 trades this morning. Yes, sorry.
Yep. No, finish your statement on your trades, and I have a question on VWAP for you.
Yep, 100%. I have one more. So that was the 3 trades this morning. Stopped out in profit at 9:57, 9:58 Eastern time. That stop out price was 53.09. But what does it do? it makes a higher low. It holds the daily VWAP here at 53.07. So then when it breaks back above, you can see I got long again here. Now I'm up $700, $600. I'm not going to go in at 4 contracts or 3 contracts. So I put 1 contract on. That pop for me, you can see it starting to slow here. And then I knew, this is the truth, I knew I was coming on here with you guys. My wife and my son, she wants to go for a walk. I want to get off the desk. So I took the profit. Could I have held in and maybe made a little bit more money? Yeah, but then I'm on the walk with my wife managing trades from my phone, and I didn't get into this business to neglect my family. And I'm not being funny. I'm being serious. So
right.
I am taking the profit. The hell out of that. I take the profit. I can come back and get back into a trade right now. So I think because my shit, I hear this part, I don't mind profits a little quicker and leaving a little money on the table. Bro, the market's not going anywhere. If I try to catch all of every move, you get smoked. You give back gains. So yes, those are the 4 trades today.
I love what you're saying there. That's amazing, man. Thank you for sharing those trades and giving us some insight. Quick comment on there. The second one first is first. I really love that you, not necessarily the see profit, take profit, but you knew what was going on. You had a day planned out. You knew you were coming here. You want to spend time with your family. You're like, you know what? There's a little bit of profit on this. I'm going to take it out. And to that end, you're not using a static risk reward in a dynamically moving market, how it works, right? Some days can be easier than others. That's something I 100% subscribe to. Not against anybody else. Obviously, we all trade our own way, but we're going to put a trade on. It's like, yeah, this isn't looking like it's going to hit I'm just going to take the trade off. Even if it's a loss or a profit, either way, you don't have to let it go all the way. They always don't have to be rigid. Now for my VWAP question, I also, question / comment, you have VWAP. We know the V in VWAP is for volume, and we know volume is different overnight as it is during the day. So I commend you on adding a second VWAP to your chart later in the day when the volume context changes. It's going to adjust how VWAP is run, and then using those with each other. I saw them on there, and I like that you're using purple because I always use, I don't use VWAP a lot, but when I do, it is violet. So V for violet, using purple, close enough.
That's funny. That's a funny little parallel there. So I'll use the purple VWAP on the high of day or the low of day. If I'm shorting that day, I'll use the low of day because the statistic that I mentioned about what Brian said it applies to the downside too. If the low of day VWAP is taken out and we are under the daily VWAP, sellers are in control. That's when we want to start looking for shorts. So in the same sense, I'll use a yellow VWAP for news, and that's really impactful. Earnings or like this morning, the unemployment news, stuff like that. So we'll throw a yellow anchor at that 8:30 news, and that can be seen as a good moving support level as well. Now, we have to, I'm sure you'll agree with me, Robert, with these VWAPs, it can get crazy. So you have to not do VWAPs to every swing low. I like the high a day, the low a day, depending if I'm long or short. I like the news. I like the all-time high, and I like the start of the year. That's really all I need. And the start of the day. I'm a day trader like all of us. So that's all I need.
Yeah, that's amazing, man. Yep. And I'll throw one thing at you. Try starting one at the start of the Asian market, start of the London market, and start of the US market. Tell me what you think about it. Not right now. Just do it on your own.
No. Start at Asian market is going to be the same one that I call the daily VWAP, the start of the switch over of the day. So that's exactly what I'm using. Yep.
That's exactly. And then try throwing one at the start of London. So you're in Eastern time. So 3 a.m. Eastern time, 2 a.m. Central. And then, of course, 9:30 Eastern time as well, just to see what you think about those. Yeah.
When we trade off of that, I'll call it the Robert trade. Okay.
Only if it works. Only if it works.
Only he loves that. Only if it works is right.
Transparency. I got a trade on YM right now. It's short at 40169. It was hovering around there too long. I put a stop pretty close up. It was it's like $95 away. My stop is 40188, and I am just looking. It's falling into an area right now where it was bounced off before. So I am simply going to close my trade. It might go down further, but it's $100 profit. And I'm just going to take it, see it, take it. I am not going to mess around with this day.
Very nice. And just to our point, if you flip back to my screen, you can see as Andre was talking, we bounced off the daily, but look at what did we find resistance at? The high of day, the current high of day VWAP. So buyers stepped in, they were not 100% and now off. For example, if I have trades that I'll trade off of the daily if we're bouncing there, and I'll look to take profit at that high of day VWAP. And then like you just did, I'll get out, and if it breaks it, I'll get back in and reassess risk. And that's how you compound gains. I think what you guys probably would agree with, you see these people take winning positions. It's not hard to take a winning entry. A new trader wants to find the entry, the indicator that gives them profit. They want the holy grail. When in reality, trading is not made in your entry. It's made in your trade management. Are you realizing gains? Are you stepping in at the right time to limit your losses? That's everything. You marry a loss too long, you give back months of gains. Versus if you just managed it aggressively, taking profits aggressively, especially in a sideways market where everybody's losing their ass because it's choppy, you'll be much happier if you step in and be aggressive there. Of course, you just have to accept the fact you're going to leave money on the table. That's always going to happen. No one catches all of every move. It's just a fact.
It's a fact. It's a fact. There is no such thing as a perfect trade. If you do happen to top ticker, consider yourself lucky, and don't expect it to, replicate itself. All right, Austin, we are coming up to VWAP. We did just bounce off about 10 minutes ago. I'm looking to possibly take a long here if we get a pullback just beneath 53.09. Maybe I'm getting a little greedy on price, but we were just talking about execution, so I don't want to, diddle in the middle, as we say here on the show. But if we can get one more pullback, I would be looking to take a long here. And while I do say that,
I agree with you.
Cruise making new highs, or 3 ticks off the high, just made new highs at $82.80. Dow's seen a bit of a pullback. Dow's coming on, pulling back to its VWAP. NASDAQ beneath its VWAP. Robert just made a couple bucks in the Dow getting short. I'm looking to take a long. Here we go. Getting up to trading 53.10. If we get one more pullback to 09s, we're going to get a little too cute with this trade. Whatever. It's the last day of the trade.
Throw it in there.
Let's do it.
Austin, there's a question from the chat for you. I told one of our longtime followers that I would ask you for them. You were talking about the VWAP below yesterday's close, and you would be taking shorts, so you backtest this. That's for ES. Have you looked at the NQ in that also? That's the question.
Yes. So we've done the same test. The numbers were very similar, ES to NQ. I don't have stats on anything else like the Dow or the Russell. I don't have anything for those. But I would assume the Dow would be different, and I assume the Russell would be different, because if you look at how heavily the ES and the NASDAQ are in 6 stocks right now, it's never been this heavy basically throughout history. That's why I think you're seeing so much correlation between those two things. I think if you could argue it's NVIDIA, but I don't want to just say it's a one stock market. But these 6 stocks, take out Tesla from the big 7, basically, these are the things that are moving the market. So I would not be surprised if we ran that same test and the Dow performed differently, and if the Russell performed way differently. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's moving a little too, because moving more on the NQ. There's only 100 stocks in the NQ, and a lot of them are the top ones for the ES also. So when you have those Magnificent 7, exactly, you got a little bit of overlap there, but those 7 are going to push around 100 versus those 7 pushing around 500. So you're going to get a little more power that way, right?
Yeah. Yep. 100%. So and to Andre, to your thought about looking for longs, what I'm thinking here is if it can show me, it is classic in a way to say this, but I like a double bottom at the daily VWAP. I want to see a low, to see it tested and held with a higher low, and then I'll look for some type of risk reward off of that. Whereas here, I'm still seeing lower lows, so I'm not ready to step in and try to buy this yet.
I know. I saw it rolling over. It kind of looks like you call it lower lows. I see it rolling over as well. I did get long from 09, so I'll take the entry, but I am seeing the lower. Yeah, I am seeing the lower lows, though, so which has me a bit concerned. Maybe I'll keep this a cheap trade. We've got about 6 minutes left. And God, this segment goes by way too fast. While I got you here, Austin, would you be interested in trading Power Hour with us, the final hour of the trading day in the future? I don't want to put you on the spot here, but you're really good. The chat's really loving you guys. I love this conversation, loving you. So you got to be a guest on Power Hour. I'm not going to ask you. I'm just going to tell you, you're going to be a guest on Power Hour, my man.
I have no problem. I'm in for the gauntlet. I'm in for this. I love it. So absolutely, you guys are awesome.
We're not going to put you on the spot. We won't put you on the spot. We're going to be one. Right? Way to go there, Andre. We're going to hear
full disclosure, Dolby Time chatted that to me in the Slack. He said, ask him to do Power Hour. I go, I'll bet to ask him. There he is. Hell yeah, in the chat. That's from Nick. Excuse me.
I'll Power Hour while Andre chokes on this ES trade. Listen, I'll do Power Hour, but I need somebody from Topstep to come on the podcast for me. I told Dolby he was trying to get me somebody. I need one of you guys to come to give me an hour for a podcast, just to talk about Topstep, talk about running Topstep TV, all that stuff. So I'll let you guys cook on that, and you tell me the date you need me for the Power Hour. I'm there.
Yeah, dude, you just got 10 volunteers. 10 volunteers and an internal competition with that comment right there, my friend.
Good.
That's fine. Man. And listen, if you have an internal competition, just do more push-ups. Someone will do more.
There's more coming. Stay for the show. There are more coming for the show. We're not getting away that easy. We got a couple hours left for the show, and nobody is off the hook on this one. So stick around.
We got a bunch of meatheads around here. All right,
I would say
real quick.
Andre, yeah.
No, Austin, what were you gonna say? I'm long from the 09s. I did see making.
Yeah, your trade looks good. if you can hold 5307, to me, that's the previous higher low. If it breaks 5307, I'd start to piece out of it, but I like 5309 up to probably 5313, 5312, start to take something there.
I'll take 12s, 13s. I'd be really happy. I'm working 12s right now. Like I said, cheap trade. What do you call snag it and bag it there, Austin? I think I'm gonna start using that.
Snag it and bag it. Yes, sir. Yep.
I'm gonna start using that. See profit, take profit, snag it and bag it. That's the name of the game, especially in markets like this. We don't marry moves. The moves. There's no such thing as you're just gonna not catch a runner. A couple of weeks ago, I'll say you could buy the dip and the market would just run on you to the upside. But that kind of has faded out. So we have to adjust appropriately. Okay,
well,
real quick.
You can. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go.
No, I'll just have one last question about the Forex. What is happening in that space? What is your outlook on how that's? I mean, are we seeing the end of days in Forex here in the United States?
I wouldn't call it Forex. Forex ain't going anywhere.
Ain't going anywhere.
End of CFDs, maybe. I don't talk to a couple of guys that own CFD companies, and I tell them if I wasn't, bro, you don't want to know. I tell them if I was in your position, I would start a futures branch and compete with you guys. That is the way that I would do it, because CFDs, I don't have a statistic. I'll say 60% chance that they're numbered. You know what I'm saying? And it's whether it's because futures just cannibalize, everybody likes futures more, or because of some regulation that kicks CFDs out the door completely. Because you really everybody look up Dodd-Frank. When Dodd-Frank passed in 2008, that banned CFD trading in the United States. You're not even supposed to be able to operate CFDs in the United States. So eventually the regulation steps in, or people just shift to futures. So I think all the CFD firms that can shift and adapt, they'll compete with you guys, and the other ones will go under. And that's just what it's going to be. That's capitalism at its core right there. You know what I mean?
Adapt or die, essentially, is what you're saying.
Adapt or die. Same thing as trading. Exactly.
Yeah,
100%.
Absolutely. All right, Robert, you're flat. Austin, are you are you looking to make any more trades for the rest of the day? As you know, we're off to no trading tomorrow, so it's going to be an abbreviated trading session for the week. Is that how will you trade bell to bell? Do you go into the power hour, the final hour of the day?
If I'm at the desk, I'll pay attention. But like yesterday, I missed the huge surge because we just bought a new house and I'm doing stuff all around the house, so I wasn't at the desk. But I typically will be here either on coaching calls or doing a podcast. So I will trade, but I'm very disciplined and I only trade if I'm not on a call. I don't want to be trying to manage a position when I'm talking to someone other than this. If we were live streaming trading, of course, but like if I have a call in 30 minutes for a new processing company instead of Stripe. So I got to talk to this guy. I don't want to be in a trade when I'm focused with him because I'll forget, like I'm not a genius. So I'll forget what he's talking to me about and then it looks stupid. You know what I mean? So that's the pros and cons of running a business and being a trader. You know what I mean? I'm still an entrepreneur, so I'm doing other things too. I'm onboarding new talent to ASFX TV and doing these other things. So most days I am bell. And like with these accounts, man, I don't back profits. I learned from a guy named Scott Redler, who was on CNBC. He used to be a lot. He works at T3. He used to say every time he traded in the afternoon, he'd give back money. So I'm going to learn from a lot of people that give back money in the afternoon. And if I'm up my number with this, right now I'm doing 150K combine. I'm about $1,000 away from passing it. I've already passed 2 50K XFAs, 1,000 account. If I can do 1,000-ish a day, I'm a very guy. So I'm not greedy. And I know some people will be like, wow, Austin's been trading for 9 years and he looks for 1,000 a day. Well, that's works for me. I know what is enough. And if I stop and I just compound those, if you look at my trade Zella this month, I have, I'll tell you right now, I've had 2 red days. That's it.
Wow.
Every other day is green. Are they big green days? No. But this entire month, I basically passed this entire combine in a month. If I 1,000.
Wise words for sure. Wise words for sure.
Yeah.
I always like to look at it when I'm working with another trader. Say, like, I'm shooting for 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. I got a big thing. I have copy trading accounts. I have multiple things. I say, hold on a second. Hold. Your job, your day job, you're doing $42,000 a year. Divide that up. We're not talking like extrapolation, but just look at it as a realistic thing. And that's what that's our tip this week. Right, is to follow right in line with that. Excuse me.
We're both choking up. How about that, Austin? We are both choking up over here.
Yeah, we're all choking up from all the push-ups we're doing.
I got him on the road.
Yeah,
good job. Listen, if you guys don't mind,
trading expectations.
Having a webinar
trading
on Saturday.
Is the tip of the week. Oh, please.
All right, go, Austin. Let's wrap this up. Austin, let's wrap this up. Tell us about your webinar. We'll wrap this up, though. Thanks for joining us, though. Appreciate it.
I'm talking in the side. Great guy. Shout out to Anthony. he hooked me up with some giveaways. So I'm going to be giving out 2 50K combines on Saturday. I'm doing a free webinar. If people want it, I can put the link in the live chat. Go to my website, sign up. At the end, if you're doing webinar, it'd be education for us on how to about versus off. And wait to everybody up and on.
Yeah,
right,
Andre,
thank you so
repeat
much.
that. He was really cutting out. Can you repeat that quickly, Andre? Because he was really cutting out
he's
there.
giving away 250K combines on Saturday's webinar. We're going to post. We got his pin to the top of the chat here. We got how you can follow the link to follow Austin here. Austin, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for joining us. We owe you one. We will come join you on your podcast, Best of Trading Man. And next time, I do want to hear about these OPEC conspiracy theories, but we don't have enough time right now. We'll get back to that. Austin Silver, thank you so much for joining us. We got Top Quiz coming up next. We got one hell of a day here at Topstep TV. Thank you, everybody. Austin, we will be in touch later. Thanks, man.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Top Quiz today. It is opening day for baseball. We'll get into that with me and Vanessa. Vanessa, how are you doing?
Excited. I want hot dogs and beer, and I'm ready to cheer.
Nice. Well, speaking of excited, I got to kick it over because with all the push-ups being done today, I have heard that Eddie is ready to crank out a few for us right now. So I'll let him take it away.
All right. I've done about maybe a dozen push-ups so far. I'm working on another few to see if I can hit 20. But, I mean, God, this brain freeze is really killing me. I mean, I don't know how many push-ups you want me to do, but I got a bunch of boxes here, push-ups, and I'm going on number 13 right now, so.
Well, let us know when you get to 50, Eddie. I'll do the counter and everything. We'll fast forward if Eddie down.
Got my head.
I didn't know what that was going to be in advance. That's good. Well, we'll go to Costco and get you more. We got the Kobayashi of push-ups, Mr. Eddie Horn. Thank you. Top quiz. It's Thursday. 4 questions written by the incomparable Danielle, which means they'll be about some Top Step stuff, and a few of them are even true-false. So the odds are in your favor. Is St. Louis playing near you today, or are you just watching on TV, or is it in Vegas? Or
They are playing over at the Dodgers Stadium in LA, so kind of near me. I debated driving this weekend to go see them for the weekend games, but we'll see.
Because Vanessa was dressed up this way, I put on my White Sox hat, and I've been a very big White Sox fan my whole life, but I don't know anymore. I am so friggin' tired of the team, and I'm not going to say a bad word, owner and all this stuff that, fire him into the sun, move him to Nashville. I'll keep the memories, and maybe someday we can talk White Sox. Anyway, remember to answer these answer these questions on your device. I went to game 1 of the 2005 World Series.
Oh.
And there we go. Enter your answers as they appear on your screen when you sign up with that link. If you get 3 or 4 right, you enter a raffle for one of 50 free resets that we will email out. You can only win once per calendar week. I think that covers it, Vanessa. So are you ready for some quizzing?
As ready as I ever am.
Okay, here we go. Top quiz 328-24. Anticipation. Here we go. Question number 1. What chart pattern did JD share this morning? Is it a bullish flag, bearish flag, bearish double top, or fire drill flag? I mean, Danielle did put that picture there. Also, my power was out this morning, so I didn't even see it. So your guess is as good as mine. What you got, Vanessa?
Circle. I don't know.
Let's see. Is it circle?
I tuned in later.
Oh, you were close. It was a bearish flag. There
She
you
always
go.
gets me with these questions.
Got me too, but did not get Rylan, Jimbo, Frank, Joe, Brandon, finally top 5, and T-Naz.
You did it.
Yeah. I think I've seen this person in the top 5 before, so yeah, you've been in there. Okay. Let's go to question 2. Last week, Andre's girlfriend asked him to open the car door ajar, his third eye, a new Topstep X trading combine. I wonder if Danielle saw that I asked a similar question the day this happened, but the photo gives a clue. What do you think, Vanessa?
Go with circle again.
Yes, it is circle, and we are still trying to figure out what the hell that means. All right.
Just got to get his chakras aligned. That's
I suppose. God bless Topstep enters Dan Trader, and what about Bob? With an exclamation point. Like, what about him? Okay. Oh, Andre's in the chat. Let us know if you've made progress in your journey to open an eye in your forehead. 2 questions left. I believe that they are true, false. You ready?
I'm ready.
Question number 3 is true or false? We will release the FIREDRILL check-in form one more time this afternoon in case you missed it. True
True?
or false? Wouldn't it be friggin' wild if this was false?
I want to say true for y'all.
This
True
would
for
be
you traders.
I mean, it's got to be true, right? Because that would be crazy. True.
Danielle, you're the real MVP for this one.
Oh, yes. Here we go. Oh, Black Swan enters from the murky
It's been
deep.
a minute.
It's been a minute. One more question remains. Here we go.
Gotta get it right to get that, be eligible for the reset.
Yeah. The email for today's fire drill will go out tomorrow morning. Never, never, or never. Danielle with a firm understanding of multiple choice.
Triangle.
Can we get a triangle? Oh no, actually it was the blue never was correct. Just the blue never. And with that, God bless Topstep. Rylan. Oh,
James' best friend, Black Swan.
Guess who's back? Back again. Black Swan, mixed, Dan Trader, the top 5. Thanks for playing, everyone. Vanessa, what time did the Cardinals play?
1:10, I think my time. So 3:10 Central, I think. So
Yeah, that's
I just
when
have 1:10 in my head. So
that's when the White Sox start their quest to win 50 games this season. So should be fun. All right. Well, thanks for playing, everybody. We'll announce the winners during Power Hour, but stick around because right after the break, we're going to... Somebody's sharing their screen. Oh, sorry. I heard something in mine. Anyway, right after this, we're going to have group coaching with JD and Hoag coming up. And then, stick around because as the quiz told you, there is going to be another release of that form. So fret not, stay cool, go Sox, go Cardinals because I hate the Cubs, and we'll see you right after the break. Bye.
All right. Hey, it's time for group coaching, and always now starting with the shoulder tap segment. Good afternoon, Mick. How you doing? How you holding up?
I'm struggling here. John keeps screwing with me, turning this dumb thing on. You could probably hear it pretty well right now.
I can hear it. Yeah. How does Reva like it?
Over. Oh, she hates it. Reva. This thing or something? All right.
just look at her. There she is.
Funny times on TopstepTV today with these used car lots things. Yeah. So, John, what do you say we just forget shoulder tap and we start talking about? We got Pontiacs from 1999. We got the Accords used 30,000 miles, $5,000.
There you go.
We're not talking about trading today. I'm going to sell cars.
I love those things though. They are funny. I like it when Andres attacks him.
Ours is actually, we've got these old popcorn tiles in the office, and I'm like, where is all this white stuff on my desk coming from? It's knocking some of the stuff off. I had to check my coffee earlier this morning when I realized what it was. And this was all Michael's idea, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah. You know, he always has the best ideas.
He's got a ton of good ones. He's got a ton of good ones. He's got a lot of ideas. He likes trying things. So that's how progress is made. Jab,
Absolutely.
as he does.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm so freaking distracted right now, even though it's draped over my desk right now as we speak.
Yeah.
That thing.
All right.
We're either going to have to return that, or I'm going to find a very good hiding spot in the office here for it. I heard we were getting those, and I was just, eye rolls and head shakes. All right. John, good to see you.
Good to see you. Good to see
Good
you.
Good to be seen.
Happy Thursday.
Yeah, happy Thursday. Markets are closed tomorrow. One of the few days where they don't do the abbreviated hours, and the markets are just truly closed after the close today. Let me get situated here. All right.
Yep, you got it.
I can see that red thing in my background. It's throwing me off. All right. Well, when I was on earlier, I was talking about how I've got good focus and I can pay attention to things. So time to get in focus here. All right. It's been an interesting week for the live accounts today. Now my focus is broken. The dog's all riled up and she's got a tennis ball at my feet. Don't knock any of the stuff over, Reva. All right. I got some shout outs today. We've got Pin Sin up $6,600 trading today. We've got David A, someone we've talked about a lot. He's up $2,500. Coach Dakota, I have $3,500 here, but that's from earlier. I think he's more up like $3,800, $3,900 right now on the day. So big shout outs to those guys. And then I have a shout before we get to the trading cards. I almost forgot. We've called up 13 people from XFA to live this week. We've only closed 5 live accounts so far, and that's not including today. So we've got a net change of 8 new traders going to the prop firm. I always want that to be a net positive number. We want good traders. We want to be calling people up and moving them to live. Someone that we did call up and move to live, Escardo. I don't think we've done a trading card for him yet, but I want to feature. Oh, before we get to Escardo, forgot. I've got all right, let's get the card up for Angel.
All right.
Angel.
Angel.
It might not be. Yeah, Angel. So
great name.
Yeah. Ooh, we got a new little graphic for it.
Uh-oh.
Okay. It's not Halloween, but we've got the gravestone here with the candlesticks on it. Angel is a live trader who spent a very short period of time in their live account. 7 consecutive days of hitting that $1,000 daily loss limit.
Oh my goodness.
Before hitting 0. I'm not here to poke fun at Angel. I'm here to educate. This is someone who had a really good XFA that came in and traded every single day, all 7 days, daily loss limit, daily loss limit, daily loss limit, daily loss limit. I've lost count of that, but 7 daily loss limits. And, you know, I'm a little irritated, honestly, John, because, you know, it's a blown opportunity. You know, what are you doing coming in? You finally get this live account that you know, are working towards. You're working towards the payouts. The live account is a tool to get you those payouts. And then you just lose the max that we allow you to lose 7 days in a row. I will say shame on you, Angel. That is, it's a blown opportunity, and you should be doing better. Hoag, you know, I've talked with Andre about it, you know, in his time at the prop firm, and it's like, how many losing days? And I talked about it with Jack earlier this week or last week too. It's like, you're at a prop firm, how many days, you know, how many losing days before you get that shoulder tap, and your risk manager says, you know, take the week off, or the principal of the firm, the group that you're trading in, says, you know, take the week off. You know, what we landed on is, you know, 2 losing days in a row or 3 losing days in a row. And if you have 3 losing days in a row, it's an indicator that what you're doing is not working in the current marketplace.
Right.
When I was trading on my own, 3 losing days in a row, you know, I didn't take it as a sign that my strategy wasn't working in the marketplace. It certainly wasn't working for the week, at which point in time I would say, you know, it's not working this week. I'm not going to add, you know, any insult to the injuries and kind of stop. I didn't always be that. I wasn't always that strict early on, but then, you know, as you are finding that, hey, I'm making money doing this consistently, and you are a consistently profitable trader, it should be a huge indicator that you got to pump the brakes and step away. I was just talking with Ben earlier. We had our one-on-one this week, and we were talking about trading and stuff like that. And, you know, I shared a story about, you know, someone having really, really significant losses that I knew over a 7-month period. And they wiped out, you know, years and years of good work. That's at a larger scale. But, you know, we just can't have this. And you need to figure out when to pump the brakes. And, you know, don't laugh at me for putting nurture here on the trading card, but nurture what you have. You know, you aspire to get the live account, you aspire to take money out of the markets. Why in 7 short days are you doing that? So if he goes from go ahead, John.
And Mick, 5 out of those 7 days, he was in profit at some point during the day, as much as almost $3,200, and he ended up hitting the daily loss limit. This is somebody that needs to find that lockout button. You know, you get up $3,100 in a day. You know, that's a good day. Lock yourself out. Just do something else for a while. You know, they have winning trades. They're just not keeping them.
This was a poor stretch of trading, and like you said, that day they were up $3,150, John. It's like you had a $4,200 swing there, you know, from your account balance high, your P&L high to the P&L low. I mean, that's also textbook poor money management. $3,000. And going back, I looked at his XFA. I'll talk about that here in a second. The one that we, you know, did transfer him to live or call him up to live on. Very, very different trading. And they did put up 4-figure days in that account, but a $3,100 day or $3,200 day is a significant profits for Angel. So the rule of thumb is when you're, you know, having significant profits, and he's an active trader too. That day that he was up the $3,100, he made, you know, 24 trades that day. So this applies more towards the active day trader that's taking a bunch of new trades throughout the day, as opposed to someone who's higher time frame where, you know, I might put a nat gas trade on and watch it go in my favor, you know, $4,000. And then I see that the equity or the P&L goes back to $1,000. And I'm not locking in, you know, $2,000 on that trade. I'm letting it go, the P&L go from $4,000 to a lower value. But that's because I'm still letting my trade play out, as opposed to I have made 24 trades to get to a $4,000 P&L high on that. You got to lock half of it in. If you're up $3,200, make sure you walk away, worst case scenario, up $1,600. $1,600 is a damn good day, and it's quite a bit larger than the average day we've got here for Angel. I think it's even larger than the average trading day that they had in their XFA that got them called up to live, which right about there, their average winning day was $1,800. So Angel made a mistake in this live account, didn't give himself the room to live to trade another day. You know, aside from hitting that daily loss limit every day for 7 days in a row, you probably after 3 days should say like, oh, I went from $7,000 to $4,000 in my account. I went from $7,000 to $3,000 in my account. Hold on, what's going on? I don't have that much room to continue trading. And then, you know, the big shame is like when they get to $2,000 left in the account, they're going to risk half of their account balance on a single trading day. Come on. And then on their very last day, when they have 1,000, you can tell them a little passionate about being upset about this performance. But then the last day, I care. Yeah, I care because we want to call up good traders. And we did. We made the right call calling him up from XFA. In hindsight, you know, it panned out the way that it did. But listen, he got called up in 2 weeks in his XFA. I have the metrics here. I don't have the trade report for you to look at, John, but his average daily P&L over 11 days was $1,040. He had 73% winning days in that XFA. The average winning day, like I mentioned, was 1,800, and surprise, surprise, the average losing day was $1,000. So when they're losing, they're butting up against that daily loss limit. They were able to afford that in the XFA. Couldn't afford doing it 7 days in a row here in the live account. But even the trades, you know, they had 74% winning trades compared to 30% winning trades in the live account. The risk reward in the live account was really, really bad, only taking down $240 per contract while risking $330. It was more of a 1-to-1 in the XFA. They were at about $500 per contract on the wins, $500 per contract on the losers. So, you know, this is a good example of what not to do with a live account, but also a very good example of, you know, Angel had really good stuff in the beginning of March. The second half of March, they didn't have the good stuff. And it should be eye-opening how quickly things could change, whether it's market state or how much you're risking per contract, that kind of thing. There's a lot of things. And we need to, you know, as CEOs of our own business, our trading accounts, our trading business, we need to be forward thinking, planning, like I was talking about with Andre earlier, and really being aware of trends and downturns in the trading. So,
yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Mick. Nurture what you have. You've got another slide coming up here. Should we squeeze that in?
Yeah, let's squeeze it in. Escardo, we'll be really quick on this. This is someone whose name everybody's heard about over the last 2 weeks. They have only traded Monday through Wednesday this week. They're up over $12,450. They are very far ahead as far as P&L goes for our live traders this week from any other live trader. It's been a rocky week for the live accounts overall. But Escardo's standing out. And again, he's way ahead of the pack with his P&L for this week. Mad props to him too. Oh, listen to this. Very few people actually fill out their profiles. His motto was, I didn't write it down here. I got it up here. His motto is get in, get out, and get paid. And that's exactly what he did this week. He was like, okay, whether it was 12,000 was enough and he had other stuff going on today and knowing that tomorrow markets are closed, 3 days, 12,000, almost $12,500. He got in, he got out. And what's pretty cool is he's only been trading a little bit over a year. He signed up with us in November of 2023, and he'd only been trading about a year to that time. So, Escardo, 2 years in, you got some special stuff. You're trading well. I won't even rattle off the metrics here because I know we're kind of going long on time. But everybody, take a peek at that. It's looking really good. I think that he needs to focus on containing the losing days. Again, he's profitable, but when he has the losing days, he's hitting the $3,000 daily loss limit. He should take a peek at that risk reward per trade because it's at 1-to-1 right now, a little worse than 1-to-1 by 60 something bucks.
Right.
But the last thing I want to say here, and this is a warning to Escardo, I have seen, and John, I know you have too, we've seen good stuff like this before. So everything's fine and kumbaya while it's working. But Escardo, if things start to go sideways, nip it in the bud quickly, because for traders like this that have the big winners and hit that the big daily loss limits, the swingers, the big swingers, it goes sideways really freaking quickly.
Yes.
So just a warning, be on guard, Escardo, but keep it up at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if things do start going sideways, first thing you do, size down. Size down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, I know we're up on time. I'm laughing because I see that freaking thing on my desk. JD.
It looks good. Looks good. You killed it.
Riva, sick. Tear that thing to shreds. Oh, I heard someone in the chat earlier saying they wanted to see more of the dog. It's been a while, Riva. Come on. Come up here.
Hey, Reeve.
Hey,
Riva.
Is that John over there? Is that John over there?
Hey, Lacey. Come here.
Where's Lacey? John's got an identical dog. They look exactly the same, but she's a black shepherd, and I've got the black sable.
She don't feel like it. She ain't cooperating. The thing about German shepherds, their ears only work when they want them to.
She doesn't want to get up on Santa's lap today.
No. Next time I'll keep a little bowl of treats on my desk. That'll do it.
Okay. Yeah, we still got to get them together. But I know we got to wrap this up too, John. This was fun. Thanks.
Awesome. Mick, thank you very much. And everybody that watches this segment loves it. And and I think the biggest part of it is the fact that your passion, your care for these traders, the entire risk team, the entire company, really. I mean, we all really care deeply about traders and about our traders. And you can just feel it coming through the screen when it comes to you, Mick.
Well, thank you for the compliment, John. I got a lot of that passion working with you and seeing how you treat our traders, and certainly agree. The whole company, we want people getting better. We know it's a tough business. There's huge opportunities here, but it ain't easy. So let's be disciplined. Let's make the right decisions. We're always going to screw up. We're always going to make exceptions. We're only human, but keep battling and keep trying to get better. If you're not progressing, you're regressing.
Thank you, Mick. Thank you very much. Hey, I probably won't get the chance to talk to you, but have a nice weekend. Holy Thursday, happy Good Friday, and happy Easter.
Thanks so much. You too.
We'll see you soon, Mick.
Take care, everybody. Thank you.
There he is.
All right, folks. It's Bring Your Dog to Work Day, apparently, here at TopstepTV. I'm going to go hide my toys before Mick throws them out the window. But before we do that, Hoag, I believe, has a contribution to make. We've been kind of goading him all day, and now he's going to give us a little sample of the Hoag push-ups. So here we go. 3, 2, Hoag.
Since we already did 75 push-ups, I thought I'd just do some curls. So I've got a nice little bottle of whiskey here. I'll do a few curls for the contribution here. Got a few curls coming here.
Get those gains, Hoag.
Every little bit helps.
I'm not actually drinking this. This is for the weekend, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
When does the weekend start? Weekend starts in 3 hours.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. Yeah. Getting out of town tomorrow for a night or two. So looking forward to that.
Excellent. All right, folks. Well, welcome to group coaching. We're going to do it for real this time. All joking aside, thanks for submitting your questions. The form's still pinned in the chat. We're probably not going to get to all your questions today. We got about 30 minutes left. And so we're just going to let it rip, if that's okay.
I'll try and talk fast.
Let's talk. Let's not kill ourselves. All right. First question comes from Valerie. Valerie says, This is a question from this morning. Does the old adage about the 3 black crows work on any time frame other than the daily? I'm not so sure
That's
about
a
the.
really, really good and interesting question. I mean, pardon?
Continue, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a really interesting question. I mean, when we look at these candle patterns, they are, as you might say, fungible. I mean, different time frames, the same patterns appear on a lot of different time frame charts. Do they work on every one? No. Do they always work? No. So I would say longer time frame patterns are powerful. If I see three black crows, in other words, see red candles in an uptrend 5-minute chart, is that something I'm really going to be excited about and jump into and follow? Maybe not. I think that most patterns, candles, technical analysis, most will repeat in multiple time frames, and they can be as useful in a longer time frame and in a shorter time frame, but nothing never works, nothing always works, right? We see these patterns, we're looking for patterns, and that is one that you may find successful. That's a really, really good and really interesting question. Technical patterns, candlestick patterns, every context with the time frame, right? So the longer time frame probably going to be more powerful when they do work. The shorter time frame, they may still work, of course. Yep, good question.
Awesome, thanks, Oak. I'm really not familiar with the 3 black crows pattern, to tell you the truth, so I didn't really know how to answer that one or add any context.
Well,
to
I
it,
saw
but...
him in concert.
Oh yeah, there you go. Oh, Hoag, we're getting some messages that your stream's a little choppy at the moment.
Really?
Is everybody noticing a little chop on the stream?
Well, that was just me doing that.
Jack, did you notice? I hear you in there.
Yeah, no, it was definitely choppy. Let's see if it gets better. Let's let it cook.
All right.
Hoag, if you're downloading any 3D 4K Pixar renders, maybe stop that for the moment. But we'll see what happens.
Cool. Here, you can close a couple of windows here. Maybe that'll help. I usually have 87 browser pages open. Let's see if that helps. Okay. All right.
Excellent.
All right. Let's see if that helps. All right. What else we got?
Cool. Cliff's got a question about Delta. I hear you call out negative and positive Delta, Cliff says. Where are you getting that information? Can we show Cliff?
Okay.
Give Cliff a little insight onto where we're getting Delta information from. Delta data.
So, I think there's something's up with my internet. I'm getting really slow internet right now. I don't know. Maybe that's what the problem is. But you can see Delta on some platforms. Not every platform has it. If you're using Tradeovate, okay, on Tradeovate, you can see it right here. Okay, it says there's positive 2,700. And that is correct. I can see it now. See, now it just changed. So sometimes it doesn't render correctly on Tradeovate, but I get it mostly off of my T4 platform. It's just right there. And I've got these profiles set for regular trading hours. So this begins to compile at 8:30 so that I know the day time frame delta. So it may be on some platforms, it may not be on some platforms. We are working on bringing it to Topstep X. As a matter of fact, I think it's in process right now. We can take a look here and let's see what the roadmap looks like. Roadmap. Cumulative delta indicator. Okay, that's due April 1st. I don't know if that's an April Fool's joke or what, but it is in progress. So you will be able to see it on Topstep X very, very soon. Like any indicator, sometimes it's great, sometimes it doesn't help. There is no I was thinking about open interest, but yeah, it's going to be available on Topstep X very, very soon. Very soon.
Excellent. Yeah. And we've showed you before, I'm sure you're all familiar by now, where to find the roadmap on Topstep X. We don't have to walk through it, but it's under that question mark that you see on the left-hand side of Hoag's screen. Just click on that support tab and you'll have access to the roadmap and any changes coming out with Topstep X. So keep yourself up to date and familiar with what's going on in there. And yeah, it's updated every day. All right, so we were talking about offsetting trades this morning. It was one of the Series 3 questions that came up, the difference between offsetting and hedging. So Abe's question is, what does it mean to offset in position, and how is it different from closing the transaction made and a hedge? Thank you. What's the difference between a hedge and an offset?
Okay. So if, for example, let's say I'm long one contract of wheat at the Chicago Board of Trade. If I sell 5,000 bushels or a contract of wheat on the Kansas City exchange, I'm long one in one exchange and short one on the other. Okay, they're not fungible. To offset a position in a futures contract, if you're long one in the E-mini S&Ps, if you sell one in the E-mini S&Ps, you've offset the position. You were long, you sold out of that long. But it's kind of similar to, if I'm long the S&P and I short the NASDAQ, they don't offset. They're opposing positions. You might call that a hedge. But in order to offset or liquefy those positions, I would have to sell the one in the S&P and buy the one back in the NASDAQ. So, different exchanges. I mean, you can trade. I think they trade grains on Eurex, right? But if I'm long at the Board of Trade and I'm short grains in Eurex, they don't offset. They're not fungible. I would have to take the opposite direction on both exchanges to offset or liquidate the position. Does that come off clear?
Clear for me. I don't see much confusion in the chat.
Good.
All right. Well, let's move on then. Thanks for the question, Abby. Yep. That is definitely a Series 3 question, so make sure you brush up on that if you're planning to take the Series 3. All right, next question comes from Alexander. I still do not know how to recognize buyers and sellers ahead on the dome or elsewhere. What is the best practice on that? Well, we might want to start with getting that level 2 data. It doesn't sound like Alexander is seeing all the prices available to him, especially on the Topstep X platform. But what are some tips for Alexander to see inventory above and below the market?
Well, if you're going to get level 2 data, especially on Topstep X, I mean, you can see 100 prices in either direction away from the current last price. And so when we're like Andre or me or somebody saying, hey, there's a lot of liquidity below the market, it's going to show on the dome like this. Like we can see down here at 42.91, there's 378 on the bid, 378 on the bid. So that's where we're kind of seeing the size of the bids and offers on both sides of the market. There are also other tools that can help you with that kind of order flow information. Case in point, like Bookmap. Bookmap will show you in lines where the liquidity is showing on the dome. So if you don't have level 2 delta, and this is something you want to look into, you can get level 2 delta by going on your trader dashboard. There is a fee for it. It's $39 a month, but that we don't charge for it. The exchange does. All we do is take that $39 and pass it straight to the exchange if you choose to look at level 2 delta, and that's a monthly fee. Everything is a monthly fee or a transactional fee when it comes to the exchanges. So, if you you want that level 2 data, again, just right on your trader dashboard, you can purchase it there. And again, we don't upcharge it. It's a straight pass through to the exchange. We just send that to the exchange for your level 2 data. Good question.
Yeah, and it's really amazing how price seems to have, that attraction to those high inventory levels, and the market always seems to drift there. So having that data in front of you, having that information is just a huge benefit. There's my 2 cents. All right, next up, Reggie. Reggie wants to know, how important is your daily morning process in your trade day? Well, I can tell you, I know Hoag doesn't roll out of bed and jump on the camera and start talking about the markets. It is a process, and he starts very early in the morning, but I'll let Hoag elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I do, well, I try most days. I sit down at probably 6:30 at the latest. Opening call starts at 8, so that's an hour and a half. And in that hour and a half, I do my prep for the opening call. And if I have time, then I get I'm starting to do more of my old way of doing things when I was just trading. And that takes some time. If I don't do the prep for the opening call, you'll know it. If I don't do enough prep for trading, then I'm gonna be cautious. I mean, I always said you've got to have a consistent way to prepare yourself for the trading day if you are looking to become a consistent and profitable trader. So if I don't do the homework, I don't get to play. I think preparation. It's actually one of the dad wisdoms. Preparation is the key to lower stress. If you've done your homework, you've done the top down view of the market, you've checked the profiles, you've noted standout levels off the profiles and the charts. You're checking the volume, open interest, all of that stuff, and you put together like let's just say it's a worksheet, right? I actually have one, and we've been working on trying to put together kind of a plug and play type of worksheet to prepare for the trading day. It's an outline, and I have specific things that I ask myself and that I look for, and I write notes, and then I put hypotheses together as to possible outcomes from the trading day. If I've done all that, then I feel prepared. There's a lot less stress involved, because if my first hypothesis doesn't prove to be true, maybe the second hypothesis or the third hypothesis will kind of become true, right? And if that's the case, and the fact that I've prepared, 2, 3, sometimes 4 different hypotheses for the outcome of the day, when one of them begins to show that it's proving itself, then there's a strategy involved in that. And when I say a strategy, I mean it can be as simple as, okay, hypothesis 1 is we're going to stay range bound today. All right, well, that means the plan is let the initial balance establish itself and work the extremes for the opportunities. Hypothesis number 2, maybe we're gonna open and we're gonna rally right away. Well, then I know what hypothesis 1 is going to look like, and I have a strategy for it. If that's hypothesis and it starts to ring true, then I'm going to try and get into that momentum move to the upside. It could be an opening range trade in that regard. But just being prepared, for multiple scenarios, then you're going to be quicker to recognize it, and probably quicker to be able to respond to it and react to it. Okay, so if I don't do my homework, I don't get to play. Yep, you don't do your homework, you don't get to go out to recess.
There you have it, Reggie. Hope that gives you a little insight into the life of Hoag. Checking in on the chat, we got a question from Jesse. A few minutes ago, we were talking about level 2 data and the dome, and Jesse's curious, what is the dome? Well, the DOME is an acronym, Jesse. DOM stands for Depth of Market, and that's the matrix on the right side of Hoag's screen right there, where you see prices trading, bids and offers being lifted and taken out. This is where you place orders, cancel orders. It's more affectionately known as the ladder in some respects or in some circles. Hoag, anything you want to add about what the DOME is? And I'm sure Jesse's used the DOME, just wasn't familiar with the term DOME.
Mm-hmm. No, that's perfect, JD. JD, I gotta tell you, I thoroughly enjoy having you on and doing group coaching with you. You're so good at it and so knowledgeable. I really appreciate you.
Thank you, Hoag. It's very flattering. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Excellent. I think I got a tear.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put myself on camera for that one.
Yeah. Well, I just think JD, you're one of the best, man. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Hoag. Right back at you, bud. All right, we got time for 12:40 in the Chicago time. We got time for a couple more. Colt's got a question about liquidity. How do we know? How can we see if a market is liquid? Is there a specific total number of contracts traded or contracts waiting to be traded? Thank you. Outside of volume and open interest, what's your biggest clue into how liquid a market is?
Okay.
Or if volume and open interest is your biggest clue, maybe we could elaborate on that a little.
Well, yeah, I mean, volume and open interest is, of course, is part of it. If we were to look at the volume and open interest, let's say in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, okay, currently there's 2,148,689 open contracts in the S&Ps. This is the S&P DOME. This DOME is pretty typical of how liquid the S&Ps is on any given day. We've got, over 100 on each bid and over 100 on each offer, going for, 5-10 points in either direction. We're seeing that kind of liquidity, right? And, liquidity is, that's what we're all here to do, is to provide liquidity to the markets. Every participant adds a degree of liquidity. So, and for that service, we have the opportunity to profit. We're not guaranteed to profit, but we have that opportunity to profit. So now with, 2.14 million contracts open in the S&Ps, this is what the DOME looks like. Now let's look at the DOME in the NASDAQ. Okay, in the NASDAQ, there are, let me see here, 260,388 open contracts. Okay, open contracts. That's one long and one short is one contract. So 260,000 compared to 2.1 million contracts, you would be able to recognize right then and there that the liquidity is going to be greater in the S&Ps and in the NASDAQ. Now, volume. Yesterday's volume in June S&Ps was 1,460,532. The volume in the NASDAQ was 258,833. Considerably less volume, right? Less contracts, less volume. Look what the DOME looks like. And this is the thing that makes me crazy about the NASDAQ. It's so thin that, you get price slipping off the DOME, slipping off your screen quite often. It's like when the cheese slips off the cracker, right? But you look at the number of bids and offers we're seeing on either side of the market. We're seeing single digits and then into double digits. Rarely do we see 100. If there's 100 in there, that's somebody saying something, right? That's somebody saying, yeah, come get me. So, and as you kind of look at different markets and get to know different markets, you'll begin to be able to recognize, hey, the market's really thin today. And when you see that, there's usually going to be something that's causing that. Like, the S&Ps will get down to 1 and 2 digits on bids and offers right before an FOMC meeting release. Okay, everybody pulls their orders out. It becomes very illiquid. It moves very fast, very volatile. I'm sure that you've seen this already, and so it is kind of watching and seeing what's going on contextually in the market, understanding the amount of open contracts and how the volume does, and then taking a look at the dome and seeing, we've got at least 100, sometimes 200, sometimes a lot more than that in the dome and the S&Ps. That is a much more liquid market than the NASDAQ. I hope that clears that up for you.
Awesome. Thank you, Hoag. And thank you for the question, Colt. All right, let's just keep moving on. Next, Tyler wants to know, can you discuss the pros and cons of tick charts versus time charts? Why you use one over the other? I don't know if I've ever seen you pull up a tick chart. Have you ever used tick charts in the past?
I've started looking at them because in my time frame, trading can be relatively boring, and we're trying to entertain as well as educate here on TopStep. So I've started looking at it, but tick charts are not time based. Market profile is all about time. So I find them to be conflicting. I like to use the time-based charts because I'm looking at a time-based tool like market profile. Tick charts is the number, it's the number of transactions. They stack up and you get 1,000 transactions, and then that opens the next bar. So they're not time-based, they're price-based, right? So that's one of the reasons that I don't focus on them is because the market profile uses time as guidance in acceptance or rejection of price. Volume profiles doesn't look at time, it looks at what levels volume has accumulated. So, perhaps a volume profile would line up maybe a little bit better with tick charts, perhaps. I'm not really sure, but there's nothing wrong with using either of them. Just be consistent and learn as much as you can about them. And,
yeah, for sure.
It's all on you, right?
Coach Robert, who joins us for group coaching a couple times a week, talks about tick charts and range charts quite a bit. That's part of his repertoire. He likes more of that raw price action data than time, for sure. So maybe when we get him back on, we could talk a little more about tick charts with him. Also, I'm not
Robert. Go ahead, JD. I'm sorry.
I just started looking at tick charts also since listening to Coach Robert too, so I'm really starting to learn about them a little bit myself. I mean, I used to play around with point and figure charts a little bit back in the day, which is sort of like a tick chart in a way.
Right.
You just get that raw price action data. They used to call it algo-proof data, but that's not really true. It's just you're taking time out of the equation. That's it.
Yeah,
I
keep getting kicked off of a lot of things on my computer. I'm having some sort of an internet issue. Apparently, that the sound has been a little bit choppy, and I apologize. Let's see if we can take another question here. And
I didn't notice you being choppy there again. Yep. Let's go. Let's move on. All right. Tecker has a question about trading pullbacks. So when we say things like, I'm waiting for a pullback to get in the market, what are the criteria that you're looking for in a pullback? Say you want to get long the S&P. You're waiting for a pullback to get in. What are you looking for on that pullback that's going to give you your best? What would give you your best entry on a pullback? What kind of data are you looking at, or what kind of price action are you looking at?
There's a million ways to. I hate saying it, but there's a million ways to skin a cat, right?
Skin the cats. Yep.
Skin the cats, right? I hate saying that, but I can't think of another colloquialism that fits so well, right? So this is, if a market is already directional, let's say we've got a big rally going. This is one of the most difficult things that I've come across in trading, is to find a way in. You're looking for the pullback. Sometimes the pullback doesn't come deep enough to let you in. Sometimes the pullback goes further than you think. You end up getting stopped out, and then the market continues its march to the upside. This to me has always been challenging and very and difficult, if you will. So if we can, let's take a look on the profiles. Okay. So yesterday, the market opened above the late spike from the previous day, right? So I'm thinking at some point we're probably going to see price move higher. Okay. The opening range was the high of the session. We took that short yesterday. We had a pretty okay trade on it. The market came into the late spike, left a weak low, turned around, and then barreled to the upside. If you're not already in this trade, it is going to be difficult for you to be able to find a pullback, some sort of thing, some sort of level, some sort of short time frame, whatever it is, to find a pullback, to look for an entry into the marketplace. Now, there's nothing that works every time, but once we broke out above this, you'll see that there was very little volume, and this is one of the really only times I'll focus solely on volume profile. So the market opens. Well, the market takes out the high of the initial balance. It moves very quickly through this area. Okay, the market just popped right up through there. It then spent a little bit of time here and here. When I see these little volume like nodes, high volume node, 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 then and between them we see low volume nodes, low volume, low volume, low volume, low volume, and low volume. Okay, great. What does that mean? Hey, there's Lacey. So when we popped up there, and we didn't spend a lot of time, and we had very little volume here, and we start piling up volume up here. If we push higher and we pull back to the low volume node, or what I call volume shoulders, and the space between a high volume node and a low volume node, this would be an area that I would look to buy a pullback, because if price comes back in and comes all the way through that low volume node, that's telling me that wasn't the right spot, or that the move isn't going to be as tremendous as I think it is going to be. So if you look for those high volume to low volume, I call them volume shoulders. If you get in on the lower shoulder on an up move, so sometimes that's going to be a nice spot to get the market to pull back to, finding support above the low volume node, and then you might be able to get into that move. Pullbacks are hard. I mean, we've been talking about like bull flags and bear flags. Those are technically pullbacks, right? Here's what we're looking at here. So, we had the three black crows, right? This was in essence a bull flag. Where is the optimal place to try and get in to catch a breakout from a bull flag? Is on the lower end of the lower side of the channel. And sometimes you're going to be able to do that, sometimes you're not going to be able to. This was those three black crows right here. Okay, 1, 2, 3. We broke out of a bull flag. We didn't really find any directional activity. We actually came back down below it. And then where is the real breakout point for this? Well, if you're going to be buying along the lower end of the channel, that's going to be pretty low risk. It's a little riskier to wait for the breakout above a bull flag to go with it in some cases, right? I mean, if this was a real good bull flag, we would have come through this level and we would have probably just kept going, right? I think there was one in gold. Hang on a second. Hang on. Okay. So this was, on a daily chart. Okay. Market comes up, pulls back. We put the channel in. Is this a bull flag on the daily chart? Look what happened when we finally broke out. I mean, that was a big up day, another big up day, another big up day. So, if we were looking to buy the lower end of the channel down here, maybe we were able to get along here And this can represent any time frame. This could show up on a 5-minute chart, right? So let's pretend that this is a 5-minute chart. You got the channel to the downside, you got the channel along the low. If you're buying lows and selling highs, you would buy it here, you could sell it here, and if you get the substantial, meaningful breakout above that level, you go with it. You go with it. So pullbacks, define pullback, JD.
I think you nailed it, Hoag.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you.
All right, I think we got time for just one more. This is more of a trading psychology question from Christian. Christian says, I'm struggling with fear, and that makes me miss various profitable trades or close positions too early. Also, I'm very nervous trying to pass my trading combine, as I had already last year, but unfortunately blew the account really quickly. So it seems to make it even worse.
Mm-hmm.
How do I manage my emotions daily in order to accept the result of the day and get confident with my strategy? I already backtested it multiple times, and it seems to work, but my result in the live market makes me doubt it every day.
Okay. Christian, are you journaling? Are you journaling? I think one of the most important things that you can do as a trader is to journal. We showed the emotional journal yesterday. Hang on a second. I'm going to bring it up. And this, when you say, out of fear, you're missing good opportunities. This will really help you, I think. Come on. Okay. Okay. This is the emotional journal. So with each trade you take, you got to write down as much information as you can with as few words as you can. Especially if you're an active trader, this is going to be difficult for you to do. But you put out your trade number one before the trade, mental, physical, and emotional, how you're feeling in all three categories. At entry, during, exit, and after the trade, and any comments you want to, in real time while the trade is going on. You may see, you may say mentally, because, the trade was a winner, you start calm, you're getting happy, then you get nervous as the price is getting close to your exit, and then after the trade, you're relieved. Physical. Before the trade, you notice your palms are sweating. You're in the trade. During the trade, you notice your heart rate increasing. At exit, maybe this is a loss. Now you're physically you're peaked, right? You're at fight or flight level at this point. After the trade, emotionally, maybe this is a winning trade and it's making you feel good about yourself. How is it making you feel good about yourself? What changes are going on throughout the trade? Then move on to the next trade and the next trade and the next trade. At the end of the day, take a look and say, okay, I remember this first trade. I remember why I took it. Kind of concentrate on it and see if you can't remanufacture some of the things that were going on with you mentally, physically, and emotionally. This is a practice. It's not easy. But one of the things that I noticed when I agreed to do it, which wasn't very easy for me to do, was the trades that I was confident in that seemed like layups were much less likely to be successful trades. It was the trades that I was nervous about, the trades that I was, questioning, is this really, is this a good idea? Those ended up being the better trades. So, you're saying, you've got fear and you're missing various possible profitable trades. In that journal, you're going to be able to hopefully over time recognize the difference between impulsive activities, impulsive trades, not thinking things through. That's all impulse. And impulse is mostly created by fear, greed, anger, venom, all of those things. If we're not thinking things through before we're doing them, it's an impulse. Doing that journal can help you recognize what an intuition really feels like, right? Okay, so your intuition that you're saying in this very question is saying you're missing various profitable trades out of fear. Use that fear, because that fear is whispering to you, this looks like it might be an interesting spot. This might be a really good level. And that might be your intuition whispering to you, because impulse yells at you. Get in now. You're going to miss the move. You're going to miss the move. You suck. Whatever your inner voice is telling you, when it's pushing you like that, that is impulse. That is impulse. It's the calm thought that says, I thought I looked at this. I looked at this level earlier, and now it's there, and I'm kind of nervous about taking the trade. But what's the worst thing that can happen? Maybe it's going to be a losing trade. Well, you know what your risk is. Maybe it's going to be a good winning trade, and that, my good friend, do that a bunch of times, and your confidence will build. The fear and the fear of the pain of the past is such a vicious thing when it comes to trading. Christian, read Tom Hoagland's book, The Best Loser Wins. You have nothing to fear. You have nothing to fear, Christian. Okay?
Christian, I hope you're in the chat listening, because that was some good stuff. And yes, check out that book. Also, check out TopstepTV. We've got a whole reading list in there to help you out with some trading psychology and all kinds of other stuff. So check out that website. All right, with that, we are out of time for group coaching today. Hoag, thanks for being here and answering questions from everybody. And thank you to everybody that joined us and submitted your questions. Coming up next, we've got Recapping with Rips. Our boy, Andre, Robert, and Rips will be here talking about the markets. Then after that, we're going to close... We are going to close out the week. You hear me, Hoag?
Go ahead, G. I just want to say something at the end.
Oh, sure. I'll kick it right back to you. Just want to let everybody know that Andre, Dolby, and Rips, the big three, will be here pulling pork and Power Hour at 2 o'clock. So make sure you stick around for that, too. Hoag, I'm going to kick it right back to you. Got some dad wisdom and some other wisdom.
Thanks, JD. Well, I mean, yeah, there's a dad wisdom here. Let me bring that up. But you know what? I got signed out for some reason of Google, so we'll save the dad wisdom for next week. JD, I love you like a brother. Everybody, this is going to be it for me for the week. If you celebrate, it's Easter on Sunday, Good Friday tomorrow, Holy Thursday today. But to everybody, blessings to you. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to each other. Pray for peace every day, and have a great weekend. We'll be looking forward to seeing some possible action on Sunday night and Monday. Blessings. We care about all of you, and have a great weekend. So thank you, JD.
Welcome back, everybody. JD here, accompanied by Rips and Robert. You are here for Recapping with Rips. There he is. Way to point, Robert. All right, Andre's going to be joining us in just a minute. Rumor has it he canceled his lunch appointment and just started ripping push-ups. So we're going to see how many he cranked out in a second. Before that, how's it going, Rips? How's the trading day treating you?
Yeah, it's going well. Just ended up taking a little bit of a wee little scalp earlier before I came on, and made a couple bucks on that. But it's been a very choppy day, so not a lot of great opportunities. Been sticking it into my combines today, not trading any XFAs or live until next week. So just some nice combine trades and a nice relaxing day going into the 3-day weekend. How about you folks?
Yeah, for sure. It has been a pretty quiet morning, just sideways action. I've been watching the NASDAQ and the S&P pretty much all day, and a lot of chop today. What do you say, Robert? How's it been going on your end?
Same thing, just a little bit losses in the morning when I was able to jump on there, and a really nice conversation, power plays with Austin Silver, fabulous, and happy to be here chatting with Rips and Andre coming on pretty soon. We'll see if the markets present anything, and just go from there.
I think I hear the door knocking, or a knocking on the door. Andre might be here. Andre, is that you? You coming in?
Wow.
Slays me every time.
Is that funny?
Wow. Yeah, it's funny.
Wow, there I am. Wow.
Looking real good there, Andre.
God, enjoy it. Oh, that joke never gets old. Dude, Rips, who needs enemies when you got friends like this, man?
I know, right? It's incredible. I mean,
I like that.
You got the sound like that.
Did you ever get into Seinfeld, Rips?
I mean, yeah, who didn't? It was the only thing to watch on must-see TV. Come on.
Yeah, it was. Yes, it was. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed that. Y'all are tough. I'm with them, Inside Trader. Brutal, man. Brutal. Just brutal. Anyways, what's up, Robert? What's up, Rips? We got about 2 hours left in the trading week. We're recapping with Rips right now. Rips, let's recap the day. Hell, let's recap the week, man. What are your thoughts? A little choppy. We've been looking at the same prices all week, pretty much.
Yeah, it's and if you look at the 1 minute here, you can kind of tell the story of what we've had today. It's just been a very erratic price action where if you're trying to scalp this, you have to be very tight in your ranges, maybe 5 or 10 handles. And on the bigger picture, if we're looking at what the NQ is offering for the bigger picture, we are kind of skating around this channel. We did have a draw of liquidity here yesterday, and we've just kind of been bouncing around in this channel here. If we do break below that, there's a chance that we can revisit this pocket of liquidity down here. And if we break below that, we would probably bounce around that level down there. So I see two kind of scenarios playing out here into power hour. Either we're going to break these lows and skitter on down here, draw some liquidity and maybe bounce back up, or we're going to break above this area of liquidity, bounce above this area, and maybe chop around up here, or maybe go even higher. But I do think that we will have some kind of break since it is quarter end rebalance. I do think that we have the opportunity for something kind of setting up for us for power hour, although the only thing that would kind of negate that would be the idea that yesterday we did get a little bit of those quarter end rebalancing trades. I was actually shocked to see the low reaction on the newsprints today. Even though they weren't huge newsprints, I was kind of shocked to see that and see very low reaction in GDP numbers, Michigan sentiment, unemployment numbers. Is very low reaction there, but some decent scalping opportunities overall.
Yeah, I agree with you on the muted reaction to the numbers. We had a whole full slate of calendar items on the schedule. They had very muted reaction. We've been in a range, a 14-point range in the S&Ps, 80-point range in NASDAQ. I mean, these are tight ranges. Obviously, no trading tomorrow. So, I guess we'll keep an eye on the PC and the Powell speech tomorrow, but maybe Sunday reopen. Maybe we're in this range. Maybe we're stuck in this range for a little bit, and we have to adapt accordingly. Dow seems to be catching a bid here. Robert, what's your take? I know you did a couple of YM trades earlier this morning. Anything since?
Yeah. No, we did. I did one trade since then on 50K Combine. I took it long after it went turn around from the bottom there. So that's what we're looking at now. I'm not a guy that's going to be like, I think this thing is going up on this news or that news. I simply am horrible, incredibly horrible, getting the direction right. So I just don't play it. We'll look and we see it right now. I'm looking at the screen saying, we're at 40,174, ish, right in that area. On the Dow, it is pushing up, but we're at a resistance level, and that resistance level is roughly 4180 ish, so somewhere in there. So I'm simply going to play this. If it goes out and breaks and kind of has a little bit of push and momentum there, I might take a long and just keep a tight stop on it. But if we start flipping around and start seeing some red, I'll say, well, this is just another time it's going to bounce off that resistance and get rejected, and take a few points out of that now. So it's definitely not a fun trading day. And before I came on, I looked around at some of the other instruments to see if I could look at something else and say, hey, what is showing? And there just simply isn't anything. So it's what it is. That's how it is trading sometimes. I'm glad we had a really show today with the 75,000 subscribers and just having a blast behind the scenes, doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So that kind of kept me busy all day.
I guess to that point, we come out and say this isn't a fun trading day. It hasn't been fun for me. It hasn't been fun for you. There are people out there that do like this type of trading, the range bound trade. This is where they make their money. So I know we need to be cognizant of it. I think Isaac Rivera said it yesterday or 2 days ago during Power. I forgot what segment it was, but just because we might not be making money or killing it, so to speak, other people are out there. So when we come out here and say, oh, it's not the greatest trade, the markets are boring or dead. That doesn't mean there isn't opportunity. It's just isn't what suits our trading style, what our experience has lent us to, which is okay. So different strokes for different folks. That's okay.
Let's do it right now. We're close enough to this resistance area. I see my screen up there. Let's just take a short right now on YM. So that price level is 40102. I'm going short, and I am simply going to drag my stop right above these other breaks up here. It looks like it's an $80 stop. And if the market says, yeah, we're done bouncing off this resistance and we're just going to push through, I get stopped out. And if it does that, I might even pull it out a little sooner. But if it stops right here and we start seeing some red candles and start pushing into the low direction, if I see maybe $60, $80 on the P&L, I'm just going to close it and just walk away, be happy with it. That's the best I can do right now. It's at that resistance area. Throw a short on, put your stop in place, and see what happens. That's really all we can do at this point. Agree or disagree, that's what I'm doing.
I think it's a really nice setup that you're taking there. The question would be, where would you put your TP in that type of range? Do you have a certain range that you're looking for?
Yeah, take profit, see profit, take profit. There isn't anything. So if I eyeball it there, Rips, if I eyeball it, let me drag one down just so I can show. If I eyeball it, I'd be looking somewhere in this area. The reason is I'm looking at the left side chart is Renko.
Prices.
Yep, exactly. So the Renko chart is showing some bouncing off the 40152 area. It's a zone, it's an area where everything came up and just reject. And when it was above it came down and bounced off. That's the 40152. So let's just leave it at that, just in case for some reason something happens and the Dow just decides to drop like that from 175 to 152 and hits my profit right away. Hey, I made more than I anticipated. But if it starts getting down to that area, to the 40152 roughly, and it starts hanging around, I'm just going to take whatever profit I have and call it.
Yeah, I found on today it's pretty important to be using resting limit orders in order to get a fill. And it depends on, the areas. You kind of want to front run the upper and lower areas of the structure, because you're just getting a lot of trickery where the moment we get close to touching the lower end of the structure, we're going to get a huge bounce. And the same goes for the upper end of the structure. We'll get a huge sell-off. So it's been a day where you really want to focus on using limit orders. I mean, this is the trade that I had took before we came on stream here. It was just a very quick scalp, shorting as we were flushing down to this range, covering at the bottom, reshorting, and then covering again at the bottom there. So just a really quick pickup trade there for me. And I ended up making about $1,000 trading that very small, tight range right there. And that's the type of price action that we have here. If you're not going to have continuation, you have to modify your style to have quick range scalp trades. And I copied that across 3 accounts there and was very happy with the results of that.
Awesome.
All right, Rips. I want to be candid. Are you still feeling out of the pocket? I know this week you've been feeling out of the pocket. Are you still feeling out of the pocket? And if so, what would it take to change for next week? Going from XFAs to LFAs. Like, what's the difference there? And what's going on? How are you feeling?
So, I mean, it's just more so we look at the market on a level of difficulty. And if you had the opportunity, think about it from any other perspective. If you had the opportunity to play the market on the lowest level of difficulty, you'd much prefer to play that market versus a market that is at the highest level of difficulty. The less liquidity that we have in this market currently, the harder it becomes to judge where it's going to be going from here. Some people can thrive in this market. I personally would like a market that has continuation because I want to put on bigger size, looking for big sweeping moves, or I'm looking for definitive actions where if we have a break of a level, we're going to have confident follow through in that level. That's just the way that I trade, and that's my current style. So I would look for continuation. This is not a market where we're looking for continuation. So it's one of those things where it's not so much that I'm not in the pocket. It's just that I've analyzed that this week is tremendously low on liquidity. And I would prefer to wait until we have more liquidity in the market, thus playing a much easier version of the market, at least for my style and where I'm willing to put on real money into the market, in this case, XFAs and LFAs.
Got it. So it's more about what the market conditions have presented us as opposed to, what's going on with us. What is that? What the hell just showed up there? Oh, damn, Rips. I know you're Italian. It's a little early still. It's a little early, Rips. It might be time.
There it is. There it is. I closed that trade, by the way, just so everybody knows. I did close
really
it.
quick,
Popped down to about $75, and we're done.
Got you. All right,
nice
guys.
work
We got
there.
The tardy for the
nice trade, Robert.
Tardy for the party form is up. Hit to the top of the chat here. For those that missed, the fire drill earlier this morning.
I need it, and I'm gonna have it.
We got a lot going on today.
If anybody misses this, I would be shocked.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was the longest redo mulligan. So, yes, for those that missed the fire drill earlier this morning, we got the form pinned to the top. I believe it's going to be, we're pulling this down at 1:32, open for 14 more minutes. So get that in for those that missed it. You're welcome from us at Topstep, and thank you from us at Topstep, getting us over the 75,000 subscriber mark. Hell, we're already over 77,000 since then. Please hit like and subscribe. And as our march to 100,000 begins, or has started, I should say, the prizes and giveaways just get better. So let's get us to 100,000. But for the time being, the second chance form is pinned to the top of the chat. So we greatly appreciate it. And thank you. So, 1:32 Central, I think, is getting pulled. So get it in there.
Nice. Second chance.
Yeah, Rips.
Sorry,
So
second chances.
Rips, back to what we were talking about. Okay, so the market has been not very liquid, lack of direction, lack of follow through. Therefore, throttle down your size. Hell, even go to an XFA as opposed to risking live capital. I guess is what you're kind of thinking there.
Yeah, I mean, would you rather be in arena fighting a bunch of small little birds, or would you rather be fighting 100 Mike Tysons? I mean, it's what would you rather be up against? And when you have, the great thing is that, as traders, we get to pick and choose our battles. We are our own bosses in this game, and we can pick and choose when we enter into the market. I like to gauge things from practice account all the way up to live account. If a market is very, very difficult, but I still want to have experience in the market, I'm probably going to trade it on my practice account. It's free to do it. You can reset your practice account at any time. And it's the lowest level of entering into the market and seeing what the effects of your trades are on the market. Next level above that is your combines. Yeah, they cost money, but they're relatively inexpensive. If you lose it, you can reset it and start over from scratch. The good side of that is that if you're in the pocket and you're trading well in a very difficult market, the reward is that you're going to get an XFA. Above that is your XFA. You're trading money that gets to be deposited in your bank account. If you reach the criteria of hitting 5 days of $200 or more, you're able to take a withdrawal. It's real money. Then above that, you have your live account. It's actual orders hitting the market. It's the highest level of trading that we have available on Topstep. And that's where you're going to be doing the time when you have the most stranglehold on the market, so to speak. So that's how I gauge it. And this week has been a combines only week for me. And I've been very public about what I've been saying with that. I only want to trade combines this week. I will not touch my XFAs. The liquidity is too low. We do have surprise moves like what we saw yesterday towards the close. And that open, we had a beautiful open flush. But outside of that, it's been very lackluster in moves and being able to predict it, at least with my style. I want to, again, reiterate what you were saying, Andre. Everybody has a different style. With my style, it's not conducive to me seeing this as an easy to trade market. So me personally, I recognize that early on this week, especially being the holiday week, especially being quarter end rebalance, knowing that we're going to have few and far opportunities. So just going into the week with low expectations, making sure that I'm locking down my XFAs and not trading those, making sure that I'm locking down my live account, not trading that. That's where I want to be. And that feels to me, to answer your original question, it's not so much being not in the pocket or in the pocket. It's recognizing the market conditions, using the experience that I have from seeing weeks like this before, and avoiding undue disaster because I'm only risking combines, which to me like I said, that I'm ranking that out of 2 out of 4 there.
Smart. Absolute pro move. Pro tip for those that are watching. He throttles up his size, throttles down his size, switches between accounts based on what the market's giving. And yes, Rips, yes, not just this market isn't necessarily suitable to my style as well, but there are people making money out there. We see it on the leaderboards, so it can be done. Just because we're saying we're not trying to discourage you, we're trying to say pick and choose your battles, pick and choose your entries and exits. Don't get married to positions. All right, we are seeing crude keep drifting higher here, 3 cents off the high. It's the only thing that's really caught my attention. Looking around the chat or looking around the charts here. All right, Robert, Robert, are you still in the trade or are you out?
No, actually, right by the FIREDRILL, we just kind of held off on there because we wanted to get the FIREDRILL, but the FIREDRILL tardy to the party links out there. I did close that trade as I was suspecting and anticipating, speculating, assuming. Once it just kind of broke down the pricing for the area that I was looking for, I was looking down at the somewhere to 140, 50-ish area. It just had a little drop down, popped in, saw $75 in profit, marketed out, gave me a little bit of slippage, of course not in my favor, so we closed out for $65. And I'm happy with that. P&L just went up to 144, and hey, that was $75, and it was a 6-minute trade. I don't know, do the math on how much you make per hour when you do that, but it's still, hey, $75 in Massachusetts is $75 in Chicago too.
But it's not 75. It ain't $75 in Southern California. I'll tell you that right now.
It still is. I mean, if they worth as much.
That is a 1 bag of groceries, maybe. I'll bag of groceries.
I would say that's probably the bag fee for the groceries in Southern California. Got to pay the bag tax. No, I'm kidding. But you did say something really interesting there, Robert, where I want to clue in to everybody out there that's watching. You did say that you saw slippage on your exit there. Those are the type of clues that we can use to our advantage to understand when we're in a low liquid environment. If you're constantly seeing in your exits that you are having slippage, even on a sim environment, are you trading your live account? Are you trading your XFAs or combines? What are you trading over there?
This is a 50K combine that I threw on here. It's one that I just kind of mess around with on TV like this. But yeah, there's just slippage. Yep. And so it's YM. So there's $5 a point and it was $10 difference. That's 2 points on YM. That's like common, but that's a great point there, Rips, where if you have thin liquidity in the market, it's not really doing much, you're going to get more slippage out of it.
Exactly right. And that's one of the things I saw a question in chat here asking about how can you recognize when we're a lower liquidity environment? Well, you can look at the dome, first of all, the depth of market. You can see all of the bids and asks that are the bids and offers that are stacked up and down the price ladder. And you can see in comparative to how we have had liquidity in the past, you can just see at a bird's eye glance here whether or not we have liquidity to support the market. You can also use a tool like Bookmap here. I have Bookmap on my screen. You can look at something like this and see how big the gaps are liquidity in moves. So like a move like this to the downside right here, you're seeing these big gaps in liquidity. And those gaps are cluing you in that you have liquidity providers in this market that are sidestepping these bigger moves. The moment that a market order is sent to the market, liquidity providers are analyzing in the nanosecond level how they can push and pull that liquidity into the market. And when you're seeing a lot of those liquidity providers sidestepping that liquidity in the market, they're thinner and they're not willing to accept those prices. So they're sidestepping that liquidity and everybody's in the same program here, which is why you see these big dive downs in liquidity. We finally find some bids and it's sort of like, the last person in is the one who's getting the worst fills. The first person in is kind of absorbing that. And then we kind of get to this crux where it finally negates that liquidity. It rejects it. And then we send it back up to the sky here. This is just what you see in a thinner market. It's a less efficient market. You don't want to be trading a less efficient market, specifically if you're looking for the market to give you clues based on the liquidity. And that, again, goes back to what I was saying at the top of the call, why you avoid a low liquid environment like this, because it can be troublesome to read, troublesome to trade.
Absolutely. Reps, I just want to comment on your Bookmap there. I like the look of Bookmap. I like the way you have Bookmap set up. I hate the way it looks right on that screen. Look at that mess. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, 100%. And you can take a quick glance at something like that and you can instantly see that this is not a great environment to be trading. And today, when I was even taking that scalp right before I came on the stream here, I mean, I was even thinking to myself, I said, wow, this is reminiscent of what a Globex session is usually like, an overnight session. Low liquidity, not a lot of fun to trade. You're just kind of sitting there twiddling your thumbs, waiting for your limit order to get filled. And, you're at the mercy of the market. You're either going to get your stops or you're going to get your limits filled. And if you have the right idea on your trade, generally it's going to work out. But I mean, you probably have a 60 to 70% win rate, given how thin this liquidity can be. if it rips up into the sky and it's against your trade, you have to stop out. It's not something where you can kind of just sit there and take it, because they can take it much higher, and that's where you can get into a lot of trouble.
Hey, Rips, for those that are asking, why don't you tell us what exactly are we looking at here? I know it's Bookmap. I see the ladder on the right side. What exactly are we looking at? Quickly, elevate. It's like you're talking to a 5-year-old. What am I looking at?
So these bubbles, the bubbles indicate the size of volume in the current area of the market. So when we're looking at these bubbles right here, this is the size of volume. Right there is 157 contracts that have been traded. It creates a little bit of a pie chart here because it condenses as I zoom in and zoom out. There's a pie chart. The green is the offer, the red is the bid. So the higher the amount of offers that were swiped at that price level, they're going to show bigger in that pie chart there. The line is just the price, where the price is moving up and down here. And of course, the red is the bid side. And this is just showing us at a bird's eye view how much liquidity is being added or removed in the market at certain price areas. And then these lines right here up and down, this is sort of the heat map. And the darker that those lines are, the thicker the liquidity is. So right there, that red line represents 76 contracts sitting at 480 evens. Above that at 486 evens, we have 43 contracts. And below that, we have, another 50 contracts at about 463 evens there. So you can see at a bird's eye view the current picture of the market and how much liquidity is available there. And it's a great tool to use if you're training yourself on it. I've been watching Bookmap for years and years now. I've equated over 10,000 hours of watching Bookmap, and it allows me to see certain patterns that I've committed to my implicit memory. Implicit memory is not something we can control. It's just something that happens by watching something over time. It's pattern recognition is an implicit memory. And it's something that you spend a lot of time with it. You'll start to see certain patterns emerging. You'll start to see liquidity formations, and then you can use it to your advantage. For a lot of people, it's noise, and that's perfectly fine. But if you spend a lot of time with it, I do think that there is an advantage to it. It's a heat map tool. There's a lot of heat map tools out there. Jigsaw has one built in. I believe Sierra Charts has one built in. I'm not sure if Tradeovate has one, but a lot of companies that focus on like a rhythmic data feed or a CGQ data feed, you can generally get a heat map piece of software. And this is my favorite one to use. I've been using it for years, probably since 2017 or so. And it's just a beautiful way for me to see liquidity that I can't really see at a bird's eye view from something looking at a bar chart like this. This is not going to give me that same information because I have to see, well, here's all this volume down here. But at what part of this candle was that volume exchanged? Well, if I go back to Bookmap, then I can see exactly how much volume was exchanged in each part of the candle there. And that is what is the most valuable to me when I'm reading Bookmap.
Awesome stuff. All right, Rips, how long did it take for you to finally be able to just take an instant quick look at Bookmap and get an instant snapshot of how the market's been trading? How long did it take you? Months, years? What was that learning curve like?
It's funny. In the first year of reading Bookmap, it was probably every 6 or 7 weeks, I would look at it and I'd say, I finally get this. It's finally the light bulbs are going off and I get it. And it would take me 2 weeks further to realize that, nope, I don't have it yet. It doesn't make any sense, because I would start to convince myself I'd read a certain pattern and I'd have it completely wrong. But I have it down to the point, like I said, I've been using it now. It feels like 6 or 7 years now that I've been using Bookmap, and I've been using it since the early versions of it. And it's only gotten better. I'm learning. I'm a student of Bookmap every single day. I'm learning from using it every single day. And I would say probably in the first 2 years is when I really started to see a huge advantage of it. But that was with watching it nearly every single session for a full session at a time. I mean, I was obsessed with watching Bookmap, and it's not something that I didn't see the results in even a year's time. It was at least 2 years before I really started getting a handle on it.
Rips, so jump onto that same train right there. Bookmap, it's been around. You can use it on Topstep. It does require level 2 data if anybody's interested in that. And I don't know if you knew this, but I use Quantower personally, and there's a component in there called DOM surface. It's kind of a pseudo Bookmap. It's got the same volumes like that, and the balls that are showing there, the bubbles that are giving you the highs and lows, and the volume coming through. So it's close. It's a pseudo. Bookmap is the king, no question. But then Quantower has that. So if somebody isn't interested in going that whole level of Bookmap and seeing all this, but you get the iceberg orders and a whole bunch of other stuff you can do with it, you can look at Quantower also, and there's a component called the DOM surface that can be added to it. They both require level 2 access. So be careful, be cautious, not be cautious, but be aware of that, be advised of that.
Yeah, and it's worth me saying that when I first started trading futures, I only traded off of a dome, and I had multiple price ladders, the red and blue price ladders streaming across my screen. I had, I would have the NQ, the ES, the Dow, the Russell, all next to each other, and watching the movement of that. And I learned that the market has a certain rhythm, and there's certain times where you get to a certain price level and you're looking for acceptance. And when you're laser focused on the price ladder mixed with the time and sales, you have a certain feel of the market. And it's really hard to describe unless you've been doing this for a while, but you start to learn this rhythm of the market, and you start to realize that when it gets to a certain level in price, the time and sales will either slow down or dramatically speed up. You'll see those orders start to get larger. And going from that into Bookmap was a nice transition for me. I used to use footprints and TPOs paired with price ladders. Moving into Bookmap took a lot of that weight off of my mind, and it allowed me to see the market in a way that I hadn't before. And everybody's different. Everybody can view the market differently, but this has just worked. This is what worked the best for my mindset and my brain.
Good stuff, Rips. Good stuff. I'm not seeing a whole lot of movement or volatility at the moment. I'm not saying it's a bad trade. I'm just saying it's quiet for right now. Got about 90 minutes left in the trading week. 90 minutes left in this trading week. It's kind of been a little quiet on the quiet side, but then again, there's money to be made. Yeah, I'm going to be sitting on my hands until something pops up. Maybe we got to move here in power hour, Rips. But for the time being, maybe everyone's getting back from lunch right about. Oh, by the way, I made a NASDAQ trade for the first time in a long time, Rips.
Whoa. Talk to me about
yesterday.
that. Can you walk me through your trade?
Man, $400, man. There was a huge short.
That's great.
It was a huge short.
Clicking a few buttons, making $400. I think as traders, we often get lost in the weeds for the amount of money that we can make by clicking a few buttons. I think that with a lot of influencers online showing these massive profits of $100,000, $1 million, this and that, we kind of lose sight the forest for the trees when we're looking at, I only made $400. $400 is great. That's a great trade.
I mean, it took about 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes. And also, I think we get desensitized as traders. We get desensitized to value of dollar. Where $1,000 for me, $1,000 cash in my pocket is worth a lot more than $1,000 on the screen, and you kind of get desensitized to what the value of money is. But $400 is $400. That's a nice dinner. I mean, it's a very nice. It's a lot of groceries. You gotta walk that back. It's a lot of ribeyes. Dinner for multiple weeks. A lot of ribeyes. But I did take this NASDAQ trade, and it was a super short delta. Minus 10,000, and we weren't breaking, so obviously do the squeeze. It worked, but I have a little bit more respect for you now, Rips. That market is freaking crazy, dude. That market. Dude,
can you talk me through your trade? I want to hear all about this.
Oh hell, what did I buy? I don't know. Say it was around 18,400 yesterday. I remember, and we saw everyone was short. Delta was like minus 10,000 in NQ, and we weren't breaking. Then the Dow started making a move to the upside. NASDAQ stayed offered, and S&P started moving to the upside as well. NASDAQ stayed offered. We couldn't break in NASDAQ. And Hoag's feeding me the deltas. It's like I'm still minus 10,000. Minus 9,500. Back to minus 10,000. I'm like, all right, well, we ain't breaking. These shorts are starting to feel some heat. Just buy you one. Let's see how this sucker goes, because, nothing was really moving elsewhere. And sure enough, that sucker just rallied. And then all the shorts puked. And just like that, it was like $400. But what I was saying is, you get in these entries, man. And you're in the money like instantly, and then when you blink, you're like taking heat on the position, and then you blink again, you're in the money. So you're sitting there trading 10s and 15s, man. I got a lot more respect for you guys. You got to have some chutzpah to trade that sucker, man.
That's the thing about NASDAQ. You say that you're in the profit right away. It's one or the other. You're either deep in that heat or you're deep in the profit right away. It's neither. You never put on a NASDAQ trade unless you're in Globex. You never really put on a NASDAQ trade and look at your P&L, and it's just kind of sitting there. It's either like pucker up, buttercup, or like, thank goodness this thing is going in my direction.
Holy moly, you ain't kidding, man. It doesn't just chill. You're in, it's like, boom, game on. You're just like jumping onto a moving train. Like, it's on, game on, bullets are flying, like, buckle up. Like, you get a NASDAQ, you join a bid, you get filled. Yeah, it just chills for a little bit. You kind of analyze, see what's going on in other markets. No, NASDAQ, it's like, let's go, game on. But that was fun. I'm not saying I'm done.
Yeah, happy to see you being a convert over here.
I mean, I see why it's fun. I mean, it's definitely the most fun market. That's for damn sure. Clenching cheeks for me. Pretty much. Lucky the trade worked out. So, yes.
Sure, it's exciting. Stuff. Maybe you'll do that again today, right?
Power
hour, yeah.
Rips, what do you got for Delta? Just out of curiosity.
Sure. Yeah, we're 800 positive over in the NQ right now. S&Ps are 3,500 in the positive, and the Russell right now is about 850 in the negative there.
Cool. How are we looking in the Mag 7? Looks like
Mag 7 check over here. You know, we were actually getting that nice bounce from Apple yesterday. We gave up a lot of that bounce today, and we have since found in a little bit of an excursion back up to the top side. But everything is kind of fading. We're seeing Meta kind of coming off. Meta did that dividend, right? They gave out 50 cents a share on their dividend, which was just incredible. And then everybody sold it. So Meta has been in a downward spiral. We haven't even thought about getting back in the 500s. Currently trading at 487 right now. NVIDIA can't make up its mind. It's been extremely choppy today. It's just been kind of in this wedge all day long. So again, this would be something where if we had that crazy move in power hour, we'd probably see that both in Meta, Microsoft, NVIDIA. Amazon has been kind of doing the same thing, basically across the board, a whole lot of chop except for Apple. Apple was the biggest mover of the day. Yep. It had a big move to the downside. It's since negated that move back up to the top side. And we are kind of looking for it to go back to that opening range here. But yeah, just really not a lot happening in the market today. It's been very docile. The most excitement came yesterday when we had that big move to the downside to open us up, and then that big move to the top side towards the close here.
On the open, yes, that was a serious sell-off on that open. There was profits, definitely profits to be made, but then we just kind of came to a screeching halt, and then we didn't see a move till. So you had that first 30 minutes, and you had the last 30 minutes, and everything else was kind of like I said, there was money to be made, but for people like us, I guess, yeah, that's the name of the game. You make your first trade 30 minutes in, and you sit there and you wait and you wait and you wait and you outwait this market because there will be another move. Like Dolby says, we cannot be stuck in this range forever. And sure enough, we got out of that range in the last 30 minutes of the trade yesterday. We were able to capture some profits.
That's right.
Speaking of Dolby, I think Dolby Time's joining us on Power Hour, Rips.
Oh my goodness, I'm kind of nervous if he's going to try to pressure us into some pulled pork here. I don't want to give back any of my profits today because it was some heavy lifting. I did hit max daily loss on 2 of my accounts, but on 4 of my accounts, I have one at 4,300 and then 3 more at 2,000. So I want to hold on to those profits. I do have everything queued up to take 3 accounts copied, but I'm going to try to pump the brakes as much as possible. But Dolby has a way with words that kind of suck you in. So I'm a little bit nervous about whether or not he's going to be able to goad me into taking a trade here.
Pretty much just tells you get in there, quit. Yeah, get in there.
Well, you said it earlier, Rips, about the accounts, right? You just smart man. I don't like this market. It's chopping around. I'm not in the pocket. I am not trading my live XFAs. Period. Done. I'm gonna go to the combines. And even at that, you're just kind of like, I just gotta be really careful. So I'm gonna switch to my practice just to get my eyes and my hands on it. That's if the shots listen. That's a pro right there. That is some wise thoughts, wise sharing, and we really appreciate that. Because you don't have to trade at all, take the day off. If you do and you don't like it, just back it down a little bit. And one more thing to share with that is, like Hoag says, he has this graphic, which I really love it. There's a balance beam, which in the Olympics and stuff, is a balance beam. It's like 4 inches wide, and it's on the floor. Just walk right across it. But as soon as you put it up a foot or two, that's more risk, right? So now that's your combine. These are XFAs. You go for combine XFAs, and you have a little more risk. You're a little bit more hesitant about walking across that beam, and then you graduate to your live, and that thing gets 5 or 6 feet off the floor. Now you're really in trouble. No, nothing changed. It's the same width. It's the same balance beam, same everything. What changed was dimension and risk and depth on it, right? So, and it goes along with the comfort level, and you don't have to get up on that beam, and if you do, maybe you can bring the floor up with some pads if you fall to kind of even it out, i.e. practice account.
I love that. That's a great way to look at it. It's
a great thing. He's got a graphic. It's wonderful. Yeah, he's got a graphic on it. I love that one.
That's awesome. Yeah, and it's also too, I'm sitting here in the profit on 4 of my accounts, and I don't know that I really want to give that back because past combines turn into XFAs waiting in the wings, ready to trade. So giving back any profit on the tops kind of seems like, do I really want to risk it to get the biscuit? I don't know. Not really feeling it until, to be honest with you, here's the reason why I actually have my trades up and Ninja Trader open right now. I'm waiting to see if we get that end of quarter rebalance move. That's pretty much the only move I want to look to trade here. That's pretty much it. But again, Nick Dolby has a way with words that can kind of get you doing trades that you don't want to do.
All right, Rips. End of quarter
rebalance. Today too.
End of quarter rebalance. What's that look like?
Well, it depends. It looks a lot like what we saw yesterday towards the close. Okay. That's what an end of quarter rebalance looks like. It looks like that there was a lot of shorts that were there that were starting to get blasted out of the water. And then we had a rush to cover all those shorts. We saw a massive bid to cover across all tapes, and the S&P specifically. We saw a massive bid to cover. We saw a massive rush for the exit door. And those bid to covers suddenly turned from no more bid to cover. Let's just go market into this thing. We got to get out of our positions. And generally, that's what that looks like. Will this happen today, up or down? Hopefully, I'd love to see a nice trade where we have continuation. But if it doesn't happen, I would say that yesterday's price action was sufficient to support that thesis. But again, I mean, just because it's the quarter end here doesn't mean this is going to happen. It's not a guaranteed thing, but it only comes 4 times a year. It's on the last day of the last tradable day of the quarter. Most fund managers, portfolio managers, large trading desks, they have their marching orders and they have to either get in or out of positions to balance their books for the quarter, the end of the quarter. And if that was happening yesterday, that's what we saw towards the close and also on the open. But it could happen again today. I'm not, if you were to ask me, 1 out of 100, I'd say I'm at about a 60 right now, slightly above half,
Okay. Good stuff. Good breakdown. We'll keep an eye on that for the next hour or so. Seen a bit of a sell-off, came off about 2 points in the S&Ps, not a whole lot. Maybe NASDAQ taking a dip lower here too. I mean, what's it going to take for us to get out of this range? This could be a nice entry to take a long here, unless the sellers do come in. The only thing that's in the back of my head now is this end of quarter rebalance. There will be some liquidity there if they do decide to push the pedal to the floor there on that. But for the time being, I think range bound trades. No, I don't. I mean, how do we get out of this range, Robert? How do we get out of this range? Either one. How do we get out of this range?
Sorry, go ahead, Robert. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I think you're below me here, right? You're above me, so right there, right? How do we get out of this range? It's just going to take volume in one direction, right? We don't know. We obviously see it pushing down and dropping down right now. What is causing it? I don't have a clue about that. Maybe somebody else knows. But if we do break below the lows, what are we going to have? They should fall, should fall a little bit quicker until we hit some other resistance area. Now into the Dow, I'm looking for the resistance area somewhere around 40,090 to 4,100. There's a little area in there that has been bounced off of several times, and we just simply classify that as support. Does it mean it's going to stay? Hell no. Has it stayed in the past? Yeah, we can look historically. It doesn't mean it's going to happen in the future, but we can at least see that. And if we want to play that range, we're going to wait for it to come down to that area, 4,090 to 40,100. And that's a cheap long. Get into a long there. It's come all the way down from 40,180-ish. It's coming all the way down there. We may, if it pauses and hangs around, we may want to look at taking a long there and a cheap long. If it continues and breaks below, we get stopped out. We wait for another trade. It wasn't right. Or if you're a breakout trader, you can say, well, if it breaks this area with conviction, I'm going short, and have your stop a little bit close in case it decides to just bounce off the support and take back up on you. So there's 2 ways to look at that depending on what meets your trading style. I personally am a breakout person. So if it goes below with conviction, drops down, continues, flow comes in there, and I put the volume profile on my chart, which I'll scroll over here. That was outside the value area, which ends around 40,115, and it gets really thin down there. So it may be an area I'll be looking at taking a short, 20 points or so, and that's $100. So we'll see what happens when it gets down there.
Yes, we will. Here come the buyers in this in the S&Ps. 5306 seems to be the point of contention, the level that they're going to try. The buyers are going to try to defend here. The sellers will see if they're getting follow through to the downside there. All right, NASDAQ. Seeing some more sellers, about 4 points off the lows. Robert, you were with us during Power Players, and our guest Austin Silver said something that kind of still sticks with me. They'll only take a short if we get beneath yesterday's lows. I think he was onto something there. Obviously, if you're going to take a short, you got to hang on to it quick. See profit, take profit, snag and bag it, as he said. But
yeah,
Rich, what are your thoughts on? When he was on with us, Robert and I? What are your thoughts on a strategy like that? Only taking shorts if we get below the previous days, get beneath the yesterday's low.
It's a good strategy, but the only issue is that in this type of market, you can run into kind of the jack in the box or yo-yo effect. We duck below, we gather liquidity, and we springboard right back up because we haven't had that strategy working for the entirety of the day. I was going to say, one of the things that makes this such a precarious situation is that we are trading 43.07 quarters right now in the S&Ps. That is confidently above 50. Here, let me switch over to the screen here. That's confidently above 5,300 evens. So it's kind of this level where it's a psychological level of support at 5,300. And we're so high above it right now that we need to take some violent selling to get through that level. If we do break below that level, then we're met with the question of, can we actually hold that momentum below that level? Or is it going to get so nervous for shorts that they have to force themselves to cover below that level? So I'm not confident in long or short. We just had that dip in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps right now, and it was immediately bought up. I mean, we dipped down and it was immediately negated. So you're running into a lot of folks out there that are not really confident in trades, and we need to see momentum and continued momentum in order to get that type of trade on. And that's what I'd be looking for in the final hour. I think anything putting on until then, if you're not looking for quick scalps, 5 to 10 points in the NAS or 2 to 3 points in the S&Ps, I think you're going to have a bad time. So it really is about seeing profit, taking profit until we have a push of momentum possibly coming with a quarter end rebalance in this final hour.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Asked and answered here on Recapping with Rips on Topstep TV. We still got 2,600 people watch us. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. I sound like a broken record. I never thought I'd be saying those words out of my mouth in my 40 years of existence, and yet here I am asking for likes and subscribers. Can't make this up. What a time to be alive here. Yep, like you said, Rips. Like you said, the sellers came in, buyers came right in and said, "No, we're not going lower. Buy the dip right now. It is thin. Look at the ladder. The S&P's 90 up. It's very thin. We don't really see that." Nice one, Dolby.
And that bounce off did work, by the way, on the Dow that I was talking about. I marked off 2 levels. Yeah, one of them at 41.26, the other at 41.33. So it did break down that 126, started going green. So if I were to enter, if I wasn't just messing around, the entry would be around 41.27. And I said go for about 10, 20 points. And there we are, 20 points away. So next time it comes down there, I will be longing it and getting that little bit of bounce up. And if it doesn't, and it happens to break below, all right, quick little stop out. No problem. That's trading. Welcome to the game.
Yeah, and that's the type of mindset you really need to have in these trades. If you're going into this looking for massive grand slams, this is where you're just going to get your face ripped off. So really love your approach on that, Robert. Very smart.
Dude, those shorts just got rolled, man. If you were short, that's what you got rolled there, man. Brutal.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like no matter what, you can hope and pray and you're saying, come on, it's coming down. It's so violent. Look at all these sellers. We're going to have continuation finally for the first time today. You pile in short into it and then it just goes up and you're like, okay, maybe it's just a very weak bounce. Goes up a little bit higher. You start to perk up, get a little tight, and then it goes up a little bit more. And then before you know it, you're capitulating. And then it's like, geez, why did I even take that trade?
What was I thinking? So we just bounced right up to VWAP and the S&Ps. NASDAQ has a ways to go. Taking a look at Dow, Dolby's Dow. Let's take a quick look here. Yeah, just right around VWAP as well. So VWAP, all roads lead to VWAP except for the NASDAQ. We'll see if we can get any energy to the upside to get up there. They want to talk levels. I've seen some in the chat here. Rips, they wanted to talk levels in the NASDAQ. You got any levels at this point?
Yeah,
in the day,
of course. Always.
Hit me. Always.
Yeah. So right now we are just kind of snaking around our level of 469.75. Going back to the original chart that I was talking about here, these are the levels that I'm watching. These are the levels that matter here. Sorry, we don't have my screen up right now, but we talked about this sort of at the top of the call. This area is kind of where we've been painting around most of the liquidity today. And if we do not break below that and we do not break above that, we're just going to be cursed to trade in this channel for the rest of the session today. And that's
what are those
fine.
levels there? What are the levels on that channel you just said?
Yep, that's 517 all the way down to 461. So we are kind of painting in between that channel. Thank you for that, Robert. 517 down to 461 evens. And we are just kind of painting a nice little squiggly in those channels for now. If we break below that, we do have a level down here at 393 halves. That would be the big break from 461 down to 393. And then if we were to be able to auction below that level, which is where we found liquidity yesterday, we could have continuation all the way down to 334 quarters. To the upside, if we are going to continue to hold these lows close at 461 in the NASDAQ. We can break above to 517 here. Above 517, a big runoff to the upside would see us all the way at 617 halves. And before you say, wow, Rips, that's 100 points to the top side. We did 100 points in less than 20 minutes yesterday towards the close. This is a specifically... This is a dynamic situation. This is quarter end rebalance. There's a lot of things that can happen in the final hour, final 20 minutes, or even final 10 minutes. I've seen quarter end rebalances where the last 5 minutes happens and you're talking about 180 points to the top side. Anything can happen with quarter end rebalance. It can be such a thin market with such low inventory that moves can happen 4, 5, 6 gaps per print. So just be prepared that while if it doesn't happen, at least we were prepared for it. If it does happen, maybe we can put on a trade and ride some nice moves up or down here.
Good stuff. We're already getting our if-thens in for Power Hour. Already come with our hypotheticals with a strategy, a plan, to practice. That's going to be coming up in about 6 minutes here. Power Hour. Yeah, Robert, you're the only one who took a trade, made a couple bucks, so good on you. But segment's not done just yet. Just taking a look at the tilt.
Yet. We have a few more minutes, but I have two rules on this here for the trades. It's one is it's personal preference. I don't trade the first 30 minutes of the U.S. Open, and second is I don't trade when it's bouncing around point of control. And since the Open is already done and we're hanging around point of control, I'm just gonna have to wait and be disciplined about this. What's that quote from Mike Tyson? Discipline is doing what you hate to do, but do it like you love it. I hate waiting around for a trade, but I'm gonna love it when I do it and hang out with you guys.
Wait, Mike Tyson actually said that?
Yeah, he did. I saw him on an interview. He said, because somebody asked him about his discipline. He said, dude, you have some amazing discipline. What would you say to someone to help with their discipline? He said, discipline is, I wrote it down, doing what you hate to do, but doing it like you love it.
That's my second favorite Mike Tyson quote of all time.
You like the game plan quote, right?
No, my number one favorite Mike Tyson quote is, "This ear is delicious."
Oh Jesus! Oh boy! Oh boy! I think I just saw he's selling edibles shaped like chewed ears.
We need a call. We need to check with the peanut factory here if they agree with that thing. I was like, wait.
Get it in there.
Here we go. We got to get it up there. Come on, this is the last time. I got like 5 minutes left. I'm out of here for the rest of the weekend. So we're gonna. We need we need a name for this guy over there. So
at the end of the day, we'll let the inflatables go crazy going into the close. But yeah, I really hope he beats up that Jake Paul guy. That'd make everyone's day. Another quote he had: "Everyone's got a game plan until you get punched in the face," which I've taken to heart a couple times. Yes, you got to plan these markets, and nothing happens, or something happens that you weren't expecting, and you just got to roll with it. It's kind of how trading goes. I broke my back. It's spinal. John the way I know that one. Anyways, all right. We got a tilt in Dow of 73%. That's the heaviest tilt we got across the board here. We'll see how that Dow behaves in Power Hour. Rips, no trades here just yet.
No, not touching this unless we get that quarter end rebalance trade.
Okay, well, all right, really quick. All right, so we've got some time. If we see something happen. All right, really quick. Thoughts on SBF getting 25 years? I want your thoughts, Robert, since it's the last we got you. Thoughts on SBF getting 25 years? Too light, too lenient? Or too lenient, too light, or too strict?
I'm horrible at this. I don't know how old he is, what his current age is.
Good at this. No one's good at this.
You know, was it the wrong thing to do? Absolutely. Look, some people make mistakes. If you try to jump in, let's say you're working with somebody's money and you're taking this and you're like you're not doing really well, and you lose things. That happens, and just be like honest about it. But to intentionally defraud, lie about it, and then do something else and like buy all the stuff on your own with other people's money that you were actually losing, that's a kind of a high crime there. And you can't look at it really necessarily as murder, but maybe an accomplice, because some people killed themselves when they lost their money. So I don't know, 25 years.
That's a long time.
I would say at least that, yeah. But I would say at least that you got to, yeah. That's again. Hey, I am not good with that stuff whatsoever. But if it was 5 years, I'd be like, no freaking way. If it was life, I would have been like, well. So maybe 25 years is right in the middle of the road there.
Very good, Rips. I'm going to ask you for your opinion on the other side of the break. So that's a little tease here in the business. I want to get you in Power Hour. Hear your take on SBF. A lot of people in the chat were saying too light. He did steal $8 billion, so there's a lot of pissed off people there. I think
Madoff not a mistake. Life. Yep.
Yeah, Madoff got life, correct? I know he's no longer with us, but Maybe it's apples to oranges. I'm not sure. Seems like stealing is stealing. So we got about 2 minutes left here in recapping with Rips. Robert, thoughts on the week? How do you think the week went? How did your trading go for the week? And looking into next week, what are your thoughts?
Week was very choppy. Thanks, Andre. Week was very choppy. I didn't do a lot of trading. It was just a really busy week for Topstep TV. Production and stuff. Michael Patak was out this week, so we had a lot of shifting to do, a lot of filling in, and I think somebody was out sick or something. So everybody is a team. We all jump in. So we all did our jobs plus others and helping out wherever we possibly could. So it's been a really crazy week behind the scenes, plus preparing for this. There's a lot that goes into the show. Andre, behind the scenes. Rips, you've seen some of it also. Getting new guests on here. We had a brand new guest, Otson Silver. It's not like we just called them on the phone today. You got to work out deals and make all the contacts. So it was a really busy week for us on the team. For the market, it was kind of a choppy week, and it's a short week. We're just going to go into this weekend. If you are one that celebrates the Easter holiday, happy Easter to everybody. Hope you have a great time with your family. And we'll be back on Monday to do it all again.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, Rebs, you're going to hang around for another segment, my man. We got power to close out this week, baby. We're starting to see a push to the upside here. Dow. S&P
I am long, Andre. I am long in NQ, by the way.
Dirty dog. All right, stay tuned. We will be back for Power Hour. We'll see how this trade works out, and we're going to get Rip's thoughts on SBF sentence. All right, see you soon. power hour of the week, last hour of the trading week. We got Dolby time on the side. We got my man Rips in the middle. What is happening, fellas? You guys ready to trade? Or are you guys in a trade right now?
I know Dolby's in a trade.
I'm in a great trade, Dre. I am long 18,450 and 3/4 in the NQ.
Wow.
I was
wow.
long
All right.
I was long two.
What's
I
your
pulled
unrealized?
pulled one off. Listen, you got to keep the Goldman interns on their toes. So I've been switching markets up so they can't follow me.
That's right.
And so far, it's worked.
Keep them off your trail,
So far,
dude.
it's worked.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right, nice long Rips. We were just talking about this in the last segment. We're waiting for the breakout, and this is maybe the quarter end rebalancing. Is this what we're looking at right now? Is this the breakout you were talking about?
It looked like it was getting there. I might actually get stopped out here on my final lot, but it was looking like it was going to be the big juicer. But we have kind of run out of gas up towards. I just got stopped out up towards 517. So I did realize about $3,000 there across 3 Topstep combines. So yeah, very very happy with that trade. Puts me back in the green on the day. Let's see where I'm at here.
Yeah, man.
Hey, $3,000 in the green there. How about that? Very good. Happy about that.
Nice job. We are seeing a reversal off that.
It is
My
reversing hard.
goodness, you cannot hang on to anything for too long. That NASDAQ just teleports up, teleports down. Now doing the same thing. Now seeing some volatility. Yeah.
This is nuts. I had that target of 517 to the top side here. Where does that actually play into our clubhouse level? We came basically back to where the point of control was, right there at 508. We kind of rushed into that and then kind of came back. Yeah, this market is tough to trust either way you slice it. So congratulations to anybody out there who caught that long, and hopefully you took some profit on that move to the top side. Dolby, you took profit too. I saw that, right? You took a
I got a little bit. We're still in one. I think we can get full megaphone. So full megaphone would be up to like 18,540. So that would be new highs.
I like that. I think that's a really keen play right there. Would you ever think about adding down here? What's your thought process?
I would consider adding down below 18,000, like 450 again. If it and just keep on buying it. So I've actually taken a couple trades off this range here at 18,450. So I've been actually working one of these contracts. I think I had it here earlier since 1256. And so I worked 2, and sold one at 18,476. It came back down again, bought one around 18,450. Went back up again. I sold another one at 475, and then it broke out, and now we're here. So I'm long one. So I've actually pulled off a couple scalps off that little range between those 2 points, like that 20 point.
Really
range.
nice, excellent trading
so far.
I feel like you've been having the markets in a chokehold lately. At least from what I've been seeing, you've been trading really really well, and it's just I love to see that. So congratulations to you.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's YM has helped. I think just reinforcing, trying to take cheap trades has helped as well. So yeah, it's been good. It's been good. Feel good. Dre helps me a lot. He motivates me. Yeah, he motivates me. Right?
No, I was gonna say it was about 2 days ago. Dolby, we had a power hour. Dolby came in up about $1,200 ish. Ended up the day in the red. Really started beating himself up after the market closed. Carried it into fast markets the following morning. Hoag was his hype man. Said, get in there. You're a good trader, which he is. Ever since he got back from vacation, I think you're starting to see the markets more clearly. And I took 1 or 2 good trades in fast markets, and you got back on that saddle, man. Now you're riding that buck and bronco, as Rips likes to say. I think it's crazy how much of a mind bleep this whole thing is. A couple bad trades, turning a positive day into a negative day can really get into your head. But I think you made a great example as to how to be resilient and trust yourself and trust the process.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it was not. I was not happy that day. Having one of those days, you're up, 1,100, then down 600. It's just like,
yep.
You want to shower for like 24 hours because you just feel disgusting. It's just like
it's the worst.
It's such a disgusting feeling, and it's like not a feeling I've had in a long time because I haven't really been doing trading combines. And so it's kind of like a bitter memory that like, oh yeah, this is what trading can feel like, and like I never want to do it again. So hopefully I learned my lesson and. If I'm up a couple $100, I just press, lock the account, take it, and just go away.
How has your experience been with the Topstep X lock button? Because at least in my community, I've been getting tremendously strong feedback that, traders are really loving that. So I don't know. Are you hearing the same thing, Andre, Dolby? Are you folks hearing the same thing?
Oh, yeah.
Big time. In the chat, you'll see a lot of people saying, thank God for the lockout button. I kept my profits. Thank God for the lock button. My losses didn't get any worse today, which is what I was most happy to see. Is that people even had, I don't want to say the courage, but the humility to actually hit the lockout button when they were down as opposed to chase. So that was very, very impressive. It's been a great feature, great ad. I'm glad it's working. We got to get the shot clock in there too, because it's kind of a offshoot of the shot clock, because the shot clock locks you out for what, 5 minutes?
Whatever you want, right? It could have a 5-minute, 10-minute shot clock, whatever you're feeling.
Right, exactly. So I think this kind of is a mini lockout. It's like a penalty box, like in hockey. But yes, great feedback and great results so far. I know Dolby used it and it's worked nicely. So
I used
far,
it
so
a little
good.
bit late, but I did use it. I probably should have used it when I was up like 500 because I was down half of my profits. I think, Hoag says, 20, 30%. And then if you lose that, lock it out for the day. So it could have been a little bit better, but I agree there. Also, position update. I moved my stop up to 18,473.50. So we'll lock in 455 on this trade at the very
Nice.
Yeah, it will be time, man.
Great stuff.
Time.
Yeah, you've been really in the pocket lately. Really, honestly, I'd love to see that. It's incredible. It's really great.
Yeah, it's been fun. Just kind of talking about the journey, talking through the system, and hopefully it makes sense to everybody. Just looking for ranges and doing that, and cheap trades. That's what we're after. Just cheap trades.
What do you mean by cheap trades, Dolby? We've been saying this since yesterday. We've been saying through the entire week. People ask, "What do you mean by cheap trades?" Because it seems to be working and it's effective.
Yeah, I mean, if when I switch to my chart, I think my charts are up now. But basically, if switch to NQ chat, you can play along here. So I have a long at 18,450, and what makes this a cheap trade is that there's just the market has to really work to get your position stopped out. Like that's what you want to try to do. And so like this area right here. Right? Like we've been bouncing off of it. We're in a really, really big range. If you go up to like the 4 hour here, I think we can do the 1 hour, little 1 hour chart action. Like we've just been range bound all day. And so it takes a lot of effort for the market to kind of break out of that range. And so if you buy down here at say 18,450 or 460, like that is a cheap trade because it needs to go down to like 18,440 for you to be wrong. And that means the market has to put in more work. It has to break structure, do something like that. So in that regards, it's cheap because on the upside, you have everything up to like, the middle point of the range, which could be like 18,500, or you could try even like range highs, which would be like 18,540. So, that's, you want to try to find a big range and then you want to trade on the extremes. And that's what defines, a cheap trade. Like a trade in the middle right here, I would consider expensive because there's an equal opportunity for it to go up or go down because it's already done that. That's easy for it to do. It hasn't gone to 18,440, not in a long time. So you want to try to put your stops in a position where they are cheap. They're cheap trades, right?
Gotcha.
Right, Rips? Is that like an somewhat accurate description?
Okay.
On the nose. You nailed it.
Power hour. So 80% long. 80% long YM. 80% long YM. Wow. 45 minutes left to go in the day. We got a heavy long bias in the tilt. Keep in mind, tilt is not going to be free preview for much longer, folks. So enjoy it while it lasts. Otherwise, we'll get on to Topstep X where you can get it in real time. That is coming soon. Don't have a hard date for you just yet, but I can assure you it is soon. So get used to the tilt. Get familiar with it. We've even had some strategy lab sessions with it with Anne-Marie. And we're starting to get a real hang. Get the idea. Get the hang of this thing and how to trade with it or around it. So right now we got an 80% long bias on the tilt in the YM. We'll see if we can keep pushing to the upside here and make some new highs for all those longs out there. All right, fellas. Got 45 minutes. Rips just took a long. Maybe that pullback was the play. How are they gonna be able to sell this sucker off going into the close? Hey, what's the delta, real quick, Rips?
1,500 positive in the NQ, 5,600 positive in the S&Ps, and the Russell is down about 900 negative delta.
Thank you. I'm going to be bugging you about that today. I should probably get my own.
No, please do. Please do.
And when you get a chance, can we do some market internals? I don't know how often that updates, but I know I really like getting an idea, like a snapshot of how the trade went today. So if you get that readily available, I'd like to hear those market internals that you're so good at explaining and talking about.
I usually like to do that at the bottom of the hour, 30 minutes to close, so we can look forward then.
Right on. You got it, man. You got it. Here goes down, moving to the upside trade. 40,200. We broke through the 40,000s yesterday. It's just been up, and away since. Oil kind of trading flat. All right, we're going to need another push higher here.
Yeah, I do want to see the NQ triggering up and over 503 here. I think that would be a nice trigger point. Bring us all the way up to 520 or so. So that's where I'm riding on this single lot trade right now.
530s you said? 530?
503. 503. That's where we want to see this up and over. Right now, we're kind of running into some folks are front running early in these 500s. But again, quarter end rebalancing, this can be extreme. And we're just hoping that it's extreme to one direction here.
Yes, we are. Okay.
Yeah.
Dolby time?
Dolby, you're still in your trade, right?
Hell yeah.
Dolby
I just moved my
time.
stop up to 18,473, so we'll lock that in. So we give us some room to breathe. So, something that I'm trying to learn here is like when you are trading, big consolidations on the 1 hour, 4 hour daily or whatever, it can be easy to like get into a really nice trade and then shrink your time frame down to like the 1 minute or 5 minute and try to micromanage it. And honestly, what I want to work on going forward is actually just staying on the larger time frame and not getting sucked into stuff. Because if you're trading a half-hour range, it could take another half hour or hour for it to get to the other side. And that's a lot of 5-minute candlesticks that you can kind of waste your mental energy on in between. So,
oh, yeah.
If you get stopped out, you get stopped out. It's not going to look any different on a half-hour chart or a 5-minute. But looking at a larger time frame will help you be less impulsive in, over managing your trades.
I agree. 100%.
Yeah. And honestly, I mean, like I'm really happy we've been doing this like 75% like giveaway thing, but like they wanted me to do all these push-ups and stuff. So I do like 50 push-ups and like no one else is doing the other 25, which is really annoying. So I'd like to see at least some sort of like commitment from the Topstep, TV team here. So it's really annoying. I feel a little bit betrayed, to be honest.
To dry, Dolby.
Why do you feel betrayed?
Yeah,
because they wanted me to do these push-ups for like 75 push-ups and then I do 50, and then Jack did some.
Some.
Some. Is that a number?
I don't know. It doesn't sound like one.
That form was questionable.
Well, Dolby called on the thunder. We got someone at the door here. Ding, ding, ding.
Who is it?
Hello.
Oh,
there
Robert. One meathead to another. Well, look at these buff guys. Look at these
Somebody rubbed the genie bottle, I think. All right, Dobie, I heard that. We're here for the team, and I think we are. I think you're right. You started this whole thing off. We want to get 75. I'll put out. Let's go outside and put out 20. It's Massachusetts is getting a little bit darker out, but let's ready for it. I'm gonna head out back to the lake, take my phone, and I will be right back. 20 coming at you.
Yeah, 20. All right, good. There we go. There you go, Dolby. There's your 75 for the day. So Jack's form was suspect.
Here we go.
Oh,
out by the lake.
Oh, shit. Oh, wow.
Oh, this is
This
nice.
looks like a good spot. Right there.
Oh, wow. Look at this. Okay.
This is really peaceful.
Yeah, it is serene.
2, 3.
Oh, he's got
Oh,
no
look,
problem.
crush these.
6.
Crush these.
7, 8, 9.
Look at that form.
11.
That's good form. Good form.
Let's hope an alligator don't get him.
15.
Beautiful lake. I don't know if they have alligators up there.
19.
That make for wild TV.
I gotta say, that is impressive.
See you back inside.
Okay.
Absolute beast.
Wow.
Absolute.
Wow.
I mean,
he went from inside to outside very quick. That was impressive speed.
oh, he's coming. Oh, there it is. Look at that.
Oh,
Never even broke a sweat, guys.
That is actually really. That is actually really impressive.
Yeah, Robert. Nice.
Eddie,
No
Eddie thought
problem.
an alligator was gonna get you.
I know. Yeah, that was something else. And yeah, I messed it up before, so we did. The last couple were a little bit ugly there, but you know what? Just walked outside and took care of it. So hey, we get over the 75. It's a team effort. There we go.
Well done, Robert. Light work,
So
baby. Light work.
You're doing 100 straight for 100,000 subs, right, Robert?
We'll do it. Yeah, for 100,000. For 100,000, we'll do that 100 straight, and
Yeah.
we'll just tip the
No
camera
breaks.
down, throw it on the floor, and take it away, man. You and I.
Nice.
Good job, man.
All right, guys. There we go. We got it done. Have a wonderful rest of your power hour. Looks like the markets are moving. Have a great weekend. We'll see you all next week.
See you later.
Have a good one.
Have a good weekend, man. All right. More momentum to the upside here. We'll give it the old college try. We're about 3 ticks away. I'll take that. About a buck away in the S&Ps from new highs. NASDAQ has some room to go.
Yeah, we're kind of bumping into the 500s here in the NASI. So if we don't clear up and over those 500s, we could be in for some trouble. But I do think that with the S&P breaking out to the upside here, we could see this really start to move here. We are just getting into these 500s, into the NASI here, seeing if we can perk any higher again. I still just have my one lot on, looking for a move higher. Like I said, into those 520s. See if we can get up into those 520s here. Mm-hmm. Dolby, you still have your trade on, right?
Oh yeah, I'm holding, baby. I'm holding till the bitter end. I will move my stop up if we start like getting a little bit range bound, but the momentum's been really good. I think we can hit new highs today.
I like that.
Maybe not new highs. Wait, yeah, new highs. 18,000.
Yeah, today would be the day if any day, this would be the day. Quarter end rebalance. Let's see if we get the juice to the upside. We could see an insane squeeze here, or on the opposite side of that coin, we could see the market dump to depths we haven't seen all day.
Yeah. These are fun days to trade if you are prepared for the shenanigans, because the range trade can be fairly reliable. You just have to be patient and kind of stick to your levels. I got chopped up earlier today trading in the middle of my ranges. We were talking with Anne Marie about, spending all the time writing, beautiful levels on your chart and not trading in them, and then trading all the garbage in between.
Right.
Yeah, it's usually how it can go from time to time. It's a day like today, too, is where you really want to try to save your firepower until the end of the day, because if we do get that quarter end rebalance, it could set up for a very single directional trade and very easy to just ride that momentum alongside. Like we did right before Power Hour started. I mean, you jumped in, Dolby. I was jumped in with you. And yeah, I mean, we can get a lot of momentum here, either one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the rest of the action today. It's kind of, other thing too that's been kind of sneaky, we haven't talked about it a lot, is crude oil has been sneaky to the upside. We're up at like 83.10 right now. 82s was kind of an issue for a while, but once we broke that 83, we got up to lickety split. So that should be something to be interesting. If you look at it on the daily, the crude oil is at the highs of what is, in my opinion, its daily range, which extends back to about August 14th, August 15th. So if we can get a breakout out of that, we could see crude next stop maybe be 86, and then probably up into the 90s 86. After that. Maybe 86 and then 93 would be my next two targets. So pretty insane. Pretty insane for crude.
Gonna hurt the pump, Coach Ray said. Yes, it is.
It will.
In the meantime, these 18,500 seem to be the line of demarcation. Rips, like you're saying, if we can get a push above 503, you're saying? Well, not too far off, but
if we get a push above 503 quarters, I think that we will have this starting to scream to the top side, but it's contingent upon the S&Ps starting to auction into those 53.20s to the top side. So a lot of contingencies kind of on deck here. Right now, it's just kind of pittering around these 500s. We're about 8 minutes until the bottom of the hour, and that's when we should start to see the first level of fireworks. And again, this is not a guaranteed up move or a down move. We could have this be a complete nothing burger. But if we do get a directional move, we should have continuation in that move, and that's what we're trying to play on here. Right now, it is looking a little bit pumpy to the top side, so that bottom of the hour could come, and we could see an extreme amount of volatility here, or we could see a single directional move. We're hoping that we don't have an omnidirectional move, because that would be the hardest to trade.
Yeah, omnidirectional. What's that mean again? Sorry.
Multi-directional.
Omnidirectional. Multi-directional.
More than one direction.
Thank you. You got to speak to me like I'm a fifth grader, man. Omnidirectional. I'm Omni. I'm like, I know the Omni hotels. I don't know yet. Omnidirectional.
Yeah, you would.
I would.
It means you get room service with your order.
Oh, it's like the Luxor, like sweet people at the Luxor. Hanging out with you guys this summer. We will see you guys at the Pyramid in Las Vegas, off Las Vegas Boulevard, man. Oh,
that's going to be moving to fall, right? Didn't that change a little bit?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we want to dial this in. We want it to be as close to perfect as possible. So we'll need a little bit more time, which means the event will be even that much better. But yes,
don't want to take it out of the oven too early.
Exactly. We want it to be fully cooked, which it will be. Get all the logistics right, get the teams down. Venue, I think we got locked in, so it's going to be pretty sweet when we do get locked and loaded here. All right, again, awesome. Reps here, 18,500. Dolby, you too, man. We're trying to look for a push to the upside.
Yep.
You're knocking on heaven's door.
Fourth try in the last 25 minutes.
What do you think about this momentum, Rips? I mean, I'm on the 1 minute chart right now, and it is not really making any lower. Oh, just kidding. So, anyways, what are we talking about again?
I'm looking for. I'm looking for maybe a dip and a flip here. If I can get a dip down to these 90, like mid 90s here, and then flip one contract back up towards 500. Seeing if we can do that right now here. As you say that, the market comes right down, right on time there. I'm going to add a second lot here, hoping that we can hold these 95s and then flip that lot that I added up towards those 500s again. If we have that push back up. Liquidity is drying up here in anticipation of that liquidity that should be coming at the bottom of the hour here. My stop's at 91, so if we get stopped out on these two lots here, we will only be giving back a minor amount of our profits here.
Yeah. So yeah, we were talking to David Green, and he and Peter Tuchman are MOC masters. Apparently,
coming out of that lot there, so riding one there.
Nice. Yeah. So he and Peter Tuchman, he actually gets fed the MOC from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So yeah, he says like 1 p.m., 2 p.m., and then 2:50 Central are like the big MOCs, and apparently that's all that Peter plays. That's his game.
Wow.
Is the MOC.
I want to do that.
I mean, he's probably really juiced on playing the end of quarter rebalance MOC, because that's, I mean, 4 times a year. This is it. Like you only get 4 shots at this. And now we are coming back up, so this is nice. Yep. Looking good here, Dolbs.
Yep, we're hanging in there. You know, we're gonna stick to our big time frame charts, and we're not gonna get
tickle 503 quarters.
Come here. Push. Dip and flip. What's up, Hungus? Good job trading this week, man. I know you had your best trading day since the summer. Hungus has been going through hell and back, trying to get it back on the horse. He did it this week, man. So good job to Carl Hungus. Why are you laughing, Rich?
Yeah, Carl, because he's talking about not only the dip and flip, but the sloppy toppy there.
The sloppy toppy.
Shout out to Carl Hungus. Good trading this week.
Carl's got a great sense of humor. I always see him around in chat. Yeah. He's always putting a smile on my face.
Call Pelosi, seriously. I just cannot stay above these 15 or these 500s. Come on.
Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that the market is really waiting for the bottom of the hour here to give us some of that sloppy toppy here.
Yep.
You couldn't even keep a straight face on it. You made me laugh.
I couldn't keep a straight face. Sloppy toppy. Get out of here. All right. Here we go. We'll push the upside of the Dow, breaking out of the range. We'll see if S&Ps are going to follow suit. New highs, S&Ps. New highs. Come on,
nice.
NASDAQ. Hook the boys up. Hook the boys up. New highs.
There we go. Back above that 503 quarters level. There we go. We're getting now we're getting a little toppy up here. That's nice. There we go. There we go. Exploding now through those 503 quarters there.
So dumb. You guys are idiots.
I can't say like anything I want to say right now.
I know. Every thought that comes to my head is just not. It's not it.
Cameras are on right now. We're making new highs. S&P 5320. Now just coming off the new highs. Boy. Got you guys on speaker, Renee. I know Renee.
Not after Andre with his little blow up thing. That one had me good this morning. Do you have a name yet for the thing?
Sloppy Toppy is their name. That's it. That's all. Dolby, where'd you go? Dolby, where did you go?
We're doing great, Andre.
Enough. You set me up, man. What do you want me to do there? All right. Come on, NASDAQ. Push. God. This power hour.
I mean, we're coming to the bottom of the hour here. Anything can happen.
We're gonna need those market internals ASAP, Rips.
Yep. Well, get those coming in about 3 minutes here. Don't worry.
Bail me out, man. Here we go. Pull back off the highs in the S&Ps.
Why do we have the inflatable tube? What is going on over here?
Oh, there it is. That's Sloppy Toppy's sibling over there. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, we did double top here. Speaking of tops, we did kind of double top here, which is kind of interesting because there's a lot of liquidity up there, and we're just kind of running into it, and we are double topping here.
Okay, yeah. Back to the 500s. Nasdaq back to the 500s.
I'm gonna move my stop up to 18,493 here. It'll be for
I'm gonna join you actually. I'll get right there with you.
Off this double top, I'm gonna see if we can actually pull further back and maybe get back down to 18,480.
Yeah, I mean, we should be seeing a lot of price action coming in here in about 1 minute's time here. We should really see a lot of volume starting to come into the markets here, I would assume.
Yep.
Starting to see 500 starting to hold here a little bit.
All right, finally turning to some support for the boys.
That's what I'm talking about.
Quite a battle, 18,500. Been quite the battle all week.
Wow, YM has looked really strong too.
Yeah,
Ripped right through that 4-hour range high and then pulled back, found support, and then is just pulled right up to the upside again. Quick too on those 1 minute candlesticks. But yeah, back to NQ. We might get stopped out here, Rips, on this MOC thing.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, stops are a little bit tight here. We could have the price sweep down only to gather liquidity for the move back up to the upside. But the good news is on a move like this, you can absolutely join the momentum if it's continuous. And just like the move that happened yesterday, I didn't catch a lick of it myself, but the move that could happen here could be, I have Ninja Trader open. I am ready to trade. So if we do get stopped out, there's no reason why we can't jump right back in. Speaking of, there's the bottom of the hour. Let's see if we have any liquidity coming in whatsoever here.
It's certainly, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything.
No.
It's gently rising to the upside is what it appears to be doing.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, the market is definitely erect here.
Yeah.
Yes, whoa. Standing at attention to the upside. Here we go. The new 5 minutes. Seeing some green. Here we go. 18,507. Here we go.
Yeah, market is definitely standing up here, looking for these 510s to trade. It might just explode right through these 510s.
Yeah, if we can get above 510, that'd be a party for sure.
Yeah, big time.
What do we got, Rips, when you got a chance on Delta? Is Delta growing on the plus side when you got a chance?
Yep, Delta is swelling up to 1,800 here on the Nasdaq.
Dude.
And about 9,200 in the S&P.
Oh, you can't turn it off. There's just too many.
Hour.
There's too many
last power hour
opportunities.
This is our last power hour.
Okay, I moved my stop up a little
fellas. It's been real,
Yeah,
fellas. All right, let's get back to these markets.
Still no,
back to
still
trading.
no lower lows on the 1 minute. So just
plus
we'll see.
Plus 9,200 in the ES, plus 2,800 NASDAQ, like you said, congruent with price action.
Yeah, I did expect a little bit more movement here on these on that injection of liquidity there up towards 510s. We have now triple top there, so not looking so good for our longs here. But I'm happy to get stopped out on this trade, Dolby. I think that we've done well.
My longest hold time ever in NASDAQ. Longest hold time over an hour, I think. Yeah, hour and a half actually for that NASDAQ trade.
Hold.
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah, entry time 13:43. Exit was 14:31. So yeah, like 45 minutes in that one, but the whole thing was about an hour and a half.
I just got stopped out there, Dolby. We're at 3,100 on each of these three accounts here. So hey, good trading there.
Here, you know what I'm going to do though? I'm going to be well behaved. Listen, I'm up 1,400 in my account. At one point in time, I was $400 away from hitting my max loss limit, and we've turned the entire thing around. So what I'm going to do is find that lock button wherever it is. Where's the lock button actually?
At the top.
I don't know where it went.
Next to your DLL. You used it before, Dolby. What the hell?
I don't know where it I don't know where it went though. Let me refresh. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, we are coming back down here in the NASDAQ. We're seeing some longs possibly come out of their positions here. Coming back down to these 490s and then right back up to the 500s. This is where price action is starting to get a little bit spicy here.
Yeah. So I'm locked. I'm locked up, chat. It's over.
There you go. You see it.
Yep.
Volume is starting to come in here.
Switching
Definitely
back
so.
to practice.
Yeah, I've never done it before, but maybe it's actually a good idea to switch into a practice account, given that I don't want to give back any of these profits. Although Chat has never been wrong. Maybe I should ask Chat what to do.
Chat has never been wrong.
I mean, no, I'm not kidding. Every single time I've been on Power Hour, I've taken the Chat trade. We've won every single time.
That's true. That is actually true. So yeah, I mean, the thing here is that like we know that price action is going to be really sporadic and really bizarre. There's no way in hell I'm going to get an entry nearly as good as I got because that trade was basically perfect. And I feel like any trade I take from here on out is just I'm going to feel guilty taking that trade because I know I should just be done trading, and I don't want to take guilt into a trade.
I see.
So I should be done. There's no reason. It's locked.
He's locked. Call it a weekend. Call it a week. Good job, Dolby.
Looks like Chad is talking about longs here.
Yeah.
Like...
I tried, man. These 500s are a pain, though. These 500s are just... Those wicks, those candle wicks on the 5 minute, we just cannot hold above. I thought we were going to go. We were trading 504, 503. Then S&P's made a move, put in new highs, and it just would not go. Tricky.
Maybe we can find a 15 lot to YOLO in my practice account.
Oh, yeah, shoot. All right, thank you, JD. JD, if you have those, let's bring those out. I know people have been asking about the quiz winners in the chat. So, JD, whenever you got those ready, let's take a look at the names and see the results.
I think you're gonna get a kick out of a few of these. I think.
I can't wait.
Oh boy, what do we got?
We got the Andre blow up doll. Is that Jack's hat or Jack's shat at the bottom? I can't
Jack's. Well done. Well
That's
done.
hilarious.
Blow up doll. Wow, what a day.
Tostones Marie.
Kick size
That's half
matters.
of them.
That's really funny. That would be a great team name too, actually.
Good job, everybody.
We got a whole
Well
nother
done.
list. All right, part 2 coming up.
What do you got? Oh,
The Woozy Woos.
yeah, good job.
Black Swan.
Nice.
Good
Wiz.
to see Black
Hero,
Swan
there we
back.
go.
Yep, the Wiz is in chat as
Jack's
well.
right here.
Eddie's Bong made it. All right.
That's
Nice.
awesome.
Eddie's Bong.
Nice
Big
winner.
fan. Big fan.
Big winner. Big winner.
Eddie's Bong. Good job. Pretty clean. Good job.
Jack is under the chat.
Thank you.
Gosh darn right. All right.
Oh,
Great
there we
push-ups.
Gosh darn right. How many push-ups, Jack?
Great push-ups, Jack. Great push-ups.
Everybody get a good look? All right.
Yeah. Thank you, JD.
Good night, quiz winners.
Good night, sweet prince. Good night, sweet prince. All right. About 24 minutes left in the trading week. Don't forget, we got PCE tomorrow. Powell speaking as well. I mean, not a whole lot you can do with it until the Sunday reopen, but make sure you stay tuned with that and digest, maybe read some opinions elsewhere on how to potentially trade that. There could be some action on the Sunday reopen.
Yes, I'm happy we got flat. Took those profits.
I'm actually going to put in a long.
Oh, my
I'm
man.
long here.
Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, and I want to add in some, get some ads on the way down.
Are we in practice or are we in combine?
I'm going to do it on a practice account here.
Okay.
Because I don't want to give back any of the money that we made on those combines. So
Yeah.
I'm doing a
Those are good
practice
trades.
account.
Yeah, nothing sends me on tilt faster than having great trades and then blowing it, just taking stupid trades.
Especially on, it is pseudo Friday today. So
Yeah,
doing it on a
100%.
Friday, no less.
Carrying
is
that
the
into a
worst.
weekend. Carrying that into a weekend. Dinner's not going to taste as good tonight. It's just, it just leads into a bunch of stuff. Poll out. What's the poll? What we got here? Will NQ continue pushing up or sell off? Interesting question.
poll.
Depends on what price. Yeah, I was going to say, what? You're going to need an anchor point for that. But yeah, we continue to push up or sell off? I guess it depends on from where. Let's make it 18,500. Let's push up from 18,500, sell off. Right now, it looks like we cannot go through that.
Yeah, 500 seems to be that temporary line in the sand.
That's the number right now.
I see. I would maybe try a short. Let's try a short. Sell market 15 practice.
Well, somebody's going to win between us because I'm adding into my longs down here.
Here we go. Dueling practice accounts, Rips. I am the practice account all-star, so I don't know if you want to challenge me.
Paul Tudor of practice accounts. Is that what you said? Someone called you that.
Yeah, I think so.
Someone called like, man, no one's safe around here, man. Don't trust the longs. Yeah, it looks like we might be exhausted to the upside, but don't forget the market has a natural bid to it, and we are into quarter end rebalancing. So in these last 21 minutes or so, we see some action. Liquidity very thin in the ladder here in the S&Ps, less than double digits up, 44 on the bid right now, 42 on the offer. Light volume. Expect to see that increase as we get closer to the closing bell. Shout out to all the bell-to-bellers, by the way. You guys have been great. Got 2,800 people watching right now. One last time, please click subscribe. Please click that like button. We appreciate it as we march towards 100,000 subscribers. But you guys, we get loving the giveaways once we hit to 100,000. Yes, we greatly appreciate it. Let's get over that 100,000 mark. I think we get a plaque too or something. It's pretty cool.
You do get a plaque.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right,
So I'm starting to
here.
peel off some of these NQ shorts I have in my practice account.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
got stopped out on my first trade there, and I took an $800 loss on my practice account. So I'm trying it. I'm doing the old college try here again.
Yep.
Nice.
Going for round 2.
Yeah, I'm trying to hit that 20,000 mark in my practice account. I'm very, very close.
20,000. Wow. Nice.
Plus 20K in the practice account.
Well
yeah.
done.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Who did that? Dolby
production
time.
team.
It's so good, man.
They're so good.
We got to get them back one day. We got to get them back.
That's like your version of the bat signal right there.
Yeah,
Yes,
something like that. Toronto Wallet Trader, this is the best YouTube channel. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, it
That's
is.
Great.
Yes, it
Please
is.
like and subscribe.
Appreciate that.
Smash that
He
like
said,
button.
yes, you take it from here. You take it from here, Dolby. I'm not doing this anymore.
We are seeing
don't-
some long stepping in here on the NQ. Are you seeing
Yeah.
the same thing
We
on your
are.
screen there, Dolby?
I am. It looks like what happened is that the shorts that existed around 18,480, let's say, probably didn't want to take all that heat to the upside, so they might have decided to cover at break even, and maybe that's where we're getting this bid here to the upside.
Would you say that you saw the shorts prematurely evacuating from their positions?
No. No, I don't know. But if never mind, Rips. I can't.
Oh, Jesus.
I can't.
Jesus.
No?
I can't. There's so many things. Just you can't do that to me.
You
Can't
can't.
put my mind on a hamster wheel for these jokes that I can't say.
I mean, I don't think I said anything untoward. I was just talking about shorts capitulating.
Jesus, you can't stop.
I'm the bad person here, Rips. It's my fault. Chat, it's my fault.
Carl Hung. Honestly, it's
I
Carl
take full
Hungus' fault.
responsibility.
I blame Carl Hungus, man. He started it all in the chat. But yes, Rips, we are seeing those buyers come in on that nice call, depending on when you get out. But yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this position can stay long and strong. But right now we have an 84 quarter average with 6 contracts on in our practice account. Looking for higher.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay short here. I'm gonna stay short. I think the momentum is fine. I might lose $1,600 too, though, so that's not cool. But it's also a practice account, so who cares?
Practice accounts matter.
They do.
They do.
That's true. That is true. That is true. I think
You
Carl
get the
Hungus
idea,
said that.
Yeah, you guys are testing strategies, quiet right now. Maybe all right, so come end of June, right? End of Q2. Maybe keep this action or lack thereof in the back of your mind for end of June, last day of second quarter. Will definitely, gives you just more information, another tool in the toolbox. We're just trying to accumulate information right now. There's no replicating screen time, and that's what we're doing. We're just getting screen time in right now.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how it trades out here in the next 18 minutes. But yeah, that's essentially what we're doing. We're just looking for all possible scenarios.
Yep, momentum is just feels very random right now. Very random in the NQ.
It just feels like everybody's kind of waiting. It just feels like nobody
Someone
wants
make
to
the
be the
first move,
first one
right?
in the pool right now.
Yeah. Yep. Someone make the first move.
Yeah.
Come end of June,
And
correct.
I think once that momentum starts, it's not going to stop. I really do. I really think that, and again, I'm not calling this up or down. I think that once it starts, it's going to continue through the close. I think we should see a wild final 10 minutes, I would say. Since it didn't come in the final half hour, I think that in the next 7 minutes, we should see some pretty wild moves here.
Someone's getting stopped out. Whether it's, longs all the way at the very, very bottom or it's shorts at the very, very top. Someone is going to feel some pain, I believe, at the end of the day here. In 17 minutes, plenty of time.
Hide. I will find you. I will find your stop and stop you out. For I am the market and I know who you are.
Oh boy. Here we go. Who's holding longs into the 3-day weekend with PCE coming on a non-trade day? Oof. Not I.
Nope. No thanks.
I'm adding at these 80s down here in Dolby.
Oh, madman. Get it.
I believe.
Get it. Just got to believe in yourself.
That's all it takes.
So far,
being
you got
short
rewarded.
is anti-American, Dolby. I thought we said short.
Yeah, that's true, but
no,
it's only for the YM. NASDAQ, I don't care about. The YM is American market.
Oh, get out of here.
But yeah, we got to get below this 480 right here. That Rips just supported with his practice account. I don't know how you did that magically.
I mean, the Goldman market makers are watching this stream. We all know that.
I got to switch markets. I spent too much time here.
Look at that. 10 handles higher from our ad. We are looking juicy here. Chat, I will say this. Chat was the collective that said, hey, Rips, go long. And that's the only reason I'm long right now is because of chat.
I should have faded chat.
I mean, that's step one right there. You fade chat, you're in for a world of hurt.
You are. You really are. Chat collectively trades very, very well.
We have a 100% hit rate doing exactly what chat says every single time I've traded in Power Hour.
Wild.
Yeah, they're good. Hey, they know what's going on. They feel the market. They're here for bell to bell. They're paying attention. Don't get me wrong though. I would love for this to completely roll over and for all of you to be completely wrong.
Wow.
Those are fighting words right there, Dolby.
Yeah, man. You're taking on 2,800 people right now. 1v2,800, Dolby. Yikes.
Wow, 2,800. That's good. That's good.
What did the poll actually say? I missed that.
Oh, poll results?
Yeah, I missed the poll results.
428 votes. Will the NQ continue pushing up or selling off? 51% say sell off. 49% say go up. So we are 50-50. It's a coin flip right now.
I could have sworn when we asked the question, I saw everybody typing long in the chat there. So maybe I misread it.
It did come in long at first. Yep.
Okay.
They did. You're right. 14 minutes.
I have to support the bid again here, Dolby.
Oh, just buy it up.
All right, I did. You say it, I do it.
Look at that. Instant bounce.
All right, I did. I like that. The good boys, man. These are our trading buddies, everybody. This is as good as it gets, man. We did.
Do we go full size, Dolby? Pulled pork?
Who? Yeah, I already did. Yeah, I was already at 15.
All right, did it.
I'm down to 10 now, though.
Oh, well, that's no fun.
Well, now I'm down to 9 rips. What are you going
to
do?
If 80s aren't supported, then, I mean, are you going to flip long with the rest of the team?
No, absolutely not. I'm just partially taking some profit.
Dude, Dolby's trying to get everyone on
this market.
Dude, Rips. Dolby's been trying to get everyone he talks, he's trying to get on this reverse trade only. The only way you can get in on positions is by hitting the reverse button. It's been Dolby's thing forever. And he won't do it himself, but he keeps trying to get other people to do it. It's so good.
Fun. We'll have to do it together.
It's so good.
We'll have to do it together and see who comes out the least of a loser. Because it's hard to make money doing it.
The least red. But the reverse trade, man.
Hey, I learned a lot.
We're full size hoping that these 80s hold. And right now we are producing somewhat of a slight uptrend as we are ticking these lows here. But I don't have a lot of drawdown room in this practice account. So if we do blow through 80s to the downside, good chance that we will get smoked on this.
Yeah, so you got to talk to your risk manager and have them widen up your practice account.
I need to be able to get $10,000 worth of daily drawdown in my practice account here.
Hey, what are you?
I covered 2 more at 480.
Just hit the reverse button. It's time to go long, buddy.
Yeah, dude, the reverse trade is so good.
Come
We're
on.
not doing it. No, we're not doing it.
I'm $700 in the heat right now, trying to get above these 480s, 15 contracts. I am happy that we're not trading this in our combine account. That is for sure.
Absolutely not. I would feel terrible right now.
Right.
But we're going to go into the weekend with a smile on our face, chat, because we smashed that lockout button.
That's right.
They're saying big pump coming. Be ready.
Covering a couple more. So now
We're 90 seconds in from the final 10 minutes here, so this is where things can get a little kooky.
All right, let's go. Buckle up.
I'm only short 5 right now, but we're gonna ride this 5 though. We're gonna let this go. We're done flattening. Either we break 480s or I'm getting stopped out.
I mean, it's looking heavy here. It is looking a little heavy.
Really?
Here we go. Final 10 coming in 1
heavy.
minute here. Holy smokes. Yeah, I might get stopped out here. Looking like the shorts are going to have it here, Dolby. Wait.
No. Wait a second.
This is some wild take.
Not so fast.
Yeah. Infinite bids coming in hot.
Infinite bids. America, where are you? Come on.
I kind of want to reduce my size just so I can get the momentum on whichever size it goes, but I mean, I guess we just roll with it.
I don't trust
Less than 30 seconds now. The suspense is killing me.
Yes.
We really do have a split decision in chat here.
It was 50-50. Tilt says Tilt's got 50. Tilt's got 50-50 also. So it's truly
wow.
Yes. Well, I'm glad we're 50-50 until
5 seconds. Here it comes.
5 seconds. Come on, Rips.
Here comes the boom town.
Nope. Let's go short. Let's go short. Ooh, that was a teleport. Go down. Go down.
Stay strong.
Nope. Go down.
Well, looks like we want to run.
Oh, no. Wait.
Oh,
no.
My God.
Wait.
I can't even keep up.
We're kind of chasing
I kind
our
of
tail.
want to flatten. This is just so impossible to trust. I mean, this is a practice account. I'm talking about flattening here.
It's okay. That's the mentality, though, man. You take all these trades seriously. I know we're kind of goofing a little bit, but yeah. Uh-oh.
Attention, all units. Attention, all units. MOSC in balance, 385 million
downside.
to the buy side.
Oh.
There it is.
All right, I'm
Let's
covering
find those buyers sometime soon here because this is getting.
Having a real sell-off. They're just down-ticking stuff.
We need a bounce. We need the bounce.
I'm officially flat. I'm up $20,000 in my practice account officially.
Wow!
I'm
Congrats.
going into the weekend. Absolutely delighted. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Practice account.
Oh, we are shooting back up here towards the 490s here. Nice cover there, Dolby.
Thank God I covered.
Did you get stopped out, Rips?
I didn't. I'm still riding this thing.
Hey, nice. Well done. Ooh, nice bounce off.
Beautiful picture of you there, Dolby.
Yeah, I saw that.
Those that paid attention.
Dolby's
Oh,
not
this has been a fun
paying
one, boys.
Yeah, this is great. This is very enjoyable.
I hope we're still allowed to do this next week.
If we get called out by name and trust pilot, it's over, Andre. It's over.
Yeah.
Don't drop that link. Do not drop
Don't
that
drop
link.
that link today. Make it hard to find.
I really expected a lot more violence than this. We do have the final 5 coming in about 2-3 minutes here, so we'll have to see if we can get up and over these 490s and potentially find that liquidity that we're looking for above 500 here. But this is anybody's ball game. Not really seeing any signature on the tape left behind here that will give us one direction or the other. But we are currently up about $2,000 on this trade, which is great.
That's awesome. And you stuck with it through that whole drawdown and everything? What was your
through everything.
maximum? What was your max
I
drawdown?
actually texted Mick while you were with you two there, and I said, Mick, give me 10,000 drawdown on my practice. He said, no problem, Rips.
Longer leash, Mick. I need a longer leash now.
I just asked. He said, Rips, if you want 50 on your practice, you got it. No problem.
Ask for 10, get 50. Only a top step risk. No,
That's right.
I'm just
Oh, man, that's my dog right there, Mick.
yeah, dude.
Careful, 007.
Oh, man.
This is crazy.
Market's tired.
This is just
Market feels tired. Market feels.
yeah.
market
This
needs to
I
take
mean,
a nap.
we're not getting that auction to the top side right now.
Or the downside. It is happily in the middle. Even the YM has come back after testing some highs at around 40,000, 240. Seems like all the indices are kind of just sliding back into range a little bit.
Which is okay. No trade sometimes as good as could be your best trade. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, kind of what we expected, right? Stretch some bottoms, stretch some tops, and end up in the middle.
Yeah.
It's pretty classic. Pretty classic.
Look at the charts. Yeah, it's just not. Let's take a look at the charts. I mean,
we could maybe take another long here, though. Hold on.
Ooh, going long?
Yep.
Love that.
I'm assuming we can dial up a 15 lot, but I'm going to do a limit order.
I say just slam it in with the market. You're up 20 G's. You might as well.
No, I don't want
to shake this sucker. Yeah.
I don't want a garbage price. This is a
garbage price. Yeah.
I mean, it's only $15 spreads here in the NQ. No big deal.
I think we can try to rock this 473 level for a little scalp-a-doodle.
Ooh, scalp-a-doodle. That's page 63, right?
I think
That's
so.
A new one. Dolby time.
Just keep on adding them in
Dolby. Is any part of you, do you giggle to yourself at how many people quote you in your Dolbyisms throughout the day? Be honest. Dude, they're so good. They're so good. But I mean, you got Hoag quoting you. You got Anne Marie quoting you. Obviously, I do it. I love them. Rips as well. But I mean, you got these like veterans that are just, and I know you're onto something. You're right. But part of you's just got to be like, holy shit, this stuff is sticking. I mean,
honor and a pleasure. Feel like I'm learning something.
Absolutely.
So it's good. It's good. Just,
man.
Cheap trades.
5 seconds till the final 5 minutes here.
Thank you.
Whoa.
Wow.
Oh, wait. This could be it right here.
What is going on?
Just kidding. Just when you think it's going to go.
Just absolute teleportation in the NASDAQ right now.
I mean, this is nuts.
Yeah.
Can we get above 490s? It's crazy. We get up to 490 and it just kind of stops.
I could even try a short up here at 510s.
Nobody wants to buy 490s, eh?
No, apparently not. Do you want me to help you out there, Rips? A little 15 line?
Yes. Press the button, please.
All right. Yes. All right. I'm long 15 at 490s right now. Just for you.
Good luck to you.
What's that, a trick?
Do you have the 50K drawdown from Nick?
He was on the offer. He was sitting on the offer there, Dolby.
Oh, you just tricked me, you son of a...
Oh, goodness. I mean, we are running into the VWAP. That's probably where most of this resistance is coming from. But by golly, I'm just shocked that this is that contained for what a big deal this is. I mean, I expected a lot more than this, NASDAQ.
Tricked me.
I am disappointed.
Trade. I'm going to lose $3,000 because I tried helping you. And you just took my trade right from me. That's garbage.
I'm sorry.
That's
Nothing
garbage.
Personal.
It's just business.
But you have to believe. If you start to believe,
I do.
What is it? If you start to believe, a market maker gets its wings. Isn't that the saying?
That's a new one. That's a new one.
That's what we want. We want every market maker and golden intern to get their wings. It's the most important thing.
By become a junior analyst, then work another 80 hours.
Yep, you have to stop out 10,000 trading combines before you can get your wings. 10,000?
Light day. That's a light day right there.
All right, fellas, we got just under 3 minutes left in this trading week, gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. Power Hour with us three is always a blast. I hope the audience truly enjoyed it. Let's see this move. Come on, NASDAQ. Do the right thing for Rips.
It looks like it's gonna go, and it just doesn't want to connect.
I don't know about that, Rips. It saw me go long. I think it's enjoying my presence.
Are you still long? Tell me you're still long, Dolby.
Yeah, I am still long. I didn't get flat.
Dolby
time. That's what I'm talking about. Don't get flat. Don't even think about it. This is where we really start to cook here.
I flattened it on accident, actually.
No, Dolby.
I'm sorry.
This is the big ride right here.
No,
We're up $3,500 here.
It slipped. The 15 button and the sell market 15 button are right next to each other, and I slipped. You see on the dome, they're very, very close.
Classic mistake.
I slipped. I don't have order confirmations turned on, but I got some money, though. What did we get on that one? Well, we got a casual, like 1350 on that. That was it. No big deal.
Easy game.
Wow, no problem.
Practice account at 171,618.
Wow. Very nice.
You're giving the account details. Jeez.
No, that was my P&L, not my account number.
Oh, I thought you were giving. Oh, my bad. Oh, like, man, we're getting loopy here.
Yeah, that's right. Chat, go look up.
I'm looking forward to the 3-day weekend. How about you, gentlemen?
Pumped.
Very much needed. Very much needed. Pumped to take a break from the markets. It's been 5 days straight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, ever since President's Day, I'll say. Even then, yeah. It's yes. It'll be interesting to see what PCE comes out tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. And I'll also, Powell. I won't be glued to the news, but I'll definitely be checking in on the phone, see what they have to say. Yes, enjoy the 3-day weekend for those that celebrate. Happy Easter. But yeah, this has been an okay week. Nothing fabulous, nothing spectacular. Certainly not a memorable week. Besides
great show,
inflatable,
though.
Great show. I think we put on a great show.
Shows.
Of which,
Great shows this week and great guests. Market was
Market was terrible this week, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Topstep TV was fantastic, though. Really good stuff this week.
Final minute here, final 45 seconds.
Yep.
Let's see if we can peel off some contracts.
All right, fellas, I'm going to leave you with this guy. Eddie's got the bell. Eddie's got the outro. Camera on, Eddie. And I want you guys to say goodbye to my friend here.
I have one, too.
Yeah, fire him up. Let's fire him up as a token of appreciation for hanging out with us. It's going to get loud here. So when I fire up this blow-up doll, it means I'm out for the week. And,
yeah.
Here we go. All right, later, guys.
Oh, NQ sold off huge.
Yeah, straight down.
Melted.
I ended up covering my practice account there, but yeah, wow, straight down.
Oh, that was fun.
I need to get one of those wacky inflatables there.
And that's the call. Well, we got Andre over there. You okay, Andre? Hope he's okay. Rips, thanks for being with us here this afternoon. Great stuff, as always, when you're here with us. Of course, Dolby time, thank you very much, Andre. And hey, taking a look into next week, we do have numbers coming out fairly early on Monday. That's going to be April 1st. Yes, April 1st, we do have a 9 o'clock ISM. 9 o'clock ISM manufacturing prices. Scrolling down a little bit, and I think that might be it, but those numbers will be early, 9 o'clock Central Time. Taking a look at the menu, our all-star menu for April 1st. We're going to open up here with Hoag and Stock Market Wolf. Andre's going to join. MP will be back in the seat again. And we've got D going to also join us, and John Hoagland with Stock Market Wolf. Coming into power plays, Andre and Peter Tuckman. Dolby, and we've got Sotir going to be with us here at around 11:20. Jack and Bonnie for Top Quiz. James and Mick, Shoulder Tap. Yes, we are bringing back Shoulder Tap by popular demand. We're putting that back at the 12 o'clock hour. So 12 o'clock Central Time, we will have our full Shoulder Tap. Group coaching with JD and Hoag. And to end the day, we've got Robert Hope, Coach Dakota, Coach Jay, Andre Dolby, Coach Dakota, and Isaac R will be with us here to end Monday. So, folks, hey, just a reminder, tomorrow we're closed. We have a nice 3-day weekend, okay? And, yes, there was a reminder here that there is going to be no slow markets today from Coach Dakota, right? So just so you know, Coach Jay and Coach Paul will have at the buzzer, and the other coaches do have Friday. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Thursday. Thursday, Coach Jay and Coach Paul. That's today. Ray will have his class. That's going to be at 6 p.m. Vince at 7 p.m., but no Coach Dakota tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, animals, vegetables, and minerals, it's been a great week, okay? It's been a very great week. I've had a great time. We love having you here with us each and every day, and hopefully you love being here with us, traders, educators, and clowns. So hopefully you did learn something this week. Just one thing, they do add up like those small profits. So all the best in your trading journey. Okay, get some rest. 3-day weekend, re-energize. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, have a great 3-day weekend. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.